accent for an old lady, and this is it. Anyway, so I don't know, chat. I've really enjoyed being a prostitute.
Meow, 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 meow.
If you're trying to get my mom's attention, just know I've been trying to do that for years, and I still don't know how. Boom, roasted. Cheers.
From this distant vantage point, the Earth might not seem of any particular interest. But for us, it's different. Consider again that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. The aggregate of our joy and suffering, thousands of confident religions, ideologies, and economic doctrines, every hunter and forager, every hero and coward, every creator and destroyer of civilization, every king and peasant, every young couple in love, every mother and father, hopeful child, inventor and explorer, every teacher of morals, every corrupt politician, every superstar, every supreme leader, every saint and sinner in the history of our species lived there, on a mote of dust, suspended in a sunbeam. The Earth is a very small stage in a vast cosmic arena. Think of the rivers of blood spilled by all those generals and emperors, so that in glory and triumph they could become the momentary masters of a fraction of a dot. Think of the endless cruelties visited by the inhabitants of one corner of this pixel on the scarcely distinguishable inhabitants of some other corner. How frequent their misunderstandings, how eager they are to kill one another, how fervent their hatreds. Our posturings, our imagined self-importance, the delusion that we have some privileged position in the universe, are challenged by this point of pale light. Our planet is a lonely speck in the great enveloping cosmic dark. In our obscurity, in all this vastness, there is no hint that help will come from elsewhere to save us from ourselves. The Earth is the only world known so far to harbor life. There is nowhere else, at least in the near future, to which our species could migrate. Visit? Yes. Settle? Not yet. Like it or not, for the moment, the Earth is where we make our stand. It has been said that astronomy is a humbling and character-building experience. There is perhaps no better demonstration of the folly of human conceits than this distant image of our tiny world. To me, it underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one another and to preserve and cherish the pale blue dot, the only home we've ever known.
On the last episode of The Road to Enlightenment, James and I set off on our 1,000-mile journey to cleanse our palates of all the overweight cars we've been driving. So far, the trip was an absolute success. The scenery was amazing and the cars were brilliant. My 1984 Rabbit GTI Schnitz had already started to prove to me why it's the original and purest hot hatch. And James's Toyota AE86 Initial D homage Tofu, which as it turns out has a Beams engine in it, was showing him why it's such a legendary car. The road trip was turning out exactly as we hoped. At least, so far. thanks to the support of Auto Tempest, whose site helped us search a ton of different used car sites and helped us find our cars, we had just enough budget for us and the team to stay at a few nice Airbnbs along the way. So, we woke up on the second day of our journey feeling refreshed. However, over breakfast, that was about to stop being true because I found out that I had been lied to. It was how much?
Look, I know it sounds insane. You can't actually get them for any cheaper than that.
That's insane. $36,000.
It's the Takumi tax, the tofu tax, the anime tax.
Have you seen the place that we're staying in? Do you know how much money this was?
I figured it was like sort of the
It was on an unlimited budget for the trip. 36. I can't believe it.
That's how you, if you wanted that car, that's what you gotta pay.
That is outrageous.
I just want to compliment you on the
It's
price you got.
20 grand more than my GTI.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what?
Why are you smiling?
We're camping. Tonight.
No, the camping gear you said is if we get stuck.
Yes, I brought it if we get stuck. But we're going to use it now. So we've got to save some money. On this one, we're not going to have enough money for the next bit of the trip. 36,000.
I will sell it. I will sell it afterwards.
As we left that morning, things were a bit tense.
All right, here we go. Sedona.
And as a result of James spending most of the budget on a Corolla,
Excuse you, mate. Excuse you.
I had hopped online and quickly found a campsite for us and the team to stay at. The one I settled on should fit our purposes of seeking enlightenment nicely. That said, it was going to be a bit of a journey to get there.
Okay, a big part of feeling enlightened is feeling very, very, very small. So, we're on our way to the Grand Canyon, the base of the Grand Canyon, to feel exactly that. In fact, research says that by diminishing the sense of individual self, or AWE, or, may encourage people to forego strict self-interest and improve the welfare of others. I think that's pretty cool.
I can't believe we spent $36,000 on that car. That's insane. You can buy a brand new 8.6. You can buy so many cars for $36,000. That's like $28,000 US. Oh my God. Thankfully, the pulsing zen energies and rhythmic swirling vortexes of Sedona improved Thomas's mood. The novelty of Sedona's red rock had not worn off, and we found ourselves surrounded on all sides by earthly beauty. This place is absolutely incredible. Even with the rain and the crappy weather, it's just shocking. I don't want to say it's like Yosemite level, but parts of it are definitely close. This might be one of the prettiest canyon roads I've ever been on. Actually, we always say it's a canyon road, but for some reason this feels like the word canyon in Canyon Road is a little stronger.
This is beyond stunning. I don't know why, the fact that it's just red just makes it incredible. Bye-bye, Sedona. You've been super cool. Old Tofu's still chugging along. It's actually very, very, very easy to drive. Nothing's really taxing. As long as we stay on smooth roads, we're good.
As we climbed the mountain towards Flagstaff, the weather just kept getting worse and the temperature kept dropping. I am getting chilly. How does it work? Warm, heater, vent. Heater, vent. Oh God, I was born in the 80s and I'm sorry everyone, I don't know exactly how this works. What's the difference? Vent, fan, fan. That's cold air. I want that off. That's obviously the air coming from the outside over there and over there. Okay, well, it's warming up. It is officially hailing, I think. Sleet, not quite snow, but we're getting there. And I'm starting to worry about grip. This
is not the best weather here. Not the best weather. I don't remember Mount Akina having this much snow and ice.
James, I don't have a limited slip differential. And I'm really spinning a wheel on these switchbacks.
Well, I actually do have a limited slip differential. It was optional on 86s. This one didn't come with it, I had to pay extra.
Like the one that came with the car, that can't possibly be working by now.
It feels pretty good. Feels pretty good. It's brand new. It's absolutely brand new.
At the height of our ascent, the weather had gone full winter, which is fine if you just keep going. But we couldn't, because Thomas is a dum-dum.
Hey, James.
Yeah?
Remember how I said we needed to stop for gas after we got through this area? I'm not going to make it to the gas station. We need to use a jerry can to fill up right now. We took too long going through the mountains.
Yeah, you don't, plan to fail and succeed. If you've failed to succeed to plan.
What?
You got grip?
Have I what?
Have you got grip?
No, I do not have any grip. Do you have grip?
I'm on summer tires in a rear-wheel drive car.
Dude, hold that. I hate everything right now.
They do look quite picturesque, though, in the snow.
Yeah, it's lovely.
I've always found that inclement weather has complemented JDM/Japanese cars. There's a charm to them. It feels like I'm in one of those like GIFs that is just slightly the pixel art things. That's what I feel like we're in pixel art right now.
It's a great story.
Yeah, you got me out here freezing. How cold is it right now? I haven't got a temperature gauge.
It's like 3 degrees Celsius. They're just below now.
Yeah.
Basically, we're on the verge of icing. So this is the worst possible time to stop, essentially.
Is this you? This oil spill?
This is
gasoline.
some gasoline that I've spilled.
Listen, I'm not good at cause and effect.
James eventually ran out of patience and went to sit in tofu because I was operating the slowest pouring jerry can ever made. Why is it going so slowly? My rear window heater works. I think every single thing is working on this car. I'm trying to think of a thing that isn't doing the job that it's supposed to do. Yeah, as far as I haven't tried the sunroof yet. I'm afraid to, and I'm definitely not going to try it right now. But as far as I can tell, this is a completely functioning Rabbit GTI.
Finally, we were back on the road, and after a quick fuel stop at a proper gas station, we jumped on the highway through Flagstaff and headed west. And even in the bad weather, we were surprised at how relaxed the highway manners of our cars really were. Like, an X7 luxury SUV from BMW actually bounces around more than Tofu, but that's because it has a lot of weight to compensate for. Tofu and Schnitz, they're just skin and bones compared.
Oh, credit to BMW. The BMWs do that better.
One of the downsides of ultralight cars I've discovered is that they're ultralight. And when transport trucks go by you on the highway and it's raining and it's almost freezing, you get sucked into them, very obviously. And it's scary. It's not nice. But we are in Flagstaff, 7,000 feet of elevation. And at 7,000 feet of elevation, my car is slower. Quite a lot slower.
Sixth gear, I mean, what a realization that's been. Complete, transformation of the highway experience. I think this could catch on. 6-speed manual. I really do. And the beauty of sixth gear is, instead of being almost at 5,000 RPM at highway speeds, I'm now hovering between 3,000 and 4,000. And I do mean hovering, that the gauge is kind of doing its own thing. My car seems to be entering a harmonic. I'm losing. Oh! No, that doesn't feel good. Fourth gear, let's see if that fixes it. Let's get some revving. Okay. That seems to have fixed it.
So, yeah, the issue from day one still plagued Tofu, but dropping down a gear momentarily seemed to fix it. So yeah, problem solved. Or not.
This is doing it again. Doing it again. Fifth gear, you got it? Okay. Fifth gear, yeah! You just gotta go back. It just wants to be a sports car all the time. It gets upset. That's the problem. It's not a problem, it's a solution. The solution is become a sports car. Be the car you dress the way for the job that the car you want. Do so much you could do anything.
Clearly, James's ventilation system, or lack thereof, was serving a few too many fumes from his car and from the cars around him on the highway. So we took a slightly different route, which turned out to be a very important route indeed. James? We're on Route 66!
Yeah, nice.
This is it. This is Route 66. This is one of the most important highways in American history. This road allowed people to escape the Dust Bowl in Oklahoma, and it created a path between Chicago and Santa Monica in California. This was the highway to get across the country. And it feels almost abandoned. It's a bit sad. We had been on the go for hours, so we started to look for a place for lunch, and we came across a town on Route 66 that seemed to be rather proud of its location. I would like to eat at the Wells and... no, the
Wells and Fargo?
no,
That's what it used to be.
Roadkill Cafe.
Yeah, well, we gotta go past the jail first.
James didn't make it past the jail, sadly, so I picked up lunch and we had a quick rest stop.
Oh my god.
I had a nice conversation with a lovely gentleman whose brother used to own a GTI just like mine,
Someone is actually complimenting Thomas on Schnitz.
and then we were on our way. And like a beacon to light our path to our camping destination, the sun came out.
Hey, the sun's come out! There's a bit in my eyes though. Oh no. I've just realised I have hooks and holes where my sun visors are supposed to be. It's been cloudy up till now.
We ploughed on, and we were treated to some more epic scenery along Route 66. As we closed in on the turnoff to Thomas's chosen campsite, I have to admit, it was a bit of a surprise to me when a few miles down the road, the tarmac ended.
Here we go.
Thomas, it feels a bit like a dirt road here.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a dirt road, and then the campsite's kind of like, it's down a little bit.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. I haven't got much clearances or anything, so.
Yeah, no, it shouldn't be a problem. I've heard that it's pretty chill. So if I'm being honest, I hadn't heard much about this road. The only path that we were driving on was the only drivable access point to the base of the Grand Canyon. And as we were about to find out, the word drivable was used loosely.
Hopefully this is easy because, as I said, they lowered the engine and I've got a plate. You know, they actually made a plate for me to protect it. So hopefully this is not too long. Thomas just said it's at the bottom, so.
Okay, listen. If these little hatchbacks from the 80s can do this road and make it to this campsite, which is actually about 16 miles away, then any car can.
Thomas, you said it was just at the bottom. It seems to keep going. Ooh. Problem is I have that plate, but then also I have the exhaust, which sits about as low as the plate throughout the entire underneath of the car, so that's also a risk.
Listen, the good news is, James, is that it appears as though the weather is getting better as we go this way. You know, the weather's bad back there, so we finally have escaped into some sunshine. Aren't you happy?
I'm happy, I wish I was in a car that didn't make my tits bounce.
It's pretty Star Wars-y so far here. I'm really liking the vibe.
I know it looks like nothing, but in any other car, in a WRX or a Wrangler or a Bronco, this is nothing. But this car is just, and this clearance. I mean, the fitment looks so great. This is stunning, though. I'm fit in awe. His door's still not working.
Stop making noise! As we drove down into the canyon, so far anyway, the road wasn't that bad. So, to keep our spirits up, we decided to make the most of the situation.
Oh, it's so playful in here. Oh, that's a noise. Yes.
Okay. Looks like someone's having fun over there.
That's fine.
A little rally car now. Yeah. Lift off oversteer, baby. Woo!
Oh, that was having a good time. Is your original hot hatch being a riot of a time, mate?
Yes. Would you mind not drifting into my car so kindly?
Well, you know what? I'm sorry. It's just angst, you know, because I'm starting to feel like I've been betrayed because we don't seem to be getting to the bottom of this hill anytime soon.
The joy was short-lived because soft dust and sand quickly turned into rocks and ruts and holes and boulders and streams.
Oh. Rocks, big rocks, big rocks. Oh.
Ooh. That's just a swamp. Oh God.
Yeah, the road was a dusty mess, but we were surrounded by incredible views. Too bad James's budget-breaking Corolla didn't make it easy for him to enjoy them.
That's all I got. Ooh.
James, do your windscreen washers not work?
No, they don't, thank you very much. They're taking a long vacation in the sky. My car is very hot. My car is very, very warm. I'm going to go 5th gear at what is probably 10 miles an hour, just so it can cool. I'm going to stall. I've got two options here. I either overheat or I stall. Although, stalling would solve the overheating option, so... Oh, Hey, Thomas, pull over a sec. I want to chat.
What's up?
No, I definitely am not overheated. So I just wanted to chat about...
Is that literally what?
Huh? No. Just... Here, check out my... Have I shown you my beams? Have I shown you this?
Sorry, James, why is there a hole cut in the top of your blacktop?
Essentially, in order to fit the beams in the engine bay, this was interrupting where the engine went, so we had to cut this out, so this all kind of like gels.
Normally I would laugh harder, but my ears are ringing, and I don't want to.
Yeah.
$36,000, and you had to cut a hole in the top of your engine to fit it in the car.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. I got a discount, and I'm lucky to have got that. It is going so well at the moment, though. It's just great.
This is just hold on a second. This is incredible. Like making fun of your stupid car aside. This is like a 360-degree view of outrageousness. Okay, my ears have stopped ringing enough that. Do you think your engine's cooled enough that we could go forward now? Because I'm ready. Schnitz is happy.
Yeah.
Sitting perfectly, temperature right in the middle.
For
Thumbing
now.
along. I'm
For
pretty sure my
now.
door is going to fall off.
Why isn't my engine cooling?
I
really, it's like 13 degrees. What is it like?
Yeah.
50 Fahrenheit.
It's not that.
I'm not asking much.
Ow. Okay, I'm done. I'm gonna go back on. After James had relations with his car, we got back on the move. And just when we thought the views couldn't get any better, somehow they did.
Wow. Wow.
This is so cool.
This is quite the scene. That is some view. That is some view. Holy shit. Yeah, I feel small. I feel small. I feel connected. As an Englishman, I don't often swear. But f***ing hell, have you seen this view? That is incredible.
The vistas were epic. So epic, in fact, that for a brief moment we had forgotten how bad the road was. For a very brief moment.
This feels like death by snoo-snoo. Like, the views are so incredible that it's just causing me pleasure, but the pain of the car suspension is causing me pain, so there's this weird... Hey everyone, I have an issue. Something on my car is very much on the floor and staying there at the moment.
What is this thing?
Oh, well, I had to install a plate because the engine is so low in order to fit. So it's not just chopped off at the top. It's so low that it's not really protected. And the oil is, yeah, so...
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's come right off. Okay.
So it worked.
Yes, it did.
So it worked.
I don't know if there's anything I can do to fix that right now for you.
Can't carry on.
Sure you can. Just drag it. It'll be okay. It's come off at the back, so it'll just be like down the road.
For 10 miles?
We'll fix it when we get there. You'll be fine.
This seems like a huge mistake. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm grateful I had those few seconds to cool the engine down again, but this is going to be painful. they're about to announce a new king.
Time ticked by, painfully. In between having to stop to cool James's car, which turns out was caused by a cooling fan that refused to work, and with the constant impacts from the road, we were feeling pretty bad about the abuse. So we made silent promises to ourselves to fully restore these cars when we got home, but there was nothing we could do now, and progress was very slow. And eventually, I think the noise started getting to James.
I'm not crazy, you're crazy. Yeah, it's beautiful, yeah. Oh, look at the mountains, brilliant. Fantastic. I was on my way to an ice cream, or a burger place, or a nice hotel. I'd be like, all right, I just want to make it. But I'm on my way to a campsite. And camping for fun has just never made sense to me. It's kind of how, like, sharing plates at restaurants are more expensive and smaller. So why are they called sharing plates? Like, why does Chris Brown still have a career? That's how confusing camping is to me. And now I've got this. Of the 265,000 kilometers this car has seen since its birth, I don't think it ever expected to have to do this on a dirt road in the Grand Canyon. I'm kind of sorry now.
James, the fumes coming out of your car are making me sick. Seriously, that thing's catless, isn't it? Get out of the way. I'm going through. Get out of the way. Literally getting sick. Oh, that sounds great. What a mess. 36 grand.
You hear that, A6 fans? Topher's making Thomas sick. Let's get him!
The road is actually getting quite bad now. It's... I've got way more clearance than James, and I'm scraping on everything.
I'm just realizing now that we have to do this all again tomorrow morning. And most of that's going to be uphill. So I'm going to be overheating. Hopefully the temperatures in the morning are cooler.
Just as we had built some level of momentum, we ran into a park ranger who was very friendly, but warned us that the terrain only got worse from here. And he was right.
This is just straight up rock and rolling now. Ooh! Oh, God. That was bad. That was bad hit. That was a bad sound. Suddenly very quiet in my car.
I think you lost your skin plate, man. Why don't you just pick it up and put it in?
He's enjoying this way too much. Okay. I will say, I don't hate the quiet.
Millions of rocks and thousands of feet of elevation later, the Grand Canyon managed to surprise us once again. This time with greenery. But just like when there's smoke, there's fire, when there's greenery, there's water.
Oh dear. Oh dear. James?
Yeah.
It. And this wouldn't have been a problem for most normal cars, but for two 80s hatchbacks on coilovers that we were becoming quite fond of, it wasn't ideal.
Actually getting quite tough. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. Oh, that's one of those bangs again. It'll be so nice right now. Little skip lane. Just a little.
Also, Thomas, you know how I was like, oh, you have to do 20 more miles, don't worry about the fact that you lied to me about the trip. That's starting to diminish quite quickly, that feeling.
So, we're probably gonna make it in, but it's been downhill the whole time. I have no idea how we're gonna make it out of this. I think we're almost there, James.
Good, because I don't know if this could have taken any more of that. It needs, myself and the car both need to rest. But not just one night, many nights.
Yeah, fair enough. Almost there, then we can set up camp. I can see it! I can see the Colorado River! We made it!
That's a proper river. What's the Colorado River doing all the way out here in Arizona?
We are in the Grand Canyon, baby!
Oh my god. I feel like Andy Dufresne. I crawled through a river of shit. No, I don't feel like Andy Dufresne. I didn't come out clean on the other side.
That's your seatbelt.
Oh my god.
High five. I can't believe these cars made it down here. Oh my god.
You know what's gonna happen?
What's gonna happen?
On camera, that's just gonna seem like a driveway.
Yeah, I know.
I think my kill count of bangs was probably about 400. And bad bangs was probably about 16, which doesn't sound high, but I'm talking about the bang that makes you think, I have to take this to the dealer right now.
Yes.
I mean,
did your oil pan survive at all?
you know how you like badges of honor, Thomas?
It's fine. It's fine. Hey! That's seen some. Took a few hits there.
So
We should reattach this. Is what we should do.
I would love to, yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, I had a few. On my stoppages, I was able to gather myself a few times. And,
Yeah.
I was kind of like, before these cars die.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I need a minute.
My ears are ringing.
I don't even know how long that was. Hours.
It was hours and hours and hours. Yeah. And then we drove like 400 miles before that.
I had a few Googles because I was
Yeah.
like, okay, if these cars die, what's the meaning of tofu? And tofu is quite simple.
Yes,
It's
tofu.
just tofu. It's nothing
Yeah.
more than that.
Yeah. Oh, you mean you looked up?
Well, I looked up schnitzel because you did it for snort schnitzel.
It's okay. He's a very tired man. Schnitz. It means schnitz. It's schnitzel. I know schnitzel is like arguably not
Right.
only German, it's Austrian, I think, a little bit too.
Right, but
so-
I googled exactly the word schnitz.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And I found an Urban Dictionary definition. And somehow, despite everything that just happened, this might be the funniest thing of all time.
What?
Schnitz. I don't even know if I can say this on camera. Described by Urban Dictionary means to, I don't know if I can say it, ejac. Different word, you're late. So, YouTube, you can't censor that. In an extreme manner,
No.
such that the product's volume is significantly larger than usual.
That's what schnitz
That's
means?
that's what I've been reading for
Is
the
it
last...
like a verb, like schnitzing?
Oh, don't worry. Urban Dictionary provides an example. Hang on.
What is it?
When the librarian saw that the Battlestar Galactica girls were featured in Playboy, he snitched his trousers real heavy.
That's what's written.
That's actually dumber than that. And if that's the last...
Why didn't I Google it? Okay. Can we set up camp now?
Yeah.
Okay. Sound the gong of the campsite.
But just as us and the team started to set up camp, James noticed something about Tofu was off.
Thomas,
Yeah.
does my exhaust always look like that? Oh, that's definitely snapped off.
Where's your exhaust tip?
I don't know.
Clarkson Farm Cars specially found that exhaust tip. It's somewhere on the trail.
So my contribution to this trail is just the tip? How did that come off? It's higher than everything
I
else.
don't understand either. So, with the sun setting, we got a fire going. Thomas, riddled by guilt for making fun of me for the last 6 hours, attempted to help me reattach Tofu's skid plate. And finally settled with camp set up, we were able to relax. And the culmination of the day's events allowed us to lose our combined minds together.
Soon may the Wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
Solo! James, wait. Seriously, stop. You're sketching me out. That's that new knife you got.
Yeah.
It's the most ridiculous thing ever, honestly.
I know, but I can't hurt. Like, if Tofu can do that journey, then I can't get hurt by this knife. We've got plot armor.
Okay,
it's
hold
official.
on. Listen. This is more important. Earlier, I was looking on Auto Tempest, and I found a whole whack of cars that you can get for the price that you... So about 27 US.
Yeah.
36 grand Canadian, right?
Yeah.
How about a 2020 MX-5 with 18,000 miles on it?
Don't do this.
That is a car that I know for a fact you like. How about something fun? 1990 535i BMW, shark nose front.
A 5
It
Series?
looks amazing. It's beautiful.
Weird purchase, though.
Yeah, man, it's not though. It's cool. You can get a 2019 Civic Si. How about that? You can get a GTI
Which gen?
2019, cornflower blue. I know for a fact you love that car.
a good
How about a Camaro, a Mustang? It's an EcoBoost. I'll give you that. I didn't even filter by anything other than price, and this is what I'm finding, right? WRX STI. That would have done that journey a little bit better. A WRX Limited 2018.
Okay, all right.
All right.
So you can
Another
get some
Miata.
No, I get it. I
Yeah,
get
you could get some.
It does
pretty
make me wonder
serious stuff,
what
yes.
you can get for what I actually paid in total for Tofu.
What are you talking about?
Well, 36 Canadian was the purchase price, but to get it in like that order with the staff and it's not, you know, it kind of it was.
What are you trying to say right now?
It was a little
James,
bit.
how much more money
You
did
can't
you put
hurt me.
into
I'm
that
already
car?
camping.
How much more money did you put into that car?
Well, it needed an LSD and it didn't have the optional LSD, so put a nice LSD on it.
You put a new LSD in that car?
Yes. That got me through that just now.
What else?
I've got the wrap.
Yeah, I did the wrap, yeah.
We fixed up, the wipers weren't working, had to fix those. Heater core wasn't working, I needed heat, so I had to fix that.
As a Clarkson, they did all this stuff?
I did all of it, including
How long was the car there for?
including the custom plate underneath that just left.
They
departed.
made the dearly departed plate?
Yeah.
So, James, how much more than $36,000 was that?
Okay, so it was 36,000
Just stop. You're dancing around it. Just tell me how
plus
much
the tax,
Yeah.
so that's 40 grand in total, and then plus about 8,000, about $48,000 car. Don't you dare look at what I can get you.
I'm not gonna do it. I don't even want to know.
The rabbit and the Miata hurt me enough.
That rabbit. Do you want to know what they did to that? You want to know what they had to do to that car?
Yeah, nothing.
Nothing. They're like, I know, it looks pretty good. That was what they said. Those were their words. Now, that's pretty good. I don't know, change the brakes. Didn't really need to, though. 16 grand. You spent 50,000.
Listen,
I'm
it's
going to bed.
market
I'm
price.
going to bed. I'm going to bed.
It's market price.
It's absolutely insane.
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to go to bed. No one was. Because our production manager glanced at the weather report that he had downloaded the last time we had signal. It showed that there was now a flash flood advisory in effect for our area. That means rain in a totally different location can cause sudden and dangerous floods in low-lying areas of nearby canyons. And we were at the bottom of one of the biggest canyons on Earth. This meant, in disbelief and exhausted after the day we just had, we needed to pack up and leave. Now. I can't believe we're doing this. Can't believe we're doing this.
This is just absolutely nuts.
It's only uphill in the dark.
Longest 15 miles of my life, and I'm starting it all over again immediately in the dark and a little bit more broken. Oh, me.
And the first river crossing is upon us. In fact, this was the first of several river crossings which actually weren't there on the way down. But we kept pushing, because we actually did need to get out before any real flooding happened. There we go. I don't know trying to drive this at night, or just waiting and seeing if floods happen. I don't know which of those is stupid. They're both stupid, but here we are.
This entire journey back is going to be a choice between traction and bottoming out, and I'm going to have to err on the side of traction. Bump, don't bump. That's actually quite fun. Oh, me. The moment you get too confident.
James got through. James, did you get through that?
God damn right I got through it. The LSD was like $1,300, but it's worth its weight in gold. Honestly, I got it because I wanted to be able to drift an AE86, but now I'm realizing that this is highly, highly important. I've got my suitcase in the back putting some weight on the wheels, but this is basically all uphill in the wet. Honestly, another centimetre of rain, and this wouldn't be possible. And Thomas is right, it kind of would all pull down from the top, so if it's a centimetre up there, stones, loose stones. Come on, Tofu, come on, Tofu. Come on, Tofu. Yes! Yes!
Oh, this is deep. Oh, keep the power on. Ah! Come on! Ah!
That was epic!
We got more of it right here. Woo!
That's such a big river. Oh! Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Carl. You are doing so well! You are doing so well!
Oh, this one looks deep. I don't remember these on the way down. Oh. Why is there water in my car? How did that get in here? What's going on? We're seeing right now the benefit of really lightweight cars. They just kind of skip over top. Watching our crew vehicles in front of us just lumber over everything really slowly. These just kind of float over top of everything.
Somehow, our cars were performing feats that little old hatchbacks on coilovers had no business doing. And without even realizing it, we were ripping.
Thomas, where's this renewed confidence come from?
I have no idea, but I'm just like scampering up this. It's amazing.
Do you think having the headlights showing all the actual shadows and gradient means we know exactly where to place the car long before we get there?
Oh, I didn't even think about that. That actually makes perfect sense. Yeah, I can see so clearly. Your little fog lights probably help too.
Yeah, hello, not right. I think we can see big shadows from far away, so we know what to look out for.
Alright, this one's a bit tough. Oh, that was a big bang. That was a big bang. And my skid plate's on the floor again. Thomas, I got a skid plate that's hanging down a little bit again.
Yeah, I can hear it. Okay, well, let's just keep going.
Damn it. Thomas, what did you say about the tail lights in the M2, that stupid phrase you had?
They have at you for you.
Because why?
Because one eye's looking at you, one eye's looking for you.
Yeah, I have a feeling that my headlights have the same condition.
How are you doing for overheating?
Either my temperature gauge is broken, or something has fixed itself since we went down here, because it's not even going past halfway right now, and we're just powering uphill.
That doesn't make any sense.
Oh.
It didn't make any sense, so we ignored it and kept going. But unfortunately, a couple of miles of trying not to break our cars later, the inevitable happened.
You okay back there?
Unfortunately not. I've overheated. I gotta stop.
But just as my car did overheat, somehow Thomas happened upon an old friend.
I found your exhaust tip! I found your exhaust tip!
You what?
Ah!
Tippy! It's Tippy!
It's Tippy the exhaust tip!
Oh, wow. Sorry.
Yes!
I'm sorry. I'm taking you home.
We'll put that back on tomorrow. I can't believe we found that. That's so funny. When it's like we've done like what, 5-6 miles and just in the middle of the street.
That was a good find. It wasn't even that shiny.
Well, not anymore. It's been through hell. That was an expensive exhaust tip by the looks of it. Glad you found it.
Well, it's more sentimental value with Tippy.
Okay, let's go. From there, it was heads down, flat out focus. There were a few more casualties on the way. Tofu's fog lights decided to take a vacation, as did the backlight on James's dash. But finally, and somehow finally is a word that doesn't quite cut it, we saw evidence of life.
We're near the end. We're near the end.
I remember that cow crossing thing. I feel like we're almost out, aren't we?
We have to be. Also, I don't know how many times I can explain this to you. Those things are not for cows to cross. It's so that they don't cross.
Yeah, shut up. Oh my god, I see lights. I see like civilization lights.
Is this it? Is this the final ascent?
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Come on, give me tarmac.
James?
We have done it.
Yes! Yes! I just snitched.
Just as we were about to try and find a roof and a place to sleep for the team, which somehow was still an hour's drive from the first street lamp out of the trail, I managed to attract the attention of the Hualapai Nation Police Department. How you doing?
Hey, sir, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you.
No tail lights.
Really?
So yeah, it turns out that trail had taken my fog lights, my dash lights, and my tail lights. Fortunately, the policeman was very polite, and he let me off with just a warning, on the condition that I attempt to make the fix immediately. So we pulled into the nearest petrol station, and with a little bit of luck and a lot of bit of Googling of a 1986 Corolla's fuse diagram, it turned out that the culprit was one little bastard fuse, diagnosed successfully by our sound engineer, Harrison. And with that fixed, we drove 60 miles to the first actual place with hotels, a place called Kingman. Upon arrival, our hunger was battling our tiredness to decide our next move. And straight out of Harold and Kumar, the lights of a burger place made the decision for us.
Could I get a cheeseburger, animal style, please, with everything?
Okay.
And a hamburger with no onions and no tomatoes.
Okay.
After what felt like the longest wait at a fast food joint ever. Oh, come on. At this point, I'm ready to eat my own passenger seat. We ate the best burgers we had ever tasted and went to bed. Because tomorrow, not only did we have to take stock of everything we broke on our cars, we still had hundreds and hundreds of miles left to drive to fully achieve car enlightenment. But it's safe to say that today was a day of awe and wonder in its purest form, with just a healthy dose of unexpected adventure thrown in for good measure. See you in episode 3. Thanks for watching. Coming up on the final episode of The Road to Enlightenment, we thought that after the day we just had, it would be a good idea to take it easy on ourselves and our cars for the final leg of our journey. But naturally, that didn't happen.
This video is sponsored by KiwiCo. I love my dog, but she is so needy. Like, she always just wants to sit on me, and if there's any part of my body that's horizontal, she will try to lay on it. Even if it's just like my shoulder or my head. I feel like she would just prefer it if I was taxidermied and turned into a bed. But since I'm not super keen on that project, I started looking around for office chairs that are pet compatible. Because the thing is, she wants to sit on my lap, and then she wants to go down, and then she wants to sit on my lap again, and then she wants to go down. So I was just thinking that there has to be a chair that has like a staircase that goes around it and a little bed on the side. So I started searching for it, and I got to the bottom of the Google image search page when it says like no more results. And it just always feels like, Simone, this is a thing that's not a thing that should be a thing, and you're our chosen one. You have to build it. It's like a bat signal. Also, keep an eye on your delusions of grandeur because it's a little bit off-putting. Skips, come here. Hi. Let me measure you like a creep. Can you just stay? Stay. 15 centimeters broad. Yeah, good job. You did great. Okay. 36. Let's call it 50. 50 centimeters long. I designed these prototypes using Illustrator, but I've really been running into my CAD limitations with this project, so my teammate started teaching me Fusion 360, and we made this model together. So there's a staircase, and then there's a little seat, and I also added this little nook where my footrest is, so she has 2 beds. The thing is that this is bar stool height because I have a standing desk, so this chair is really big. Like, it's gonna be huge. And I want to start out by just cutting the top seat and see how the proportions feel. It's actually not as big as I thought it was gonna be. So, let's try it. Hey Scraps, can I borrow your butt for a little bit? Yeah, that's enough space for you laying down. It's definitely, it's pretty deep, but so am I. I'm just gonna go ahead and cut all the other pieces of the model. I don't think this is gonna be the final version, but it'll just be like a really ambitious prototype, which is also what I call my older brother. Sorry, Leo. I think you're great. I just cut all these slots so that I can bend the plywood around the radius of the chair. And I just need to soak the wood so it doesn't crack. And then glue it in place. Also, a bird pooped on it. We're taking elements from all of nature and incorporating them into this design. Fuck, Scraps loves animal poop. It's a feature, not a bug. Oh, fuck. I'm really not doing myself any favors because I'm bending against the grain, not like with the grain. I'm wondering if I should just shove it in there because I want to see it all come together. Nope. Done. It didn't go great. I'm gonna try the second bed. This one has a larger radius, so I think it might work better. Oh no. I think I might have broken the bit. Oh, fuck. I drove and I picked up a new cutter for the domino joiner, but turns out I didn't just break the cutter, I also broke the tool itself. Domino joiners are a lot like humans in that regard. Just exceedingly easy to break. I don't know how to do this project without my domino joiner. I think it might mean that I'm gonna have to learn a new skill of some sort, which I would really rather avoid. Can't I just do it only doing things I already know how to do? I just need to learn how to join shit. Do it properly. I'm just gonna productively procrastinate for a little bit and build a pencil sharpener instead. So this video is sponsored by KiwiCo, and the thing I'm currently building is just one of many hands-on projects that they have designed to teach kids about STEAM. whenever I meet a kid that shows even just the tiniest amount of interest in building things, I'm always like, "Ooh, can I give you a KiwiCo crate?" Because I thoroughly enjoy them myself, and also because in the future, when I run a global innovation house, I need to make sure that there are people I can hire. I'm only half joking. I do truly believe that small lessons today can lead to big world-changing ideas tomorrow, and KiwiCo combines playing with learning, which is how I approach things even as a grown-up. Look at that! Yeah, it totally works. And I'm gonna sharpen this until there's no pencil left. The crates include everything you need, so you don't have to worry about running out to the store to get extra supplies. And if you go to kiwico.com/Simone50, you get 50% off of your first month of any crate. There's a link in the description. Thanks, KiwiCo! So you know when I broke my domino joiner and I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to learn a new skill. Screw that. Screw it. I'm gonna use screws to put the plywood together. Yeah, that's what I've decided. Did I just carry that out in the weirdest way possible? Not that bad. Okay, what if we get some muscle encouragement? Yeah, there you go, Keith. Yay! Look at you! No, no. So the whole idea of this is that you're gonna lose your desk privileges. I know you're not a fan, but I promise you, I think this is actually going to be even better because you can get up and down by yourself. And if there's anything you value, it's your sovereignty. Come here. Yay! Good job, Scraps. I added this railing to see if it would make her go up and down the stairs a little bit more confidently. It's still not great. I have an updated model, but I want to try to adjust this prototype before I cut into any more plywood. I call this version 1. Fuck it. I did this so fast and fabric store to pick up some fabric, got totally overwhelmed by all the options, and ended up coming home with 3 different colors. I think I'm gonna try the blue one though. It's definitely the most fun of the lot. Thanks. I hate it. I like both of the colors. I just don't. They're kind of like coffee and ketchup. They're fine apart, but you don't want to put them together. I think I'm just gonna try the red fabric instead. Yeah, that's gonna be better. Okay, I feel a lot better about that. We're almost done. There's just one final, very important step. It's the grand opening chair day. Grand chair opening day. No, grand opening day chair. We're gonna bring in our client and see what she thinks about it. I gotta admit, I'm a little bit nervous because sometimes she's a bit tricky. So, fingers crossed. Scraps, come on. Do you wanna come here? Do you wanna come here? Do you want a treat? Yeah? Come on. Oh, hey! Oh, yeah! And all the way! Yeah, you did it! You're in the office with me. That looked comfortable. She looked comfortable. I was nervous. I mean, obviously she's missing a leg, and that probably makes it trickier. Like, I think 4-legged dogs would definitely have an easier time getting up and down here. But then she did great. I think she's okay with the design. That was one of the main things that were the problem with earlier prototypes, is that she just didn't look comfortable going up and down the stairs. I wonder if she can go down as well. Scraps, come on. Do you want this? Do you want this? No? She's too comfortable. She just likes it too much. She doesn't want to go down. I feel like this video is only going to make sense for small people. No, for people with small pets that want to sit on their lap. If that's not you, I'm sorry that I made you watch this video. Here is your time reimbursement coupon. I am so excited to live with this piece of furniture. I just want to see how we end up using it. Like, is Scraps going to be comfortable going up and down by herself? I mean, seemingly. Is she going to use the nook by my footrest at all? And would I maybe eventually want to turn it into a product? I would definitely want to reduce the footprint a little bit, because this chair is a fortress. It's a warship.
She was later tipped $11.16.
It was truly a collaborative effort, and he did the brunt of the engineering work. And yeah, I don't know what my next build is going to be. Do you have any problems that need unnecessarily ambitious solutions? Because then I'm your gal. I'm the chosen one. And I'm also really humble. Okay, bye.
Hello, and welcome to a review that I've been wanting to make for a long time.
The movie we're talking about today is Brotherhood of the Wolf. A lot of people call this the Bloodborne movie because it's very obvious that From Software took a lot of inspiration from this movie when they made the game Bloodborne. The time period, the clothing, the weapons, the narrative, yeah, all over the place, this movie screams Bloodborne. Don't get me wrong, it doesn't mimic the game completely. It's not like From Software made a game version of this movie. It's different in a lot of ways. And I love it so much. This movie is so badass. I can't wait to tell you about it. Brotherhood of the Wolf is a French film, released in 2001, and was directed by Christophe Gans. This is the same man that brought us the first Silent Hill movie. And if you saw my review on the Silent Hill movies, then you know how much I like that movie. I like this guy's movies. They're pretty cool. When you watch this guy's movies, you can feel the passion in the filmmaking. They're obviously not the most impressive movies out there, and he's definitely not one of the best directors of all time, but goddamn do I love his movies. Aside from the indigenous character Monty, every single primary character in this movie actually existed and lived during the reign of King Louis XV. The movie starts with a French aristocrat writing a letter about the French Revolution. This is a French movie, so obviously there's going to be a lot of French names and French places that I'll have to be pronouncing in this review. So I apologize if I fail miserably at pronouncing them. In the beginning of this movie, there's a discussion about a mysterious beast that's running rampant around the land of Gavaden. I don't know. So yeah, Beast, Bloodborne. In the game Bloodborne, there are many beasts that are causing problems for people, and the people are the beasts. They turn into beasts. In this movie, there's only one beast, and it's this big ferocious beast, and people aren't really sure what it is and how it's killing people so easily. There's a badass scene of these mysterious men wearing trench coats and their faces covered. They're wearing tricorn hats. One of them gets down off his horse and starts kicking the shit out of all these guys that are harassing a woman. After these guys got their asses kicked, the two men ride away, and one of the guys yells after them, "Welcome to the land of the plague, my lords, and beware of wolf traps." The two main characters in this movie are Knight Gregoire de Fronsac and his good friend Monty. They arrive from Paris to investigate and hunt this beast. They meet with two men to discuss the beast that's causing havoc in the land of Gavaden. Fronsac is very cute with his long ponytail, and I like his name, Knight Gregoire de Fronsac. Indubitably. Fronsac and Manny investigate a woman who is apparently killed by the beast. Fronsac is not only a hunter, but he's also an artist. A very good artist. He draws hot babes throughout the movie. Here are the pictures of the hot babes that he drew. I'm sorry if they're censored. So yeah, he listens to a secondhand account of this beast, and he creates a drawing of it. And this is what the beast looks like, according to this person. Do you know it's pretty wild? This is based on a real story. There actually was a beast of Gavaden. It was a real wolf-like creature that prowled the regions of, here we go, Auvergne and South Dordogne. I don't know how to say that, okay? During the years 1764 to 1767, killing about 100 people, often in very bizarre circumstances. Fronsac meets some French royalty and flirts with a very beautiful woman. He cockblocks this dude that's trying to flirt with her, and it's hilarious. He makes up a lie to make the guy go away. Look at the fancy-ass outfits these Frenchmen wore. Damn! So frilly and bright and girly. I don't envy these people, because it looks like it would take 10 hours to get ready in the morning. Fronsac then shows off a hairy fish at dinner. I know, it's very strange. One man at the table calls him out, saying that it's a fake. Fronsac admits that it is a fake, but only after a bunch of people at the table start to believe that it's real. This is a lesson that even though something may appear real, things like unicorns, dragons, and giant beasts come from stories alone. So clearly Fronsac does not believe that this massive beast actually exists. There's a very strange interaction between Monty and this woman. A huge crowd forms and Monty starts brawling with these two weirdos. They stick their tongues out at each other and it's kind of silly. Monty has quite the leg power. He uses the move high jump kick a lot and he never misses. So, beware. Did I really just make a Hitmonlee joke? Hitmonlee! You're welcome, Pokemon people. But no joke, he literally does use the move high jump kick. Like, these guys go flying like they got shot with a cannon. And then these two women come out of nowhere and start fighting him instead. It's so weird. He's like, yeah, I just beat up a bunch of dudes. But yeah, I'll take on these two bitches, why not? And then a bunch of people start attacking him out of nowhere with raptor talons from Elden Ring. Which is kind of weird because the raptor set in Elden Ring is by far the most Bloodborne-esque set in the entire game.
It's very similar to like the Crow set from Bloodborne. So the fact that all these guys are wielding the same weapon from this set, interesting. The actor Vincent Cassel is in this. He's a pretty successful actor now. He starred in big movies like Black Swan. I'm not sure what he's been in recently, but yeah, pretty cool to see him in this movie. And he's great in this. To be fair, most of the acting in this movie is great. Sometimes the side characters like the goons will be a little bit goofy and it'll be hard to take them seriously. But as far as the main cast, I was very impressed. So that random girl from earlier that Monty had a thing with, yeah, she starts to have a seizure. I'm not really sure why. It's kind of random. But Franz Sack saves her. Although later in the movie, this same girl distracts Monty, which leads to his death. So by saving this girl, Franz Sack indirectly killed his best friend. That's depressing. Oh, I'm sorry for spoiling things. Let's continue. Remember that cute lady that Franz Sack was hitting on earlier? Well, he meets her again. Her name is Marianne. They share a ride through the woods. It's very cute. Then there's a scene of a bunch of dudes shooting wolves with rifles. They're just hunting a bunch of wolves. Because they blame the wolves for all the strange deaths that are occurring in the area. It's a pretty fucked up scene. Wolves are cool. Leave them alone. I mean, unless they're like eating your livestock. Monty is indigenous, and there's a scene when a bunch of Frenchmen display their racism towards him, and it's very uncomfortable. Monty, however, has very thick skin, and he doesn't get offended at all. Monty is the coolest character in this entire movie. He's a massive badass. Franz Sack is pretty cool too, but he's like a weird ladies' man, and he tries too hard to be cool in this movie, I feel. He kind of reminds me of John Smith from the Pocahontas Disney movie. Franz Sack and Monty go to a brothel, and the ladies there, yeah, they look interesting. Why is this lady looking at me like she's the Grinch?
It's not a dress, it's a kilt!
So the girl at the brothel that Franz Sack chooses to sleep with ends up cutting him with a knife, and then she licks it. Might want to run, dude. But it just so happens this is a very powerful woman. Her name's Sylvia, and she has a lot of connections. She's not cheap. If she's so powerful, then why does she work at a brothel? Anyway, don't worry about that. She's like the super hot girl at the brothel. You gotta really pay up to sleep with her. And she does stuff with tarot cards. She can tell the future. And then Franz Sack has a very creepy dream of her killing him, which foreshadows her killing him later in the movie. But then she revives him. I guess he just didn't get to that part in the dream. Even the prostitutes are racist towards Monty.
Valentine, what is it? Madam, I won't sleep with a sorcerer.
Weeks pass without any sign of the beast. Snow falls, but people are still mysteriously going missing. So Franz Sack and Monty go searching. They find a frozen corpse, but he has a very strange wound on his face. They're looking for a missing child, and Monty finds it. The lords and ladies of Gavaudin believe that wolves are responsible for all the recent deaths. Franz Sack knows that wolves rarely attack people, and saw that the wounds on the corpse weren't made by wolves. And the suspicious fang found in the corpse is made of iron. An iron fang? That doesn't sound very natural. What could this beast be, I wonder? Franz Sack works tirelessly on trying to figure out what the beast is and where it could be. He questions the girl that was rescued about her brother's untimely demise, and we get a flashback memory of what she witnessed. And the beast looks like a giant porcupine bear. Monty uses some indigenous healing technique to revitalize the girl that was rescued. But of course, the people in this building instantly accuse him of poisoning her because he's indigenous. I know I've been kind of goofing on the racism in this movie, but for the time period that this movie is set, it was probably pretty accurate and appropriate to put that in. Time is running out and the king is becoming impatient. He wants this beast dead, and he wants the beast dead now. Franz Sack is pressured to blame the beast killings on a random wolf. He doesn't want to do this, but he feels like he has no choice. So Franz Sack alters a wolf's body, increasing the size of it and its jaw size so as to match the estimated size of the beast that's killing people. And this is what it ends up looking like. Yeah. It looks like something out of an anime. Why is it red? Vincent Cassel plays a guy named Jean-Francois. He's Marianne's brother and the antagonist in this movie. He exposes his sister to the fact that Franz Sack is sleeping with prostitutes. She's very upset by this, so Franz Sack and Marianne have a falling out. They show off the fake beast in Paris, and Franz Sack is sworn to secrecy, which is very strange because at the beginning of the movie, Franz Sack says the monster will be examined thoroughly in Paris.
His Majesty wishes it to be brought back and studied in Paris.
I guess everybody, including him, must have forgotten this intention by the time this guy arrived to pressure Franz Sack into doing this. Because obviously, if the beast was examined thoroughly in Paris, they would find out it wasn't real. But whatever. The next scene shows this woman go down to a pit to save her goat. She scrambles to get out, but falls. God damn, this girl needs to play some Fall Guys or something. Or get some better shoes. She's attacked and devoured by the beast. There is a cool close-up shot of her eyeball as she turns to face the beast, which intensifies the moment. Pretty cool. There's a little bit of a goof in this scene. She goes from holding a nubby-horned baby goat to holding a lamb, then to holding a baby goat again. Why didn't they just keep the baby goat? Why'd they make her hold a lamb randomly? Maybe they just had to get some more shots, but they didn't have access to the goat anymore? Franzak had left the area with Monty. They were pursuing other ventures. But then this guy named Marquis arrives to ask Franzak to return to hunt the real beast for real one last time. He denies the request, so Marquis gives him a letter from Marianne. Earlier, Sylvia, the prostitute that Franzak was seeing, met up with Marianne and convinced her that Franzak loves her, which led to her forgiving him and sending him a letter to return. So Franzak travels back to Gavaudan and meets Marianne. And I guess the beast is in this house. Yeah, it's just chilling in the cellar. This guy goes down there and he's attacked by it, and then it like bounces through the floor. Holy shit, this thing is strong. Yeah, things get out of hand very fast. The home is absolutely destroyed. This large spiny beast stops just before eating Marianne. It's then called back to its master. It's revealed that this is some sort of bear wearing man-made armor. It's wearing a cuirass, I guess. The CGI for this bear is not the best, but I'm sure in 2001 it was serviceable. In the next scene, Franzak and Monty train to take down the beast and its handler. There's an underground dog pit fighting scene where the weird girl from the beginning of the movie is seen. I'm just gonna call her the Wolf Girl because I think the weirdo people in this movie are called the Wolf People, like the Wolf Clan or something. The beast is let into the ring to kill 3 dogs. So obviously all the people in this room are reprehensible assholes. They should have very bad things done to them. It should hurt. Let me just say that. Don't age restrict me. Monty says this. Tonight we will dance the dance of blood.
Tonight, we will dance the dance of blood.
We will dance the dance of blood.
And the beast will come to us with the sun.
And the beast will come to us with the sun.
You cannot tell me that this is not a Bloodborne movie. Come on, dude. It's very strange, too, because I scoured the internet looking for some sort of connection between this movie and Hidetaka Miyazaki, and I didn't really find anything. But I remember so thoroughly that back in the day, someone made a connection between this movie and Bloodborne, so I watched the movie, and I really liked it. But I don't remember for the life of me what that connection was. It's pretty obvious that Miyazaki was inspired by this movie, right? Like, it's not just me. There's a trick weapon later. I mean, come on, dude. So they successfully lure the beast into a trap, but it breaks out before they can kill it and drags Marquis away. Franzak shoots it. Monty throws a hatchet into its face. It rushes at Monty. He jumps and cuts a spiked log trap that swings down and slams into the beast. Wait a minute. Where have I seen spiked log traps before? Let me think about that for a second. To prepare for his role as Monty, Mark Dacascos learned how to ride a horse, studied Mohawk Indian culture, and became fluent in French. Holy shit, that's dedication. I knew there was a reason why he was my favorite character. You go, Monty. Slay Queen.
I can't believe I did that.
Despite their best efforts, the beast escapes. Monty tracks the beast down into a strange lair. He's jumped by a bunch of goons with those claw weapons from earlier. He almost defeats all of them, but is distracted by the wolf woman he recognized from the beginning of the movie. He's shot by the mysterious masked beast handler. Monty's body is then dumped into a pit. It's found by Franzak, and he's not taking it very well. He brings the corpse somewhere safe and cleans it. The bullet pulled from Monty's body is a silver bullet. The same type of silver bullet that Jean-Francois showed off to Franzak earlier in the movie. Oh my god. You know what that means. He's obviously the beast handler. Holy shit. But how? Jean-Francois does not have a right arm. But the guy with the mask has a very gross-looking right arm that we see him use throughout the movie, but we never see his face. So how is that possible? Just you wait. After some questioning, Franzak finds out where these people are hiding out. So he goes all spec ops on their asses. This is a pretty badass sequence. He enters a secret room filled with strange statues and other miscellaneous weird items. So this strange cult was experimenting on things? Oh, naughty. Where'd I hear that before? Did that happen in something else that I just can't put my finger on? It's revealed that the people that Franzak was working for knew about the beast and the people behind it all along. He was part of this operation to seize religious control over the land through fear. Franzak is promptly arrested and thrown in a cell. They plan to hang him very soon. Sylvia meets with him and tells him some information about the beast and how it's connected with the church. Wait a minute, the church was responsible for everything? Where did I hear that before? Franzak is given some poisonous food by Sylvia's henchman. He's pronounced dead. Marianne is told of Franzak's death and shown his body. He's then buried. Later, Sylvia has two men dig up his body. They had to poison him and revive him later, which was the only safe way to get him out of this situation alive. Jean-Francois is very creepy and incestuous with Marianne, but she definitely doesn't share those feelings for him. And there's a super creepy scene of him trying to come on to her. Jean-Francois, thinking that Marianne is disgusted by his missing right arm, shows Marianne that his right arm is actually not missing and is the same creepy gross arm of the beast handler. This guy desperately needs a manicure and probably some skin grafts or something. So yeah, this clearly identifies him as the beast handler. Marianne realizes that the beast didn't kill her earlier because she shares the same blood as Jean-Francois. This scene is so well acted that it's painful to watch. It's implied that Jean-Francois, he did the thing with Marianne against her will, you know, like... Fransac returns from the dead, his face painted the same way Mani's was the day he died. He interrupts this gathering of masked men and shouts their names out for all to hear.
JEAN-A-THON!
I'm unsure how he knows who these people are behind their masks. I know he knows that they're somewhere in this room, but the fact that he knows who they are, maybe he's just making good guesses. But whatever, that doesn't matter because he spins into the room and he whips out two swords. His entrance is very fancy. So the way Fransac did that spinning blade trick, the actor had to hold a knob that was attached to the hilt of the swords between his fingers. The knobs can be most clearly seen after he scalps the gypsy leader. Fransac fights and takes down a bunch of their goons. The fight scenes here are pretty fun. Suddenly a bunch of Frenchmen appear from the darkness and fire on the cultists. Sylvia is there, and she kills the weird wolf woman with a fan blade. Fransac and Jean-Francois have a little duel. Jean-Francois wields a sword whip, a trick weapon. Oh my god, like the cane whip from Bloodborne kinda, you know? But Jean-Francois' sword whip in this movie was inspired by Ivy's sword whip in the video game series Soul Calibur, which is kind of interesting because then this movie would go on to inspire another video game. Jean-Francois ends up killing himself with Fransac's sword. Just watch this scene play out. I think it's because he has his throat cut, and he believes during this moment that he's lost the fight, so he ends it himself. He loves Marianne more than anything, and he thinks that Marianne is dead. So he calls out something like, "Oh my god, Marianne, I'm coming to join you in heaven. Yeah, I'm sure you'll be very pleased to see me up there after what I did to you on Earth."
You have united us forever, Fransac.
Sardis, one of the leaders of this cult, is chased down and eaten by the wolves. Justice, because they were having wolves killed earlier in the movie. Very nice. Fransac visits Marianne. She's dying, but Fransac gives her some indigenous medicine that Mani used to save a different girl earlier in the movie. The poor beast that Jean-Francois was using to kill people all this time and spread fear throughout the countryside is visited by Fransac and treated with kindness, something it had never experienced until now. Apparently, it was a cub of a beast Jean-Francois brought back from Africa.
Jean-Francois had brought a strange beast back from Africa.
Fransac then puts it out of its misery. Fransac and Marianne are believed to have left France on a ship, but nobody really knows. A deleted scene in the DVD revealed that Monica Bellucci's character, Sylvia, was in fact the only person who knew the whole truth to both sides of the story regarding the beast. She secretly watched several members of the Brotherhood while they were visiting the bordello, and she manipulated Fransac into finding and killing the beast. Her character is believed to have worked for the Vatican. I really like this movie. Great acting by the entire cast, good camera work for the most part, and some very fun fight scenes. There is an excessive usage of slow effects in this movie, but I didn't really mind that. They were used to enhance certain moments, so I thought they were fine. I thought this movie was a super cool way to take some weird thing that happened in real life and turn it into a movie with interesting and diverse characters. So yeah, that's my review of Brotherhood of the Wolf. Go check it out if you...
This video is sponsored by Squarespace.
Watch for the rattlesnakes.
Alright guys, so I'm taking a quick break from my V8 Tesla swap while I'm waiting for some parts to bring you guys some new and exciting content because I'm more than just a pretty face. And yes, if you didn't know, I'm making a V8 powered Tesla. So if you're into weird stuff that shouldn't exist, then hit that subscribe button and help me get to the 1,000,000 subscriber mark, because once I get to the 1,000,000 mark, well, nothing happens. It just sounds cool. I was sitting back in my room on Sunday, November 10th of 2019, minding my own business when a song got recommended to me on YouTube. It was a song called Follow God by Kanye West. And let me say something quick about Kanye West. You may not like him, and that's okay. But no matter how crazy he is, he's still one of the best producers of all time. And if you don't think so, it's okay to be wrong. But the music video starts with him on his ranch, dancing with his back facing the camera, and then this absolute unit shows up on the screen. What is that,
and is that real? So after a couple minutes of Google searching Yeezy tank and Jesus tank, I finally found an article explaining what they are. It's called a Sherp. And if you already know what a Sherp is, or you play Grand Theft Auto and never heard of the Rune Zaba, this is the real thing. So I went on YouTube, and all of a sudden 2 hours of my life was spent learning about this absolute monster of a vehicle. And if you aren't familiar with the Sherp, well, it's awesome, and here's some specs on it. It's made in Russia and the Ukraine. It's 11 feet long, 8 feet wide, and 8 feet high. It looks huge, but it's actually shorter than a Honda Civic in length. And speaking of Honda Civic, it only weighs 2,600 pounds, which is about the same as a 6th gen Honda Civic. It's driven by a 5-speed manual transmission powered by a Kubota turbo diesel out of a tractor. It has 3 heating sources: the engine, the vehicle heater, or the autonomous onboard heater. So when you're 1,000 miles from home, you won't freeze to death, even if the engine stops working and all the electronics fail. You can lose all tire pressure and still drive it home. As a matter of fact, you can lose all tire pressure and 2 wheels and still drive it home. The tires are low pressure tires, and the max PSI is 3. It has a fuel tank in each wheel. Yes, those big things that look like hubcaps are actually fuel tanks, and the payload capacity is 2,200 pounds. It has a central inflation system, meaning you can inflate and deflate the tires from inside the cabin, raising or lowering the vehicle by about a foot, and also for more grip on different terrain.
So you just think of this as your valve core.
Yep.
So you're basically manually opening your valve core or closing it. Right, so you just turn it. So now it's going to be like,
All right, gotcha. That was cool.
and then to inflate it, you just hit this.
Right.
The buzzer will come on,
Yep.
so the up arrow is inflate.
Now you get the gas. And best of all, it floats. Yes, it's fully amphibious. It can even float without its wheels, too. It can go over pretty much anything. It was the only vehicle to drive 6,200 miles through the Russian Arctic Circle, over mountains, swamps, through rivers and frozen lakes. 4 of them finished with no mechanical breakdowns whatsoever, and 4 world records. So when I say it's the most capable off-road vehicle in the world, it has the receipts to back it up. So I'm doing some more research, and I see all these celebrities riding around them, like Jay Leno, Kevin Hart, 2 Chainz, Chris Brown. Little did I know they were all gifts from Kanye himself, the shepherd of Sherps, who owns at this point, I think, 15 of them. I'm not making that up. He also has a Ripsaw tank, and let me tell you about the Ripsaw tank. I actually need one. So I took it to Instagram and threw out to the universe to ask Kanye to hook me up, and I got so excited I made a website about it with Squarespace. It's so easy to claim a domain or URL, like www.sherp, I love saying sherp.com, or www.thankskanye, I knew you could see that I would appreciate this floating tank.com. So then you can create a custom site that matches your style and enthusiasm. Check out these page templates because they'll make your web pages look better and the looks of the Coast Guard when they see me traveling by land and by sea. Head to www.squarespace.com/richrebuild to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain using the code in the description box below. Shout out to Squarespace for making platforms for people's passions, even if they scare, annoy your neighbors and everyone around you. So after watching a few more videos, I knew I had to try one out for myself. Look how much fun 2 Chainz had driving it. So Steven and I flew down to Texas to see Lauren from Lone Star Sherp, the guy that actually drove 2 Chainz around for his first Sherp experience, as well as Jay Leno and Kevin Hart. He's also the owner, salesman, and mechanic, the one-man show. Let's see what's inside the Sherp and then take it out for a ride. Yeah, people are just like, oh, you can drive 1,000 miles on this thing. How does that happen exactly?
Well, so you have about 17.5 gallons on your main tank that's in the shirt.
Right.
And it uses about a half a gallon per hour.
That's it?
That's it. So it's a miser on fuel that really goes a long ways. So, but the way you do that is each wheel carries basically a jerry can. Instead of having it strapped onto the side of the machine, they got a 24-inch deep wheel here.
This is a gas tank?
So that's a gas tank.
So
15 gallons in each wheel.
How do you get access to it?
In your little toolkit, there's a hand pump. You roll this up, you pull the plug out, stick your little hand transfer pump.
And you pump it right into the thing?
And you can pump it right to the thing. Most of the people carry like a collapsible fuel bag.
Yeah.
Because when you're using fuel out of here, you want to use equal amount out of each wheel. So
yeah,
keeps your weights and stuff fairly balanced. So
Right.
you don't want to take the 15 out of here and then have 15 and all the rest of it. So you want to take, 3.5, 4 gallons from here and take that much out of each one.
You've owned this for a few years now, and you've only filled this up, what? Tops?
Tomorrow will be the third time I put fuel in it
Really?
since I owned it. It's got about a half a tank. Purchasing fuel for sure is the last thing on your mind.
Right.
Because it uses so little that you'll find yourself like, oh, gosh, I'm out of fuel because I hadn't thought about it in
Right.
6 months.
It's been a year. My yearly trip to the gas station. So the brakes are inboard.
This is your steering mechanism right here.
Yep.
Once you understand the concept, it's really easy to maintain. Kind of say if you can work on a bicycle, you can work on a shirt.
Okay. Well, I actually can't work on a bicycle, so what does that mean? You know what this looks like? This looks like the inside of a combination between an elevator and the people movers. You know the things that slide on the ground at airports?
Escalator?
The escalator? Yeah. It's a rock concert stage, literally, that's what it is.
Yeah, it's okay.
Little baby swimming pool in there. You can take a little swim.
You could fill that up with kitty litter
Yeah, you can.
if you wanted to, have a little cat hole.
I know, right? Like Linda come here. You want to use the bathroom? I think I'd rather live here than Linda's RV.
I would absolutely rather
I like the life jackets.
Well,
Yeah.
you especially need them. You can't swim.
How do you know I can't swim?
Everybody knows
You
that.
was swimming, Steven?
No, I know you've never been in water, so.
That's gonna change.
So this is the primary drive for the Sherp. Kubota diesel engine there.
Yep.
And you have a 5-speed manual gearbox, very similar to what you're going to have in a front-wheel drive vehicle.
Yep.
And then you have an output shaft, comes out into this short drive shaft right here. You can see 2 U-joints right there. And then that goes to your primary chain drive. So your primary chain goes here, and that's your main drive into the steering mechanism. You may say, well, why do they use a chain? Why not use hydrostatics, or why not use automatic transmission? You got to remember the original intent of a Sherp is to get a long distance from civilization.
Right.
So we're talking 1,000 kilometers, 500-600 miles from the nearest human being.
Right.
And so if you have a hydraulic line break,
You're done.
if you have a hydraulic pump go out, you're done.
Right.
And so now your air rescue, harder to repair in the field. You got to have, 50 gallons of hydraulic fluid. So it's weight and simplicity. So the Sherp is engineered to be simple. Other ways of doing it, yes. But if you break a chain 500 miles from civilization,
Right.
well, you got a little toolkit right here. This little toolkit has everything you need
You
in
can
it.
patch the chain.
It's got chain links, it's got file, it's got punches, it's got hammers, it's got screwdrivers, it's got wrenches.
Wow.
It's got everything you need in this little toolkit. So it even comes with a spare transmission output shaft.
Wow.
So if you get in an area that you're bound up and you get too horsey with it, this is a safety failed engineered failure point so that you don't break the transmission. And really the only maintenance that you have to do is you pull the springs off and then you check the free play on the clutch.
Okay.
So it's basically like checking the free play on a 60s Chevrolet that's got a manual master cylinder, and you have to get down there and set the free play. If you get too tight, well then the clutch is partially engaged and you'll lose grip whenever you're under a high load. This has an adjustable tire inflation system, so you can adjust your tires on the fly. You just open the valve, you dump the pressure out, and how are you going to air it up?
How do you pair? What was it?
Where's the compressor?
I don't know.
You're sitting on top of it.
I am.
Ta-da-da!
Under here.
Surprise!
Right here's your compressor.
Oh, the engine.
An engine's nothing but an air pump, right?
So it does it pump fresh air?
No, it's pumping diesel air. So if you'll notice right over here,
Yeah.
there's a little solenoid valve right here.
Yeah.
So when you open that valve and you hit a switch on the dash, it basically has,
Well, that's the exhaust.
it has a butterfly in the exhaust that closes and redirects the air down this pipe right here
Yeah.
And that air goes into the chassis. And so if you look at the chassis right here, this 4-inch tube that goes the perimeter of the chassis.
Yeah, I see it.
That goes all the way around. That is one big air chamber that goes the entire way around the shirt. And so you'll notice right here
Right.
into the hub. So this hose right here comes off this chamber, goes into the center of the wheel.
Oh, and it blows it right into the wheel.
And it blows it right into the wheel.
That is absolutely phenomenal. Bone right there. That. What the hell was that? There's shotgun shells everywhere. Shotgun shell. Shotgun shell. There's like 20 over there. Wow.
Wow.
We're not in Massachusetts anymore, are we, Steven?
We've left that a long time ago. Where are we on? Oh, and look at that. Alright,
Whoa. Oh, look at that. I went for the water to come up to my ankles and be like, hey, man, I'm scared.
call your mother.
Yeah, we're in water. You can smell it.
So upsetting.
Yeah, so when you're in water, things are a little slower to happen. So you gotta kind of like,
I compensate beforehand.
yeah, you gotta kind of think a little bit ahead of the turn. Don't have as much
It turns well, though. I mean, it's considering what we're doing.
Alright. There that goes. Alright.
Man, Steven's
know,
looking
this is-
fresh in this. Bye. Bye. Oh, Whoa. Don't forget that I'm here. Don't forget.
Alright, coming through.
Excuse me.
Pardon me.
The big girl. Jesus Christ.
first gear. Try to avoid anything that's gonna get you high centered. Yeah, this is fine. The only thing out here that really sees me is that one big stump's got that one sticking up. That'll high center you. Right, to the right, hard right, hard right, hard right. Give some gas. All right, stop. All right, and then you want to go inside of that big nub, so you want that outside of your tire. There you go.
This thing, Steven, you could have 2,000 pounds of this thing and still float.
I've had 10 people in here.
Really?
How many?
10.
10 people in this? Yeah, right. So it's like Boston Duck Tours, but what it should be.
Right. Well, better.
Sounds lame.
Right. Want to get out here? We're gonna get out here. Say this, I gotta see. Wow.
All right.
All right. Well, What are you thinking for this one?
Ah,
Slow descent?
yep, so we're gonna... This is fairly steep. So steep. Going in the water. Close your window.
Close the window.
Alright. See you ready?
Oh, I hope so. I think so.
Alright.
Oh,
Alright,
no,
on
this
down.
is steep. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, I'm waiting for the water. Oh, look at that. I'm waiting for the water to come coming up to my ankles and be like, hey, man, I'm scared. Call your mother. This is great.
Crazy, isn't it?
This is crazy.
Is that any like you look at that rock, you're like, man, no way.
Yeah, there's no. I'm like, nah, I can't get on that.
And then you do it, you're like, well, that was really not too difficult. Excuse me, sir, have you seen any ducks?
Yeah, there are a couple that went that way. They're over there. All right, hop it in. Why'd I do that? I don't know.
You should check this morphine.
I probably should.
No, I'm not kidding. It's so great.
That's the sound of making macaroni.
Now, the Shrimp was the most fun I've had in a vehicle in a long time. The Cyber Quad's fun, and so is the Z06, but the Shrimp, you can bring 10 people to enjoy the same experience. So, I called in a favor from a friend, pulled a few strings, and it's in my driveway now. Now, I wanted this specific Shrimp because it's a special Shrimp to me. There's one bonus I never mentioned about this one. 2 Chainz, Kevin Hart, and Jay Leno signed it. Lauren maybe signed it too, but little did he know my signature isn't worth anything, and it actually made the Shrimp worth less, and that's how I was able to get a good deal on it. But yes, I have a Shrimp, so expect some more Shrimp content. Thanks for bringing this vehicle to my attention, Kanye. Shout out to Lauren at Lone Star Shrimp for providing me with this great vehicle. If you're looking for one, make sure you check them out. Next week is a continuation of the V8 Tesla swap, and of course, you know, I have to start looking for another project, so I'm right back at www.iaai.com to look for my next vehicle victim. Both the donor Tesla and the donor Camaro were from IAA. So if you're looking for your next project, go to IAI.com and use code SAVE50 for half off registration. And I will see you all next week. This video is sponsored by Squarespace.
Watch for the rattlesnakes.
Rattlesnake.
Alright guys, so I'm taking a quick break from my V8 Tesla swap while I'm waiting for some parts to bring you guys some new and exciting content because I'm more than just a pretty face. And yes, if you didn't know, I'm making a V8 powered Tesla. So if you're into weird stuff that shouldn't exist, then hit that subscribe button and help me get to the 1 million subscriber mark, because once I get to the 1 million mark, well, nothing happens. It just sounds cool. I was sitting back in my room on Sunday, November 10th of 2019, minding my own business when a song got recommended to me on YouTube. It was a song called Follow God by Kanye West. And let me say something quick about Kanye West. You may not like him, and that's okay. But no matter how crazy he is, he's still one of the best producers of all time. And if you don't think so, it's okay to be wrong. But the music video starts with him on his ranch, dancing with his back facing the camera, and then this absolute unit shows up on the screen. What is that, and is that real? So after a couple minutes of Google searching Yeezy Tank and Jesus Tank, I finally found an article explaining what they are. It's called a SHERP. And if you already know what a SHERP is, or you play Grand Theft Auto and never heard of the Rune Zaba, this is the real thing. So I went on YouTube, and all of a sudden 2 hours of my life was spent learning about this absolute monster of a vehicle. And if you aren't familiar with the SHERP, well, it's awesome, and here's some specs on it. It's made in Russia and the Ukraine. It's 11 feet long, 8 feet wide, and 8 feet high. It looks huge, but it's actually shorter than a Honda Civic in length. And speaking of Honda Civic, it only weighs 2,600 pounds, which is about the same as a 6th gen Honda Civic. It's driven by a 5-speed manual transmission powered by a Kubota turbo diesel out of a tractor. It has 3 heating sources: the engine, the vehicle heater, or the autonomous onboard heater. So when you're 1,000 miles from home, you won't freeze to death, even if the engine stops working and all the electronics fail. You can lose all tire pressure and still drive it home. As a matter of fact, you can lose all tire pressure and 2 wheels and still drive it home. The tires are low pressure tires, and the max PSI is 3. It has a fuel tank in each wheel. Yes, those big things that look like hubcaps are actually fuel tanks, and the payload capacity is 2,200 pounds. It has a central inflation system, meaning you can inflate and deflate the tires from inside the cabin, raising or lowering the vehicle by about a foot, and also for more grip on different terrain.
So you just think of this as your valve core.
Yep.
So you're basically manually opening your valve core or closing it. Right, so you just turn it. So now it's going to be like...
All right, gotcha. That was cool.
And then to inflate it, you just hit this.
Right.
And the buzzer will come on.
Yeah.
So the up arrow is inflate.
And you get the gas. And best of all, it floats. Yes, it's fully amphibious. It can even float without its wheels, too. It can go over pretty much anything. It was the only vehicle to drive 6,200 miles through the Russian Arctic Circle, over mountains, swamps, through rivers and frozen lakes. 4 of them finished with no mechanical breakdowns whatsoever, and 4 world records. So when I say it's the most capable off-road vehicle in the world, it has the receipts to back it up. So I'm doing some more research, and I see all these celebrities riding around them, like Jay Leno, Kevin Hart, 2 Chainz, Chris Brown. Little did I know they were all gifts from Kanye himself, the shepherd of SHERPs, who owns at this point, I think, 15 of them. I'm not making that up. He also has a Ripsaw tank, and let me tell you about the Ripsaw tank. I actually need one. So I took it to Instagram and threw out to the universe to ask Kanye to hook me up, and I got so excited I made a website about it with Squarespace. It's so easy to claim a domain or URL, like www.sherp, I love saying sherp.com, or www.thankskanye, I knew you could see that I would appreciate this floating tank.com. So then you can create a custom site that matches your style and enthusiasm. Check out these page templates because they'll make your web pages look better, and look to the Coast Guard when they see me traveling by land and by sea. Head to www.squarespace.com/richfreebuilds to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain using the code in the description box below. Shout out to Squarespace for making platforms for people's passions, even if they scare, annoy your neighbors and everyone around you. So after watching a few more videos, I knew I had to try one out for myself. Look how much fun 2 Chainz had driving it. So, Steven and I flew down to Texas to see Lauren from Lone Star Sherp, the guy that actually drove 2 Chainz around for his first Sherp experience, as well as Jay Leno and Kevin Hart. He's also the owner, salesman, and mechanic. The one-man show. Let's see what's inside the Sherp and then take it out for a ride. Yeah, people are just like, oh, you can drive 1,000 miles on this thing. How does that happen exactly?
Well, so you have...
It's finally here. The brand of cooking tools that made you rethink just how good tongs could be is coming to your stovetop. The Babish Cookware line of cookware. Available now. Check the link in the video description.
Okay, and this is moist. Take one.
It says maker down there.
Oh yeah, it does. It does. Okay, moist now.
Alright. Folks, it's that magical time of year when we all eat too much and watch football and the children sing their favorite Thanksgiving carols. And I have been told that I screwed up the moist maker. I was told that I did not soak the moist maker, the gravy-soaked piece of bread in the middle of the sandwich, for long enough. So I've decided to do it all over again. And this time I'm going to soak the bread for like 5 seconds longer. Let's get started. So, first thing we gotta do is make our stuffing. I have here a loaf of artisanal bread that I'm going to dissect into cubes, which I'm then going to toast until low and slow until all the moisture has been driven out of the bread, and that's going to make them into croutons. And then I'm going to turn those croutons into stuffing. Hi, what do you got there? What is that?
Dates?
Why are you opening a box of dates?
Do you want to record your dating reel?
Like an acting reel?
Who calls it a dating reel, Brad?
Don't they have? Wasn't that a thing?
Yeah, like video dating, but I don't think they ever called it a dating reel.
Oh.
Let's all do our dating reels. My dating reel, I think on paper doesn't sound so great. Hey guys, this is my dating reel. I'm Andrew, I'm 34, I'm bald, I'm a YouTuber, and I grind my teeth really loudly. So now, to turn these into croutons, I'm going to spread them out evenly on a couple of rimmed baking sheets. So now we're putting them in a 200-degree oven for probably about an hour probably about an hour and a half, for probably about 2 hours to really dry them out. And then we'll have croutons, we'll be able to make stuffing out of them. And we'll see you right after that. So here's the man of the hour. Here's why we're spatchcocking the bird, otherwise known as butterflying. Because when a turkey goes into the oven like this, it's just a big old freaking ball of meat. And the breasts are the part of the bird that are most exposed to the heat, and they are the most delicate part. They're the part that we do not want to overcook. So by butterflying the bird, by cutting out the spine, flattening it, not only are we exposing the dark meat down here to more heat from the oven, we're also reducing the amount of time that the whole thing takes to cook through. If you stuff this bird, that stuffing needs to hit 165 to be safe. By that time, your breasts are up at 185, 190, and they're dry as a bone, which is why I do not stuff my turkeys, generally speaking. So we're going to spatchcock it, and that process is as easy as it is fun. Why? How? How is this affixed in here? What is this sorcery that they've done to this? Oh my God, what manner of device? What kind of speculum did they put in this? No! Damn it! Into my eyes. Can you get salmonella through your eyes?
Yeah.
Well, I'm about to. I got this horrible device out of the bird, and now we have to do 2 things. We have to cut out the spine, we have to cut out the wishbone. It's going to make it easier to carve down the line. We want to stay as close to the spine as possible, otherwise the thigh can kind of fall apart. This is Jess's favorite set of noises.
Should we do some spatchcocking ASMR here? Because it sounds so pleasant.
Sure, Brad. Pervert. Oh, you gotta really kind of get in there. Oh, yeah. Look at that. That's flavor.
What's that thing at the bottom called? Remember?
It's the...
It has a Pope's something. Nose.
Oh, the Pope's nose. I was gonna say the Pope's goiter. So now we have to find the wishbone. Getting it out is a very onerous task. Also, it precludes you from being able to make a wish. Just like learning that Santa Claus isn't real, you gotta learn that wishes aren't real either, and that your dreams don't come true, and that you die alone. Donnie Darko, 2001. Hi. Oh, you. Oh, it's. This is Doobie, aka Tina, aka Doobie Doobop, TikTok star extraordinaire, and YouTube star extraordinaire, as I understand. 600,000 subscribers in some odd weeks. Congratulations. Pretty cool. We're gonna make a gross wish. Whoever gets the longer piece, I guess, gets to. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. You win, I guess. So, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Oh, no,
It's not as fun. Oh. No.
You got the wish?
I wish that we didn't do that. So now all we have to do is flatten our bird out by, I believe Jake N.G. Lopez Alt refers to it as a little bit of home chiropractor-y. Oh, God. It's always so visceral to do this, but guess what? It's worth it. What we have here is, probably about half a cup of kosher salt to maybe a teaspoon of baking powder, I'd say. The baking powder is going to lower the temperature at which the Maillard reaction occurs, so we end up with crispier skin. So I'm just hitting it very liberally, but conservatively.
So this is a centrist turkey?
This is a centrist turkey, Brad. This is a libertarian turkey. It believes in self-reliance, self-sufficiency. It believes in small cluckerment. Small gobblements, government, whatever. It's a centrist turkey.
And that's why it's dead.
Another minor improvement we're making to this recipe is last time I made stock from the spine and the spine alone. And as a result, not only was it very light, it wasn't as flavorful as it could have been. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some store-bought turkey stock, I'm going to fortify it with our turkey spine, our turkey neck, and some aromatics. This is a great way to amp up your store-bought stock and make it taste homemade. I just delivered that entire thing impeccably. All right, cleaver time, because I experienced some performance issues with my rabbit a couple weeks ago, and I don't want that again.
It happens to a lot of guys.
As I understand, it happens to men over 6 foot. Oh, man, I love a good cleaver. That's great. I'm going to cut this up into like 2-inch segments, just so the stock gets lots of exposure to that delicious spinal fluid. And there's the Pope's. Okay, not anymore. Now to give the stock a little bit more flavor and color, I'm going to brown the turkey pieces in a little bit of oil before adding the liquid and aromatics. I'm dropping in my turkey parts. Now, prepping vegetables for a stock is a very delicate, precise process. Done. Okay, we got some good color on our turkey bits. Not bad smells either. I'd buy that for $1. That's RoboCop. Now, just because you can see the fond on the bottom is getting a little dark, something that can help with that is adding more stuff to the pot. That creates steam that prevents stuff from sticking and burning. Mix these around a little bit, get some good color, get some good fond on the bottom of the pot. You know what that is, folks? That is a one-way ticket to Flavorville. Try to sue me for that, guy. Try. Please don't try. Oh God, I made a huge mistake. I'm also going to throw in a handful of fresh thyme. Always nice. A couple bay leaves. Don't fully understand what they do, but they do something. And now I'm going to cover it with 12 whopping cups of store-bought turkey stock. And this stuff normally tastes like the inside of a dog's ass, but most of us are already doing a whole lot around Thanksgiving, so adding stock to the mix, generally not the best or funnest idea. This way, just by simmering these together for a couple hours, you're going to amp up the turkey flavor in your stock and, by extension, by proxy, your gravy. Knowledge. Okay. You hear that, folks? That's the sound of flavor. Not really. It's just the sound of our bread being dried out, and now it's croutons, and now it can cool off, and it can become our stuffing. Long story short, that is pretty short, actually, so I think we're good, right? Now's the easiest part of the day, folks. We are going to make some cranberry sauce, and that is as easy as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, oop, I guess that counts as 110, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22. It's a 22-step process. We're going to bring this to a simmer and cook it for probably about 30 minutes until it's thick and cranberry sauce-like.
Wouldn't that be 23?
Like the Jim Carrey movie?
Oh, God.
To prep the turkey for roasting, first off, I'm going to chop up some aromatics, some mirepoix, no skinning, because these are just being used as drip catchers, because we're going to place the turkey on a wire rack set in a rim baking sheet to roast at a very high temperature. And a lot of drippings, a lot of fat are going to come off that bird, but we don't want it to burn. And if we just have a bare bottom of the tray, too much liquid is going to evaporate in the heat of the oven. It's going to burn, it's going to smoke, it's going to ruin Thanksgiving. So, I get the burps are only funny to me.
I laugh.
It's very easy to make you laugh. Look, watch this. I'm just doing a rough chop on my onions. We're just using these to prevent burning and yada yada and blah blah blah. And kill me, it's fine. Alright, let's line this guy with some aluminum foil. I'm going to dump all of our aromatics onto. Ow, my eyes! Okay. So, okay. Okay. So, shut up! Hey, Smiles. What are you trying to get into? I have my bird set here on my rack of aromatics. So now this guy's ready to go into our 425 degree Fahrenheit convection oven for probably about 45 minutes until the breasts register $1.55 and the thighs and dark meat register hopefully around like 175. Kendall, would you do the honors for me? Thank you. Oh, that rack's too high.
I'll do it.
Oh, thank you. Had a bad track record with hot racks. All right, folks, it's the moment we've all been waiting for. The turkey's coming out of the oven. Oh, yeah. Look at how beautiful it is. This is the kind of all-over brown, all-over crisp skin that you cannot get with a traditional cooking method. Let's take a listen, shall we? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What, did somebody replace the skin on this turkey with Murano glass? Let's temp it. Oh no. $1.47. We're gonna go a little bit longer, folks. That's turkey for you.
So this was the moment we're waiting for to still wait? What's happening?
All All right, so the stock's been going for about an hour and a half. Hopefully it's reduced by about 4 cups. We're about to find out. And something I want to do is a blind taste test, starring none other than cameraman Brad. Brad, you ready?
I'm not blind.
So, Brad, come on over here, and I'm going to prove to you for the last time that simmering aromatics and turkey in your... okay. All right. Well, okay, you're ahead of me on the blindfold. That's cool. No, you're good. Right here. Right here. Right there. There you go. Tall stuff. All right, Brad.
Okay.
You ready?
I think so.
I'm going to give you a little bit of stock number 1.
I'm kind of nervous it's going to burn my mouth.
It's not going to burn your mouth, I promise. I'm going to blow on it. Okay. Ready? Here comes the train. I'm going to put it on the base of your lip first, and now we're going to dump it back. There we go. That's stock number 1.
Okay.
Now let's try out stock number 2. 1, 2, and 3.
Number 1 tastes substantially better.
What the?
Wait.
No, that's correct. I was saying that with a big smile on my face. I'm sorry.
Yeah, number 1 is like noticeably, like
You can
strikingly
yeah,
better.
You can take that.
It's strikingly better.
Yeah, no,
It really is.
and I don't know why we needed to prove this.
No, take it off.
Yes, take it off.
She really doesn't like the whole mask on the eyes
It's
thing.
a unicorn horn, but also not a unicorn horn.
No, it looks like you have a dude's package on your forehead. I love that that's Kendall's version of like some guy's package sitting on your forehead. It's like a unicorn horn.
Damn.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yes.
And it's always a pleasure to have you. And I'll see you right over there.
Okay, yeah, I'll be there. All right.
It's been a good time.
See you next time. All right, I'm just gonna take this. Look, here I am. Now I'm here. We're here.
Oh, look at that bird. Look at that bird. The thickest part of this breast, I'm clocking 162. Could not be more perfect. So, I'm going to let this guy rest for at least half an hour before carving. It will stay hot. The skin will stay shatteringly crisp. My God. My holy, sweet Jesus of Lord of Nazareth. That's really crispy. But the cool part about this episode is we're going to let it rest entirely because it's supposed to be a leftover sandwich. Another thing that I think I botched, honestly, because I ate the sandwich hot. I had everything hot, fresh out of the stove, as though it was a Thanksgiving dinner, and then I made it into a sandwich. That's not what a leftover sandwich is. We gotta make some stuffing. First thing I'm gonna do is make some impromptu pork sausage. So we got a pound of pork, some chopped fresh sage, maybe about a tablespoon's worth. Got 1 clove of crushed garlic, and I'm just gonna hit with a little S&P as well.
500?
Gonna squish it together, and you can do this ahead of time, but we're doing everything at once here. Because that is how we do things, because we aren't good at time management.
Sage advice.
Sage advice, you son of a bitch.
You know, because like the sausage has wisdom.
We're heading over to the stovetop now. We're gonna saute the sausage first, get some nice browning on it, and then we're going to saute the onions and celery and some other herbs, and then we're going to toss it all together with stock and croutons, and that is going to be our delicious Thanksgiving stuffing. Got it? Good.
Do you want to do eggs?
And eggs. Plop. We're going to brown that up the same way we would if we was making hamburger helper. It's not the most pleasant looking thing in the world.
What do you mean?
Let's get this out of here. A lot of fat in this pan. We don't need all this damn fat. We just need a little bit of fat. In fact, you know, I'm going to use all of it. Never mind. We want all this fat. And now for the sizzle. Not as good as I hoped. Folks, we're going to have a full Thanksgiving meal here. We're eating like kings tonight.
Or pilgrims.
Well, let's get these guys together. Cooled drained sausage in with the breadcrumbs. Got my sauteed vegetables going in there. Ooh, I like that. I have some. It's chopped parsley, a bunch of chopped fresh sage, and a little bit of picked fresh thyme. And now I'm just gonna give these guys a little toss together, try to cool off those vegetables because we have to add stock and we have to add an egg, and I don't want to cook anybody. To prevent the eggs from scrambling, I'm going to temper them with a bit of warm stock, which will hopefully be a thing that works.
What does tempering mean?
Tempering means slowly adding a bit of warm liquid to eggs, which basically denotes the and then it's temperature. So it prevents. Can you explain the science behind this?
Well, it's really simple. It's just to bring in, so if eggs are refrigerator cold and stock is at 90 degrees, you're going to be bringing up the overall temperature of the eggs, just somewhere in the middle there. Typically you do this with hotter liquids. You do it really slowly a little bit at a time so it can come up to like an even higher temperature without scrambling. But in this case, we're just kind of taking like a medium step, and this can be added to stuff that's even hotter, but it'll be okay.
Nerd. All right, so I tempered my eggs with a little bit of stock, and now I'm going to mix those in with some more stock. I want everybody to get really nicely saturated. I want it to be able to stick together. I want to be able to pick it up in fistfuls and be able to press it together into a big, wonderful mass. That's good. See? It's like a stuffing snowball. This is what you want, right? No, oh my God, I'm not a monster. Could I bring myself to do it? To throw a jagged ball of wet, sloppy meat into Kendall's face? You want me to hand feed you a little bit of this?
Yeah.
Come here, baby bird. It's okay. You're safe. You're good. You're okay. You're okay. Good. That is the most degrading thing I've ever done to a person. Well, I'm gonna grease the pan up with schmaltz or chicken fat because that's gonna taste good. And I see no reason why I shouldn't shove a little bit of this chicken fat in here. Just kind of get it in there and just kind of get it in there, you know? Just kind of get it in there. Just trying to mix it up. Just get it in there. Sometimes you just gotta get it in. We got our stuffing stuck into a casserole, and now this guy's headed into a 400-something degree oven for some amount of time. So now, last thing we have to do is make gravy. I've burned myself. Jess just hacked off a big hunk of her finger. Kendall is dead. And I'd had an idea that instead of butter, I'm going to use chicken fat in my gravy. To make this gravy, I'm going to use roughly 3 tablespoons of fat. So I'm actually going to do a little bit more flour than what Kendall recommended to me because I think she was looking at my old recipe, which frankly is inadvisable because I was a dumb young man when I came out with this episode. To wit, I have an apology to make. I made a really dumb, simple-minded dude joke in this episode that I've regretted to this day. So this is a botch that needs to be unbotched, which is I said I like my gravy the way I like my women, thin and rich. And that is not only untoward, it's untrue. I don't like thin. Who likes thin gravy? That's disgusting. Rich, yes, sure, I like rich gravy, but it wasn't rich. I didn't thicken it enough, and I didn't want to do it again, so I just made a joke about it, a bad joke. And you all suffer the consequences. And so I from the bottom of my heart, apologize for that crack, because I'm not proud of it, I'm not happy with it. And it's very 2017. No, it's 2016. It was very 2016, okay?
But how do you like your chickens?
Fatty. Speaking of fat chickens, I have about a quarter cup of chicken fat here, about 4 tablespoons. Got about 4 tablespoons of flour. Just gonna dump that right in there. Start whisking it together to form, what's it called, Brad? A roux. We were making a nice thin blonde roux here. It's a little bit darker than a blonde roux. I just want to get a little color in there. Now what we're going to do is start slowly adding in our stock. Once we've added a little bit, we're going to whisk it until it forms a smooth paste. That way, we're going to ensure lumpless gravy. There's a little bit more. See, look at all those lumps. 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 And they're gone. Look at that, folks.
Is it true that blonde roux have more fun?
Right, I'm trying to undo the damage done with my earlier joke. So, making jokes about blondes, it's not my MO. But yes, they do! Oh, I can hear Kendall breaking ice upstairs with her therapy group. She's doing icebreakers.
Or is it her dating reel?
See? Okay. Brad's better at callbacks than I am. I'm here to make the food and look good. All right, folks, stuffing's ready to come out of the oven. All right, folks, stuffing's ready to come out of the oven. All right, folks, stuffing's ready to come out of the oven. All right, folks, stuffing's ready to come out of the oven. Ah!
Kendall, what's about to happen?
All right, stuffing's ready to come out of the oven. Oh my f***ing gracious. Would you look at that stuffing? I need it straight out of the damn thing, straight out of the oven. I'm not gonna blow on it. Nope, it's not hot. Nope, it's fine. Oh, it's fine. I'm gonna eat the corner. It's fine. The corner's the coolest part. That's fine. Oh, whoa.
Do you want water?
That's really good. That's gonna make a great sandwich.
The next moment we've been waiting for, take 12.
Now, the bread is almost ready to come. Actually, I think it's ready to come out of the oven, so I'm gonna go check on it right now. Oh yeah, that's looking good. That is a nice kind of like brown. I want it toasted on one side, but not necessarily the other. As you can see, not as toasted on this side. This is gonna be better for the outside of the sandwich because it's not gonna crunch and sort of mess up the roof of your mouth there. Now we have all of our elements here. We just have to put the damn thing together. We do have our toast here. The beauty of toasting it in the oven is not only that it wastes a lot of energy, but also that it sticks to the I don't know. It's glued. You gotta be me. We just need one that looks halfway decent. Just one. Hello! There's our winner. So it is assembly time. And I have to butcher a turkey. It's fine. I'll take extra safety precautions and use these knife-proof gloves. Let's get moist. I'm sorry, I am trying to be genuinely extra careful, which is why I'm not talking as much while I do this.
Okay.
In the meantime, Jess can host the show.
Today on Batch by Babish, we learn a very important lesson. Please be careful with sharp things so as to not end up like this.
I'm going to try to construct this with structural integrity first and foremost. So, I'm throwing down some sea sauce, some sea berry S on the bottom and top of the sandwich, followed by white meat on the bottom. Press that down so it's nice and even. I'm going to do stuffing on both layers, a little thin layer, a little like a patty of stuffing. It's cooled off. It's totally cooled off. There we go. Nice little... Yep. Yeah, it's so cold. Brr! Brr! Oh, no. All right. Now comes the slice of gravy-soaked bread. I'm just going to give my gravy a whisk because it is cooled off. Make sure that it's nice and smooth. And this is the whole purpose for this episode, is making sure that this layer of bread is thoroughly soaked in gravy. So I'm not going to let it sit for even 1 second less than it ought to. Brad, cue dramatic music, please. Oh boy. I mean, the fact that this bread is untoasted already, it's got so much more gravy happening than the previous iteration. I'd call that a piece of gravy-soaked bread, would you not? Am I crazy? I'm not crazy. Okay. There we go. Now onto this layer. For me, I'm going to do white meat for structural integrity, just because I think it's going to stay together a little better. Now another layer of a stuffing kind of patty. So last time I cut it in half like this. Big mistake. Any sandwich worth a damn should be cut diagonally. Et voila. There we have it, folks. The ultimate Thanksgiving leftover sandwich, the Moist Maker, executed to perfection. Only one thing left to do. Go to sleep. It's a messy bastard, but it's Thanksgiving in a bite. Until next time, this has been Box by Babish. Keep screwing up. I will if you will. Do I have gravy on my beard?
Surprisingly,
What
no.
about now?
Just a little bread.
Seriously?
Yeah.
What am I doing wrong?
Long time no see. I'm Daniel Wendell. We're back at Automotive Aesthetic again. Last time we did Jason's WRX. This time we are excited to work on Marshall's Lexus ISF. He has done a couple modifications to it to make it his own. Marshall takes to the track. Last weekend he was at VIR. I like the tracks. We're excited to work on the ISF. To be honest with you, I've actually never even worked on an ISF before. So we're here at Advance Auto today. I got my shopping cart. I'm ready to fill it like Santa's sleigh. So we've got our shopping list. We know generally what we need, but you know, we kind of left a little bit of room for me to come down and pick whatever what we wanted here. I'm like a kid at a candy store right now. So we got two different tools to be able to film up the car with. We'll talk a little bit more about those when we get back to the shop. We're gonna start with decontamination, get some shampoo. This is the exact same combination that I used last time. I liked it, so we're gonna do it again. Clay bars, last time we used this time we're gonna use this, but also talk about this. Tar removers, awesome tar remover. You know, kind of start from the top and work our way down. So I've been closely examining these products that they've got here, and typically in a good leather cleaner, you want something that's gonna really kind of bring back a matte finish, satin finish to the leather, not like a greasy, oily mess. And same with the conditioner, kind of something that's gonna dry down to a non-greasy, natural look. Pretty stoked to try that. Then we're gonna get some polishes, you know, a couple tools maybe. I'm looking around. Freaking love these. So we're walking over to the marine section to see a little secret product that is kind of hidden back there. Awesome for protecting dashboards and like hard plastics in your interior. Super non-greasy 303 aerospace protectant. Yeah, baby. Who is that guy? How do I get on the cover of this? These things are gold. First thing we're gonna do is go through and decontaminate the car. We're gonna wash it, kind of try to get it up a little bit higher so that we can kind of deal with the wheel arches and everything. Today, for the ISF, we have two options as far as foaming it up. We have this foaming sprayer here. This one actually connects to a garden hose. Comes with a quick disconnect. Connect it right to a garden hose, fill it up with your solution, and essentially this is a wet foam versus a pressure washer creates a dry foam. So this would be a good option for anybody who does not have a pressure washer.
It creates enough foam to create a lubrication on the paint for you to do a very proper 2-bucket method wash. Although having a proper pressure washer with a foam cannon creates a lot more suds, a lot more thicker foam, and just something that's all around safer to use to wash the car. So something that we discovered that Advanced now carries is actually this foam cannon. In the kit that they sell at Advanced, it comes with a gun that attaches to your pressure washer hose or whatever you might be. It also comes with a foam cannon. Both have a quick disconnect on it. Put it on, quick, takes it right off. It's very easy, very versatile. Creates a lot of foam just because of the pressure that's coming behind it. So this product is actually very similar to what we use in our shop. More than competent to get the job done for what you need. Creates a very safe, thick layer of foam on the paint. That way you got plenty of lubrication in between the mitt and the paint, so that way you're not trying to scratch up your paint as much as possible. So we've already actually done our 2-bucket method wash. We've already done our chemical decontamination on the paint. Now we're ready to actually start doing a physical decontamination on the paint. So what I have here is a actual traditional clay bar. As you're using it, you're going to be able to see a lot more contaminants that are coming up. So the synthetic clay is more of a product that is going to be used for somebody who is not going to be polishing afterwards. The traditional clay bar tends to mar up the paint and can definitely induce some scratching just because of the nature of the clay bar, and you're picking up a lot more pieces of contamination. The synthetic clay is much safer in certain aspects. It's going to abrade the surface a lot less. Ooh, it actually works really well. There's still abrasion on the paint, but it's still a lot safer to use than a traditional clay bar. So me and Brian just started our polishing process. As I finished my first pass, I noticed that the pad was turning black as I finished. As so, Lexus possibly, and I could be wrong on this, has a tinted clear, which essentially means that the clear coat and the color or the base coat are essentially one. Sprayed on together, they're bonded together, they're baked together. The pad turning black is actually a pretty good visual representation of what's actually going on between the pad and the paint. Every time you polish a car, you're pulling up clear coat, whether it be with a harder pad like this or a softer foam pad. Polishing is an abrasive process, and you can only polish a car a certain amount of times before you end up burning through the clear coat or the color coat. So that's why it's very important to protect your paint after you do a polishing process. These are my dream lug nuts. So Marshall has Advan GTs on his ISF, some OG JDM wheels. These are not cheap wheels. You know, wanting to take care of them and protect them, keep them easy to maintain is going to be important. So when we have them off the car, we're going to prep them and then put Modesta BC06 on there to kind of make it a lot easier for Marshall to care for them going forward. So we're BC06ing these wheels. So prior to coating, we're going to get all the tar and the rubber from this track day off. And we are going to use the tar and sap remover from Advanced Auto. This is legit the good stuff. We actually keep it in stock. Getting ready to go protect the actual plastics of the dashboard. So this, the product by 303 is the aerospace protectant. It's going to be really good just because it's not going to leave a streaky finish or any like a shiny finish. It's going to leave a very matte and nice smooth finish. It's not going to be oily at all to your fingers.
just about all the defects in the paint. Give it a mirror finish. Black is one of the most difficult colors to deal with, but also the most satisfying. The products that we got from Advance were awesome. The Griot's drying towel, always at the top of the list. The Meguiar's clay bar kit was a great clay bar. One thing that Steven liked about the synthetic clay bar kit, it was great for dealing with the areas that weren't super contaminated because it didn't mar up the surface as much. Meguiar's 105 and 205 twins, always a great combination. We keep 105 and 205 in stock all the time. Terminator is awesome. The Leather Honey Cleaner lathered really nicely, lifted the dirt very well. It was a great product. Even something as simple as 3M tape, great cheap product that will save you so much time. The thing about detailing that I hate the most is cleaning glass. This tool that we found at Advance Auto is a great tool. It made Steven's life a lot easier when he was cleaning glass. In summary, we're really happy that we were able to detail Marshall's ISF. Not only able to clean the paint, we were able to polish it, protect it for future track use. It came out awesome. I think that he's happy. I hope that he's really happy. The thing about detailing that I hate the most is cleaning glass. But we did find this tool at Advance Auto. But we did find this tool at Advance Auto.
Hey, welcome back everybody. By performing different grip strength challenges, you not only diversify your training process and have a fun and very unique experience, you also might find weaknesses in your performance. And I believe one of the most important steps to improvement is to know your weaknesses. And recently we found out that our dead hand and active rest is not very, I would say, on the top level. And also Sean takes his training pretty seriously due to the upcoming competitions, working pretty hard.
This is not fun.
Are you training your active rest or just dead hang?
Kind of both.
Kind of both?
Yeah, right now I'm not quite at the active rest part.
What do you think if your brain would be busy thinking about something else?
That'll be much better.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, that's it? How long was it?
About 6 minutes.
I can't believe that you said it was a straight face.
So what do you have in mind? Like rock, paper, scissors kind of thing?
No, I have something better for you.
Wait. Has that been there the whole time?
Can you play Jenga while doing that thing?
No way! Giant Jenga!
Giant Jenga.
That's awesome. It's gonna be pretty hard.
Have you ever played Jenga by itself?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Not for a while though.
If you drop your deck hang, or if you drop the tower, this is where you lose. What's the punishment for loser, and what's the prize for winner?
I thought the game itself was just fun.
I mean, fun, but...
It's like ping pong. We don't really put things on the line.
Okay, you owe me a couple $100 already, but...
From ping pong? No way.
Yeah, every time we play, it's $100.
You never told me that.
Oh, really? I was
No.
thinking that it's by default. That's how I sustain my life. Okay, and the last one. Does it look straight? Almost.
That is very ugly tower, but it adds to the challenge.
Are you judging my tower?
I am.
Stop judging my
I'm
tower.
allowed to judge towers.
You don't have authorities
I
to
just
judge
can't
my
judge
tower.
persons.
To make it more interesting, every time whoever wins on the next round put 10 pounds of extra weight. I would say 10 pounds. 5 pounds for dead hang, I don't think that is very...
One-handed dead hang, 5 pounds is pretty big.
Well, big boys here, come on, 10 pounds. And then we'll see how far I can go.
Oh, you mean you are gonna win. I see what you're saying.
Ready? Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Oh, did you do a fist pump?
I was going to.
Ah, okay, let's do fist pump.
Alright, here you go.
Okay. GoPro died.
Are you serious?
Yeah, you see.
Keep going.
No, we had such a good shot. How did that not fall? That's crazy.
Oh, come on.
Did you see? Oh, no, poor GoPro.
Oh, it wasn't the dexterity. It was the grip. I think that may have been my longest dead hang I've done in a long time. A 4-minute dead hang. That felt like a 2-minute dead hang. If that.
Is it your longest one?
No, I've done 4 minutes before.
With the resting, right?
With resting? Oh, with shakeouts, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like the theory is working. So round number 2, I believe I will have to add 10 pounds. It's very fancy vest, actually.
Very fancy vest.
Yeah.
Vest.
Yes, vest. Oh, you're gonna be gentleman. Okay. Wow, such a gentleman. Round 2. Let's go. Round 2?
Over the Jenga.
Over the Jenga? Okay.
Let's do it.
1, 2, 3. Wow, it's... Yeah, okay. How's it going?
Not bad. So I see you got a branded weight vest there.
Yeah.
So you sponsored on your channel?
No.
Well, it's my weight vest though, but
Not many companies want to work with me.
why not?
I think they look more for United States demographics, and my United States demographics is low, like 20% or something.
What's your demographics then?
United States, India, Germany, United Kingdom, and Russia. I think this is the top 5. So, yeah, usually people want to sell stuff, and it's kind of like tricky moment for me because I don't want to sell stuff that I don't use. I tried a couple times, like a couple years ago. Didn't have very not enjoyable experience with that. And yeah, if you want to help the channel, I think subscription is important just because the product, the sellers want to see the numbers, you know, on the channel. And yeah, or maybe they see that I'm not selling shit at all, so that's why it's kind of tricky. Like, oh, he's not selling. Why? Just because he's shitty seller, or?
That was by placing it on top too.
I missed that one.
Dang. How are you feeling? Was the 10 pounds affecting you?
Actually, my brain was busy with the sponsorship thing. It is what it is.
This thing's pretty heavy.
This is not 10 pounds, right?
Let's see how much it is.
Oh, wait a second, your bicep. Looks good. Holy.
Gotta pump it!
This is what you get when you do a lot of rings when you're a kid.
Yeah, but it doesn't help you with dead hangs.
Okay, what's your body weight, by the way?
Fully clothed? Probably like 167 or something.
166 points.
167, look at that.
166.7. And with the weight vest?
48 degrees. 15.8. So 0.1 higher, and then 77, 87, 97, 07, 17. So just 1.1 less than 55.
50 pounds.
Wait, these
I think
yeah, these have things that you take out.
I think no, but it's fine. I will take all of them.
You can do 50 pounds?
Yeah.
All right, enjoy.
Oh, you see, there's the one missing. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
69.2.
Yeah.
All right.
218. Yeah, it's a 50 pounder. Would be cool to make it a thing and do like elimination competition. You know, like 8 athletes,
Yeah.
1 to 5, and then you eliminate. We're lacking the human resources.
I think there should also be a rule that you have to go within like 5 seconds, or you have to start going within 5 seconds of your turn. So you can't just out-hang someone. You have to actually balance hang and skill. Because you're just chilling for like 10 seconds, 15 seconds, and I'm like burning over there, and you're just like, okay, whatever. So it'll force you to go more often to give the person who has better skill at Jenga an equal opportunity.
Yeah, but I think it was very natural. I didn't try to out-hang you. I was just like finding a better position for the move.
50 pounds?
You have to win at least once.
All right, I'll put the 10 pound on. You'll put 50 on.
Sure.
Hey?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Oh, wow. No, fist pump. You forgot the fist pump.
I ripped.
Already?
I just ripped, yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, man.
What? Ooh, I bumped it. Did you go?
No.
Oh, I thought you
I barely fought myself.
Come on.
Undisputed. In a row, champion.
Oh, man. Good job.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you have to lose for people who want to keep playing with you, but also you have to deserve to win.
No, I don't like when people go easy on me.
In my culture, it's disrespectful.
You mean like when you're playing ping pong against a little kid and you just absolutely destroy him?
Destroy them, yes. Because let's be honest, life is not fair most of the times. Of course, it's supposed to be well balanced, right?
But there's a big difference between letting someone win and playing to their skill level to help them get better.
Yes, of course, if you're like 10 steps ahead, absolutely destroy and you just like kill the motivation for people to grow. But if you actually letting people learn something, like step by step, in this case, there is nothing for you to learn. Actually, after a video with Pete and Magnus, when they do their hangs, and the Tajil beyond Jonas from the Czech Republic, very inspiring. And I actually put a little bit of work to do my deck hangs and improve weaknesses. As the point of the video is just improve your weaknesses. Sometimes you need to have a diversity of your workouts, which make it more fun, engaging, and keep your brain and creativity like fresh. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's good.
I'm looking at my waffle maker the other day thinking, hey, I should do a waffle maker recipe. Then I thought I can do 5 waffle maker recipes. Then I thought, let's do 5 munchy waffle maker recipes. Now we're talking. All right, before I do anything else today, I have to delint myself. I apologize for the rubbing on my mic. I had a hair, a random white long hair. It wasn't mine. I'm getting silver, but I'm not like white. My hair's not like that long. Right here on my shirt the other day, and a whole bunch of you noticed.
It was quite annoying.
Max noticed. Once he started editing the episode. Did you notice? No. Chance you didn't notice. Okay, am I good? Am I good?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Jeez.
So, yeah, I'm managing our Mitsuya tea order for you.
I understand. That wasn't a rhetorical question.
I sent you a picture because the one you wanted is out.
Oh, sorry, we're ordering tea. I like to drink tea, unsweetened green tea from the Japanese supermarket. Boy, are these first world problems. Does it say rich green tea?
I think so.
Well, I hope it doesn't mean it. But probably that one's fine, the green top. Either. Seriously, first world problems. The Japanese market is out of the kind of tea I like to drink that keeps me going during an episode. I'm forced to drink mostly water with a splash of cranberry juice today. And this is the deli container that we store stuff in. It's a restaurant thing. Okay, 5. Do I tell them what the 5 are, or do I just let them be surprised? You like to reveal as we go, I think.
Yeah, surprise.
Oh, surprise. Oh, I can tell you this. Only one of them will include waffle mix. So that's exciting. And the first one does not include waffle mix. It's breakfast. Okay, we're making an omelet. But watch what I want to do first. I want some vegetables in here, but I just don't want them straight raw. So we've got some diced Holland pepper and some green onion, of course. It's doing exactly what it should be doing, sizzling. This is exciting as. Just spread them around a bit. Probably could have separated them a little better, but we're doing fine. You just give them a little bit. I don't need a ton of time. But a vegetable with a little sizzle on it is more flavor than a raw vegetable. That's just the way it is.
Heat changes things.
Thank you, Max.
That is what we used to say. I don't think you said that in a while.
It's true. Heat does change things. And while we're doing that, I can beat a couple eggs over here. Oh, boy. Shell right off the bat. Jeez. I don't think there's anyone worse in the history of the planet for cracking eggs poorly. No one cracks eggs as bad as I do. Look at that. Are you kidding me now? I gotta come back in. The shell attracts, apparently.
Is it one of those days?
It seems like it, which is good for entertainment purposes. Okay, mix this. Adding a little salt and pepper. And then a little cheese. And that's poured in. But first we have to spray the top because we haven't done that yet. Maybe a little extra on the bottom. Let's try and get this in as neatly as we can. As evenly as we can, I meant. I think we're doing a pretty good job here. Thank you. And we're down. We leave it for a second, and then we flip it. Fantastic. And we leave it. How long? Well, it depends on how hot you've got it, how warmed up it is. I'm at about medium heat. I want it to cook through without burning, so we'll check it in probably 2 minutes and see what happens. I don't know what's happening.
Who would have thought?
Come on.
You can hear those eggs cooking.
That you can hear the eggs screaming. It's going to be fine. Let's take a quick look. Now you got to go. Oh, my. Snap. Oh, sorry, I said snap again.
That is
I think I want
awesome.
like another sort of 30 seconds or maybe half. Well, half a minute would be the same thing, so maybe another minute. All right, here we go. Oh, yeah, come on. The crazy thing is you would never look at this and think eggs or omelet. You would look at this and think you're looking at a waffle. Well, the question is, can we get it out? Oh, we can, but it's going to be hot. Hot as blazes, as my grandmother used to say. I don't want to trash it. So how do I do this?
Yeah, it's coming right out. It's
Ow,
perfect.
ow, look at that. Look at that. Who wants a piece?
A waffle omelet.
Waffle omelet, absolutely. That's crazy. Who wants some?
I do.
I certainly wasn't very even with my my distribution of vegetables, was I? The boys have theirs, and we eat. It's a freaking delicious little omelet. Waffle omelet. Damn. How good is that?
So awesome and so easy.
Wow. An important part is starting to cook the vegetables before you put the egg in. This has notches from 1 to 6. I had it on 4. I didn't want to burn it. I thought the outside might burn before the egg cooked through. This is about 2.5 minutes, I think, and it's perfect. Let's go for a quesadilla now, shall we? So you still want to spray. It's not like anything is going to stick from the tortilla, but you want a little bit of grease there to help get some extra color. So now we're going cheese. Maybe not quite that much. I've got to double this. Next, some carnitas. Slowly cooked pork. We've made carnitas before. Like, you could put anything in here. This could be a chopped up roast beef or little bits of hamburger, anything. But like at the restaurant, you want to go to the edges. You want to go all the way so people will get some in every bite. Don't be cheap and skimp or scrimp, whatever the right word is. Good. Now, how about some jalapenos? Diced. Loving it. Like McDonald's, I'm loving it. It's going to be the greatest thing. And then finally, more cheese. Is this going to shut? Oh, I didn't take that into consideration. Well, F it. Let's find out. Just needed enough so I can...
You got it.
Turn it.
Yes.
All right, we're going to check after about a minute and a half or so. It's a mess.
Does it get folded after?
Not necessarily.
It's open face?
Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do.
He put it to, oh, I thought, actually, yeah, he did.
I did what?
You didn't put the
Oh,
Oh my god.
Oh,
Well, about to put the top case
oh my
on
God.
for some reason. Chance was like,
Chance.
wait, what?
Chance, you're a genius. Oh my God. It's never gonna shut.
Got it. Yeah.
Oh. Ugh. Yes, I hate forgetting things. Generally, it's salt or something smaller than the top of the quesadilla. All right, let's check.
Oh my god.
Is that beautiful? Okay, now I have an idea. I'm gonna now turn it like a quarter turn, so we get some cross hatches and extra crispy, like that. Okay. Down we go. Oh boy, this is gonna. We're really testing the limits of this.
Use that dad strength.
Okay, it's not shutting. It did shut before. Well, screw it. I'm just gonna have to hold it. Look at.
Do what we gotta do.
Look at the mess. Oh man. But it needed lots of cheese. It's not a quesadilla. It's just a hint of cheese. Oh,
So good.
that's what I was waiting for. Extra crispy. That's a beast. Look how beautiful this part is. Love that. All right, we can probably take it out and have a bite. It's a frisbee of carnitas and cheese.
That's how I like my frisbees.
See this? Those little crispy bits? Damn. Nice. It's absolutely fused together.
Wow.
Nice. Oh, bites, boys. And Chance pointed out, once again, it looks just like a waffle, but it's not. There's no waffle, only shape. God damn it. That's crazy. And you know what? Unlike a regular quesadilla, it has so much more crisp to not crisp ratio.
It's almost like it's deep fried.
Mm-hmm.
It's not greasy and...
Oh my God. It looked like it was going to be greasy because of all the grease coming off the thing, the melting cheese, but it's not. It's dry. It's melty inside. It's got crisp from this. Some of the bits of the pork have gotten crispy because they snuck out. Hey, there's 3 more things to make. Let's go. All right, this one, we're actually using the waffle batter to make a ham and cheese. Now we need a light coating here, if I can do this. I can't do too much because you're gonna see what's gonna happen next. Now we come in with some cheese, and I'm using Swiss, this lacy Swiss. I'm just trying to fill some gaps here. Like that, all right? Now, some ham. Beautiful. Beautiful. Just a couple more. We might as well make it a decent amount of ham, right?
That's what she said.
Why would she say that? It doesn't even make sense. Now I want a little mustard, like this. That was Dijon, by the way. And this just gets the rest of our batter. Please, God, I want you to work in the worst way possible. How's that look?
Very nice.
Looks very nice. Put it on, push, and turn. And we wait. Then we got the light that tells me it thinks it's ready. Let's look. And I think it's ready. Looks beautiful. Nice amount of crisp.
Basically just built the sandwich into the waffle.
This is great. It looks like a waffle. You know why? Because this is the only one that has waffle mix as part of it.
Look at those crispy, cheesy guys.
That, right? That's the best. And we cut. Look at that. I love it. Let's have a bite. 1, 2, 3. Wow. That's nuts. Why is it so good?
The mustard is so soft.
The mustard's great, but it's just a crispy, soft. You get the crispy outside, you get soft bits in the indentations or something, or it's really good. And you know, of course, you don't like ham? Change it. You don't like the cheese? The Swiss cheese? Put something else. Just do whatever you want. It's a panini maker, basically, that puts indentations in it. That's what it is. Use it as a panini maker. Who wants crispy fried rice?
Yes.
Let's go. Okay, so this one involves rice. I'm a fan of keeping these guys in the house. They're little 7.5-ounce packs of rice. They come looking like this. I'm not pimping this brand. You get them in the Asian markets, even the big Western supermarkets carry them now. You just pull back the plastic, you microwave them for 90 seconds, you got fresh rice for almost anything. So that's what I've done about an hour ago. Now this is cool. So this will be the base of it. We'll put it in the bowl, and we'll add rice like that. And we're going to try and make this as fried rice-like as we can, though we're not really frying it, so we're going to add a little soy. That's it. Teaspoon-ish. A splash of sesame chili oil, because it's so great. I'm going to add a little sambal. Don't need too much. And then some shredded cabbage, like that. This actually was leftover cabbage salad that one of the boys made the other night. It's gonna be perfect in here. It's very light dressing, some green onion. And then what I think it's gonna need to keep it together is an egg. Salt and pepper, and we can mix. Mix the egg a bit. Should have used my hand. Should have, but I know that would have driven Max insane because of how wet this is. And I've not done this, so I don't know if it's gonna work, but it definitely smells good at this point. And when it's all mixed, let's get it in the waffle maker. We spray and in. Oh, I'm feeling very good about this, gentlemen. Like really good. Well, it's certainly the perfect amount of rice for this kind of waffle maker. Even it out, get our lid on, push down, and turn. And wait for it to tell us it's ready. This little blue light, it's not the most sophisticated waffle maker, and I'm not pimping the brand, I'm just saying when it's ready, that little blue light goes on. And it's time for the fried rice waffle. Oh my God. Oh, look at the edges. Crispy. Ah, come on, let's check this guy out. Well, here's what we have to do. Each. Oh, boys. Go. They're punching. Wow. Therein lies the beauty of keeping those little packs around, right? It's so good. It needs one more thing. Put your camera down here, buddy. You can't have a Munchies episode without something like that. It would be wrong not to have this egg on top of that. Am I right? And then that. Yep, that's what's up. Oh my God. One of the greatest things of all time. I'm not kidding. That's classic Munchie. And by the way, that came together in about 5 minutes. When you throw the rice in, shut the lid, start making your egg. All right, one more, and you're gonna like the first component for sure. Bespoke Post has been a sponsor of Sam the Cooking Guy, and if you don't know, they're a monthly membership club that sends the most amazing boxes of stuff. It's free to join, and what's cool is 90% of the stuff comes from small businesses, many of which are small businesses right here in the USA. You've probably seen us talk about the Terra knife before that comes from Bare Bones, a company in Salt Lake City. It's all based on a quiz that you take, so the preferences that you put in are the kind of stuff that you get. And you get to preview the box every month before it comes, and if you don't like it, swap it for something else. Or you can just blow off that month altogether and wait for the next one and not get anything, and of course not get charged. So here's this month's box. It's called Smoked, and this will make a mixologist out of anyone. You start with a glass of bourbon, then you take some hickory wood smoking chips, and you put just a little beautiful pile right beside your glass. Then you take the torch that comes in the box, you light the little pile of chips, and when it starts smoking, you put the lid on. After it's done, off comes the lid, and what you're left with is beautifully infused smoky bourbon. But wait, don't stop there, because this month's box also comes with the ability to make big, beautiful, round ice cubes. You take a sip, you enjoy the smoky aroma. Look, we've loved every box that we've gotten from them. The Weekender bag, the knives, all that kind of stuff. So, to get 20% off your first box, click the link in the description and enter SAM20 at the checkout. That's SAM20. Or you can go to bespokepost.com/SAM20. This one begins with no spray because the thing going in already has enough grease to it, and that's bacon. We're just gonna lay some bacon slices right in here. Just whatever you can fit. Perfect. And close the lid. Return.
Put this guy through the ringer today.
I know. Oh God, it keeps doing that. Okay, return. We give it about 2.5 minutes, and then we're gonna pick it up and scoot the pieces around because the little divots might keep some of the stuff from getting cooked. So, a couple minutes and then we're back. Okay, we're there. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, I just want to put them on here to drain a bit. Shit, it's hot. And this is going to be the perfect amount for what we want. Okay, so the bacon needs to be cut. Beautiful. Love it. Now, we're ready. So we get the waffle maker in place. We lift it up. We are going to give it a spray to get the tops of these indentation guys. And then we come along with some cornbread mix. This was a just add water package.
No, it wasn't. We ground our own corn and made it from scratch.
Oh yes, I forgot. It's exactly what we did. All right, you got a nice amount here. Never know how much. That looks good. Now the bacon. How great is this gonna be? And I do think I want to just push some of them down a little bit. Just some. We shut. I have a sense some of this is gonna leak. Oh, damn. It's alright. Gonna be fine. Everybody just take your seats. We're gonna be fine. Lights on. We're ready and... Oh, shit. Look at this beautiful thing. Look at this beautiful thing. Ow. Ow. Come on, buddy. See little bits of bacon. It looks beautiful. I think it needs something. How about this? How about just a little butter? Who wants a bite? Wow. How fun is that? How stinking fun is that? Boys. Bacon, cornbread, waffle, anyone? And 1, 2, and 3. What do you say about it? You say it's damn good. You know one of the best parts? Aside from this slightly sweet waffle and the savory, crispy bites of bacon, is that when you cook bacon in a pan, it splatters everywhere. It's self-contained in the waffle iron. Made hardly any mess, and it's delicious. And we made 5 things in a waffle maker because this is something you should know, and this is great munchy food. The key to munchy food is it happens fast, and all this, fast. Self-contained, neat, frickin' delicious. We got some cornbread to eat, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us. Don't make the same thing all the time, and blah, blah, blah. This has been a good waffle maker for us. Yeah. It's been through quite a lot.
Guys, watch out! I just got my doors blown off by a cop car heading to California.
When the lockdown came, honestly, I just wanted to go out and drive. Not only because the roads were empty, but also because people said, well, you shouldn't do that. It's unsafe. I promised my wife that I wouldn't do any more cannonballing after 27-25. And I stuck to that promise. But I was certainly begging because I had been on a number of essential trips, and I saw how empty the roads were and just how much joy it brought me to drive when there was nobody else on the road and nobody hogging the left lane. It was like all of the Karens had stayed home, and they were the same people who sit and park in the left lane and never move over. So it was a truly awesome experience being out on the road and just driving fast everywhere. So I got to watch 2 other teams make runs, the ones that I had helped scout, and both of them were in imminent danger of taking our record. And it was certainly a little bit of a stressful time, very emotional time for me. I wanted to see somebody that I knew and respected carry the torch, take the record, but I certainly didn't want it to happen that quickly. Those 2 guys didn't end up beating the record, so I was able to go to sleep that Sunday night, but then we got a message that somebody else that we had never heard of was closing in on our record and was about to beat it, and they certainly did. Some of you heard about the 2638 story and the borrowed Audi, and it was certainly hard to accept that was how it had gone down. Just because there was no traffic and no cops, somebody jumped in a car and went out and beat our time, especially after we had spent so much time and effort and poured emotion and years of planning into beating Ed's record.
So after my Mercedes got wrecked on April 4th, I was pretty heartbroken. But I did think that maybe God was telling me, like, you're kind of done with this whole cannonball thing.
Just when I thought that I had come to grips and made my peace with being retired and just seeing the record go away, my wife sends me a text message. And she essentially said, who am I to impose my ethics on you if you were doing this with a clear conscience? And I think this actually is safe to do when there's nobody else on the road, and I don't like how you kind of lost the record, and if you want to make a run during the quarantine, you have my blessing. And I'm like, great, now you say it. I can't call your bluff. Arnie's car got wrecked. What the heck am I going to do now? So I called up Arnie and said, all right, I've got permission.
How are we going to come up with a car as traffic is starting to mount? People are not following the whole quarantine thing. So we had to do something quick, and the quickest alternative was Troy's Corvette that he had run in the Cannonball a couple times, and Doug bought it. So he sends it to me to kind of go through it and make sure that it's ready to go. We had about a week's worth of work we had to do to it, I took the car out on the Monday before we were supposed to go and realized that there is no way that I'm driving this fiberglass sports car across the country at those speeds. It just didn't feel right, and I knew I had to go back to the German sedan. So I knew that my buddy Eric had this Audi S6 that had some mild work done to it that he had promised that he would sell me when he was done with it. So I called him on Tuesday morning and I said, Eric, I got to level with you. I need to make another run. My Mercedes is wrecked and I need to buy your car. And he's like, well, you're in luck. I just bought a GTR and I'm looking to sell it. I said, I'll be there in 30 minutes. So I picked the thing up at noon on Tuesday and the 3-day Cannonball build began. In Cannonball, my favorite part is building the car and preparing, which in this circumstance, we're both out the window. So the build of this car was going to be like a reality show where you build it in a few days. But in this reality show, we were actually going to build it in a few days. So the car is a hodgepodge of Cannonball cars that I had. We stripped all of the countermeasures off my Ford LTD that we were going to run in the C2C Express in 2019. We robbed the fuel system out of the E63. We took the electronic stack out of the Corvettes. We took the CB antenna and a couple other odds and ends off of my Crown Vic from the 2904. And in a few days, we had ourselves a Cannonball car. So what's funny about the Audi S6 is it was actually the car that I wanted to build in the first place before the Mercedes. But seeing that AMS did not have a bunch of parts for the S6 like they did the E63, I wanted to run a full alpha packaged car. And at the time they didn't do tuning and really only had a couple parts. So that's why I chose the E63. But the reason I wanted to do the S6 is it can kind of be disguised as a Ford Taurus. So seeing we were pretty late in the whole quarantine thing, we were already into May, traffic was already really picked up, and really the only advantage we were going to have would be leaving Manhattan at any time we wanted. So the plan was to leave at 6 p.m. and get through Denver before 8 a.m. the next morning.
Here we go to New York. I called in my former co-driver, Dunadell, who ran with me in the C2C and Ultra Beige and helped me win the 2018 run because Berkeley was unavailable and Dunadell was absolutely ready to go, waiting for the call.
My Cannonball story started in about middle school when I read about Alex Roy's record, and then progressed when Ed's record broke in 2013. I remember vividly meeting Doug Tabbitt at a Cars and Coffee in Cleveland. It was July 4th, if I remember correctly. And essentially, we were drawn to each other by both of us having antennas and screens in our cars. My GLI and his Corvette were both very reminiscent of vehicles we had seen and looked up to. You know, Alex's M5 and Ed's CL, all vehicles that we, strive to emulate almost. Doug and I became fast friends and maintained a good friendship over the next couple of years. And it really blossomed when Doug tapped me to be his co-driver in the Monte Carlo, now dubbed Ultra Beige, for the 2017 C2C Express. Of course, that run ended rather haphazardly in Indiana on the side of the road at a transmission shop of all places. And then we progressed to 2018, of course, finishing, also heartbreaking, but still winning in Ultra Beige. And then moving on to 2019, unfortunately, when Doug and Arnie were looking for a third co-pilot, I was unable to make it. I was starting a job that week, and I decided to, pass the torch, and I gave it the opportunity, which, of course, the 2019 C2C became a trial run for the 27-25 run later that year in the E63. So as soon as I heard that Doug, Arnie, and Berkeley had set the record, I was ecstatic, but also part of me had a little bit of a heartstring pull, and I felt that, the next opportunity I got to, if anything ever happened, I would be lining up at Doug's door and Arnie's door to be the third man. And lo and behold, as soon as 2638 came out, I remember calling Doug and said, when are we going? When are we going? And he sort of said, well, got to talk to my wife and whatnot. A few days later, I got the call, and we were headed to New York.
It was eerie in New York City because there's no cars, but there was people and bikes everywhere. And the new risk was driving through an intersection, even if you had a green light, you might have bicyclists just running the red lights. It was like there's no traffic laws anymore. Cars didn't have the right of way. So that presented a new challenge. But because of the lack of traffic, we were able to make it out of Manhattan in 4.5 minutes and got stuck at one red light, and that annoyed us, which is crazy because usually Manhattan is just, you're stopped all the way out. So we quickly got up to speed and we're on the way.
Honestly, it almost felt too easy. Like, it didn't even feel like this was even going to count. Because up to then, we had, no problems at all.
We had an incredible team of scouts lined up that had our backs, that wanted to see us get the record, and that helped us out in Pennsylvania because we came up on 2 PA state troopers in short succession. And thankfully, we had just passed one of our scouts. So we called him and said, hey, we need you to come take one for the team, because we had no idea how long we might be stuck behind him. And so he came flying up and got ready to pass one of them, and the trooper got off at the exit. So we took off again. 5 minutes later, get stuck behind another one. Call him up. Hey, it's your time. So he comes flying up and gets ready to pass him again, and he turns around in the median. So thankfully, we didn't have to pay his ticket for him, but we were able to continue on and not get stuck behind the troopers for a while, because that can certainly take a lot of time off.
So across the Midwest, we were hauling. That was where we had a couple of 125 mile an hour averages across multiple states, and we were able to get our average to Denver up to 120, which is exactly where we needed to be sub 26 hours. So one of the biggest problems with this car is at 160 miles an hour, there's this crazy, like, air buffeting, like, whining noise that you just can't drive faster than that, or otherwise it'll drive you crazy. So that definitely kept our top speed down. So at no point did we exceed 175 miles an hour.
We got to about Iowa, had a hiccup. I honestly thought we were done. I had wanted to get Michelin Pilot 4S tires, but they were on back order. So we settled on the Continental Extreme DWS, which was a great idea if we had done the run in April, but we were in May now and it was super hot out, and so they were a little bit spongy for performance driving in warm weather. All of a sudden the car was just like super vague and almost uncontrollable. I'd like turn the wheel to change lanes, and I'd turn back and there'd be like a delay. And then there was this vibration in the front end, and it was all over the board. And I'm like, I mean, it's gotta be tires. It feels like tires that have just gone completely to crap. Or like when you overheat your tires on the track and they're done the heat cycle and they're just like, you're just all over the board. That's what it felt like. And I'm like, there's no way these tires are that bad, but maybe that's it. That's gotta be it. Arnie was asleep in the back, and I told Donadell, I'm like, I think we just gotta like try to let some air out of the tires. Like, maybe that'll help give us a little more grip. But in the back of my mind, I'm going, this is crazy. If they're this shot already, we're never going to make it through the mountain pass. I mean, we're like 1,200 miles into the run. My gut just sank because I'm like, we're done. This is not going to work. This is a Band-Aid. And Arnie woke up and he's like, what the heck is going on? Why are you going 60 miles an hour? And I'm like, this car is awful. It's got a mind of its own. And I literally just like took the wheel and did this and just kind of like threw the car, and it did this. It went back and forth both directions. He's like, man, that's crazy. What is wrong? And I'm like, I have no freaking idea. This car is driving itself. And he's like, wait a minute. Do you have the like lane change assist thing on? I'm like, I don't know. What's that? And he's like, there's an icon on the dash. It like has the 2 lanes. I'm like, yeah, that's on. He's like, you moron. That's what the vibration is. Every time you get to the lanes, it's giving you a vibration. It's trying to put you back into the lane. Oh my goodness. So it took us probably 10 minutes to try to figure out how to turn this darn thing off. And we finally got it turned off, and we're on our way. But that was our big moment of like, we're done. This ain't gonna happen. And it was all just to my idiocy and lack of understanding with technology, because the newest car I own is a 2000 Mercedes and has heated seats and rain sensing wipers. Ooh.
So to me in cannonballing, the most important thing is safety. And just like the 27-25 run, we weren't passing people at excessive speeds. There was no passing on the shoulder. And a lot of people are dumbfounded. You know, they think it's like the movies, like it's a real life Dukes of Hazzard or something, which it's far less dramatic than that. And given the less traffic, it was quite a bit easier.
Arnie is a master of the stuff. The E63 is awesome. The S6 is awesome though, because it sort of looked like a patrol car. However, I'm not sure which was a better disguise, because the E63 became known as the silver passenger car because that's what was described over the scanner when we got called in Iowa. Perfect. Could be anybody. However, the S6, while it probably kept us from getting called in multiple times because people mistook it for a police car, it bit us when we got called in Colorado because the person was incredibly descriptive and even called out the unit number and he knew it was an Audi dressed up to look like a patrol car, and that's what came over the scanner. So we're like, well, there's no mistaking that they are looking for us. So Arnie's driving. I'm frantically looking for a way around because we heard the cop report back, and he goes, yeah, I'm at M4 such and such. I'll be waiting for him. So I'm going, all right, we got to get off on surface streets. There's like 13 miles to the border of Utah, so let's just take surface streets to get around this and get there. So I'm looking at the map. I'm trying to figure out where the cop said he was going to be, and I finally realized that, when they called us in, they reported us at mile marker 18. We were moving so quickly that by the time it came over the scanner transmission, we were at mile marker 13, and we had already passed the cop in the median that had said he was waiting for us. So I figured that out, and I'm like, Arnie, friggin' hammer down, let's make it to the border. There's nothing between here and there. So we did. We got out clean. We're good to go.
The traffic, the situation we ran into in California was horrendous. And despite having spotters ahead of us and people trying to, give us a hand, there was no moment, as Ed always says, there was a moment where you could have set the cruise control and beat the record in California. But we never had that moment. We never had that moment where, we had these moving targets. We never had the chance to just put our foot down and know that we were going to be the fastest time. We knew we were up there, but we didn't know that we were going to be the fastest time.
The disguise proved to be effective, though, because one of our scouts that led us through Nevada, right as we get to the California border, we pass him, and he's on the phone with us the whole time, and he's like, guys, watch out! I just got my doors blown off by a cop car heading to California. And we're like, nah, we just passed you. He's like, no, there's a cop car just flying south. He's going towards California. You guys better watch out. And this is a car guy, right? He should know better. And we're like, no, that was us. We just passed you. We're that car. He's like, oh, okay.
To me, the run was momentous. Being part of a team that was able to achieve such a feat in such dire circumstances was incredible.
Part of the reason I wanted to do a COVID run was everybody who cannonballs wants to know what it would be like to do the ultimate run. The perfect situation, the perfect car, and the perfect team. I found the perfect co-driver in Arnie, and the car was just about as good as it gets, and there was no traffic. And that was just so much fun because on the 27-25 run, we're battling with all of the normal circumstances, the traffic, the left lane drivers, and there was just nobody on the roads. And it was a lot of fun to be able to cruise at 140, 160 miles an hour and not be bothering anybody.
So on Sunday afternoon, we pulled into the Portofino. We had traveled 2,816 miles in 25 hours and 39 minutes with an overall average speed of 110 miles an hour across the whole country. The feeling pulling in, for once we actually had people there. We weren't pulling up in the middle of the night. There were some people there to greet us and to film us coming in. But, I gotta say that it just didn't have the same feeling as 27-25. When we had done 27-25, it was more about doing something that hadn't been done and was possibly couldn't be done. And 25-39, while it cements us as the fastest to ever cross the country, it just didn't feel the same. This run had a quite different feeling than 27-25. For that run, there was really no blueprint, and the record had stood for so long that it had a sense of accomplishment that was far greater than this. For 25-39, everybody knew that this was the time to do it. You had so much less to overcome, so much less traffic, so much fewer cops. So while it's a great achievement, it just doesn't have the same impact to me as 27-25 did.
Cinco de Mayo is almost here, and nobody has your back like we do. Ready for this lineup? Here we go. Carne asada burritos, check. Shrimp tacos, check. Chili lime corn, check. Chicken and chorizo enchiladas, check. My best margarita, check. Michelada, check. Sangrita, and I'm not saying sangria, I'm saying sangrita. It's what you drink side by side with straight tequila. And as if all that wasn't enough, Chance will dance for you at the end of this video. Enjoy.
My finest Cinco de Mayo dance.
Out of sheer joy, his finest Cinco de Mayo dance.
Been practicing all year.
Can we share your news?
Yeah.
By the way, come over here for a quick second. Young Chance, not so young anymore. What'd you do?
I'm engaged. I'm a man now.
You're a man with a cold still.
Yes.
By the way, that just lets everybody know there he's now officially off the market. Stop your pleading for his contact information.
It's true.
It's true.
Very
Had
excited.
to happen.
Thank you.
And Carrie is a lucky woman.
Love you, Carrie.
Oh, jeez. I could go back to your bench. All right, here's the plan. We have to marinate the carne. Cook it. So we'll do that first. And then, I don't really know what order this will happen in because Max had this genius idea at 11:30 today, and, you know, we shoot at 1, so I had a lot of scrambling to do. But it's a good idea. Let's get to marinating. Let's marinate the skirt steak. That's what we're gonna do. We begin with a processor and a head of cilantro, but we don't want the stems here. Let's rip it in half, put the tops in, spread them out. Now we will add 3 cloves worth of garlic paste, which is about that, about a tablespoon of cumin, which is that, brown sugar, and by the way, recipes below, you don't need to worry about it, about a teaspoon and a half or so of your BFF, my BFF, kosher salt, coarse black pepper, granulated garlic that we sell already mixed. We need some oil in here, and I'm just, you know, any neutral oil. This is not the place to go crazy with expensive olive oil. Please don't do that. We need the juice of 1 lime. You know, I envisioned this double-handed squeezing going much better than an F you. Go like this. Ready for this next part? I don't want you to freak out, but it's soy sauce. If you've made my carne asada before, you know I put soy sauce in it, and you know it is fantastic. So when all that's in, on goes the lid, and we process. When it's done, it looks like that. Oh my God. I know you can see it, I know you can't smell it, and that's a shame because boy, oh boy, is that something else. Now for the meat we're using, skirt steak. I love it. It's perfect for this. I know a lot of people swear by flank. I'm telling you, don't. Well, you can if that's all you've got, but skirt steak, it's the way to go. It's amazing in this. That's a Ziploc bag. Here's what we do. In go our skirts, and then what we just made, like this. Try and get all of it. It's like liquid gold, I'm telling you. Okay. Now, the obvious move, pick up your bag, and you mush everything around. Your goal is beautiful, even coverage. Try and separate it. You want some of this amazing sauce on everything. The smell right from here is unbelievable. Sorry, unfricking believable. And when it's all done, get the air out, seal it up. It's a little messy. Fling it in your refrigerator. Give it a couple hours, give it 4 hours, and we move on to the enchiladas. That's chicken, and that's pork chorizo, and they go together amazingly well. We're gonna make a little rub for the chicken, and it will look like this. Chili powder. I'm using chipotle chili powder. So sue me, I'm a fan of it. I like the extra heat. Little cumin, and when I say little cumin, I mean little, because literally, that's the end of it. A little garlic powder, a little onion powder, and of course, some of our BFF, like that. And this we will mix. Okay, get our chicken back. Not the chorizo. We give it a little oil. These are 2 thighs. 2 beautiful little thighs. And now we season. And you can do this quite liberally. There's a flavor, ladies and gentlemen, that you want. Flip. Perfect. These could sit for a minute, or if you have a ton to make like I do, you could cook them now. So let's. And when your grill is hot and oiled up, on you go. See that little piece fall through, of course. Okay, we're just cooking chicken. Should be obvious. I'm gonna turn it a couple times. Some beautiful marks on it. Cook it till it's done. We'll take it off. It's not a lot to see here. But while we're doing this, we can also deal with the chorizo in a pan on the flat top. First into the hot pan will be some oil and some pork chorizo. It's about 6 ounces. So
You just want to mush this around, flatten it out a bit, help it cook a little bit more evenly. Nice. This does not take long, and I repeat myself, but the crazy thing about chorizos, it doesn't change color nearly as dramatically as ground beef does. So you just need to know you're cooking it till it's done. This will probably be, 5 minutes or so. So when it's spread out, we'll give it a minute or so by itself, and then we'll spread it to one side, and then we'll add a little bit more oil and some diced yellow onion, and let that start to... Look, it's a yin-yang. That's what we've made. Be more yin-yang if it had that curl to it, right? How do you do that? Like this, and like this. I think you get the idea. Okay, just let it go, mix everything around in a minute, and you'll be fine. And after a couple minutes, let's mix the two together. Don't forget, these are gonna go with the chicken in the enchiladas into the oven for about a half an hour. So you don't need to decimate the onions. As long as they're softened up a little bit and the chorizo is cooked, that's your goal. So let that cook some more and we can check our chicken. I've given it a 45 and now, beautiful. Flip onto that side. Probably 3 more minutes, we'll pull that guy off. Oh, the smell, it's fantastic. Okay, the chicken's done, so we'll pull it off. Them, him, her. And the chorizo and onion are beautiful. We're gonna let this cool a bit, let the chicken cool a bit. In the meantime, we're gonna start some corn right here. The grill's been sprayed. The corn has been given a little spray too. Now, on we'll go. We're making chili lamb corn. I don't think I've shared that. And honestly, it's one of my favorite things to have. At the grill, when it's Mexican food time, it doesn't matter. The goal right now is to get this started to be marked up because it will soften, it will become fantastic, but the charring is flavor. But chili lime implies chili and lime. So this little pot right here has got nothing but butter in it right now. We're gonna give it a decent amount of chipotle chili powder and the juice of a lime for now. And when the corn starts to get marked up, and not until then, but when it does, we'll start to baste with this chili lime butter. And boy, oh boy, will it be good. In the meantime, let's turn our attention to a little guacamole. This is the beginning of our guacamole. So let's do what we need to do, shall we? Avocados work like this. Like you've all seen it. One cut, let the knife follow all the way around the pit, and we do that. Beautiful. So your goal now is to run your knife through the flesh of the avo, scoop it into a bowl. We're gonna add diced tomato without the watery inside bit, some diced white onion, a minced chipotle pepper, some chopped cilantro, juice of a lime, a little salt and pepper. And when all that's there, we mix. And here's what's important to me. I like chunky guac. I don't like mushy paste-like guac. I see the stuff they sell in the stores, and it looks horrid. This is guac you can get behind. All right, let's have a taste. A little bit like this. The smell test is always important. Rich, creamy, little hint of heat and smokiness from the minced chipotle. It's the best stuff ever. I'm gonna take the pits, put them back in here, seal this up well with saran that will be touching the top of it. It's the best way to keep it. It'll go in the fridge and it will come out when we make our burritos. In the meantime, let's get the enchiladas ready to go into the oven. Enchilada time. Here's our chorizo and onion. It can go in here. Wow, this is gonna be good. All right, now our chicken. Our beautiful little thighs. By the way, that little juice, why not throw it in there too? Anybody want to bite a chicken? Maxie, Chancy. Wow. That's good. Max just said, I don't know if you could hear him, Max said it was spicy. So it's gonna get dumbed down because we're gonna be adding cheese and a cream. And that will help just level everything out. But the spice is really good, huh?
Yeah.
Really good.
Well, it's got some staying power.
Look, I use those ingredients, garlic powder, cumin, chipotle chili powder, onion powder, often. They're easy to keep in your pantry, and they lend so much flavor. Okay, the chicken goes in our bowl. And now quickly, 2 other things. We're gonna add some diced green chilies, like that, whatever that was. Was it 1/4 cup, 1/3 of a cup? Nice. And a little green salsa, store-bought, jarred, about the same. These guys get mixed. Oh, fantastico. So let me think. I'm probably gonna make 1, 2, I think we got 4 or 5 out of these. All right, it's time. All right, here's what we're gonna bake them in. Here's a little stack of 6-inch tortillas. Now, I like to dip these in chicken broth or something before I roll them up. It makes them a little more pliable, but I forgot that step. So I'm just gonna give them a quick little rinse under the tap, make them a little wet. And then we go like this. We take some of this filling, fantastic. We put it inside. You See how nice and pliable they are. And we roll. But before we put them in here, we're going to put in a small little layer of whipping cream. This will help make our sauce. And now we take this kid seam side down, just like that, and repeat with the rest till you're filled up. All right, and the last one, I managed 6, which is good because there's no more room in here. And now, here's how we finish them. 2 more things. This is shredded Monterey Jack cheese. This is my favorite cheese for enchiladas. So a nice coating on top, and then that whipping cream again. And before you freak out all the cream and cheese, yeah, there's cream and cheese, and you're only gonna eat one of them. And it's gonna be a damn good one. Oh boy. My oven's at 350. These are gonna go in until they're brown, bubbly, and amazing looking. And that's probably somewhere around 30 minutes. When I come back, we have the corn to attend to, some shrimp stuff, burritos to make, some alcohol to make. We got a lot to do. Well, I say it's carne asada time, so let's do it. Fantastic. And the other piece looks like this. That's what you want. That's what you want. Charred up. Absolutely delicious. The flames licking at the underside of the skirt steak. The soy sauce, the brown sugar, the cumin, everything working its magic. Nice color. Oh boy, is this gonna be good? Let's see how we're looking here. Must. Your cameras are fine. Probably. You know what those other channels are showing you for Cinco de Mayo? Some fucking dip. Some shit queso. We want some nice color on this before we flip it. And the corn just doing its thing over here, quietly. I got it turned down to low. I can give it another baste. Look at that red. The chili powder. Magic. And when I give it a baste, on one side I give it a flip so that starts to burn in a bit. And then one more. And now we can flip. Holy mother of God. If your only takeaway from today's video is the carne asada, you'll be in good shape on Cinco. Or the day after, or the day before, or next month. It's that good. And if you have a little leftover sauce in the bag, because you're cooking it, feel free. And when the carne is beautifully medium rare, somewhere around 130, and you're happy with it, just pull the biatch. It's time to make burritos. I could just stand here and stare at that for like 2 hours. Sorry, 2 horas, but I won't, because we got to get to some burrito making. What I always tell you, when it comes to meat, you cut against the grain. But because I don't want giant long pieces, this would be against the grain, I'm going to cut with it like this, beautiful, and then like this. Now we just cut this guy up nice and super thin. But before you get too far into the system, you offer Max a piece, you offer Chancey a piece, take a bite yourself, or 2 bites, and you just remember how good. We're going to take it off to the side. So you take your slightly warmed up tortilla. It's a bit janky. That's okay, that's okay, that's okay. And now here's how we build. We start with a little layer of refrieds. Oh God, one of my favorite things in the world. We follow up with some Mexican rice. Then our amazing carne asada, like this. Stay there, you. 2 things left. A little handful of our Monterey Jack, followed by, hello, Mr. Guacamole, how are you? I'm fine, how are you? The cool guacamole in this is just really spectac. Sides over, top, and we roll. Away from you. Boys, it's been a while since we made a carne asada burrito. And of course, the only thing left to do is cut and look. Oh, God. I got that piece. Max, just grab this chest. Be still my heart. That's exactly how I feel every time we make one of these damn things. Every time. It's so beautiful. Shrimp time. Little sauce first. We begin with some mayo, like that. A little hit of garlic paste, like that. A little hit of Cholula, salt, pepper, garlic powder, or BFF, and lime juice. Uno, dos. We mix. As Rachel Ray would say, I'm not gonna even do it. Shrimp next. And here they are. I've cut them up because I like the small size. All I'm gonna give them is a little hit of neutral oil, BFF, mixed. Time to cook on the flat top. Here's how we begin, with a corn tortilla on the flat top. I'm gonna get it a little bit hot first. On this side, I put a little shot of oil and then some shrimp. Just enough for one. Shrimp don't take long, so this may be a controversial move. I'm gonna put a little cheese in here. Well, it's controversial for Max. A little bit of our sauce. Oh, it's gonna be good. Max, you're gonna love this.
Well, why don't we get some input from our viewers? What do you think? Shrimp and cheese? Tell us in the comments.
Here we go. Now a little fold. That's great. I think I put too many shrimp in here. Oh, fantastic. I love seeing them all like trying to escape. Oh, fantastic. They're going to be rich, they're going to be creamy, they're going to be cheesy, they're going to be delicious. Listen, there's all kinds.
Shrimp creamy.
You don't even like shrimp. That's your problem. All right, little flip over. I will taste this little piece right here. Dude, you don't know what you're going to be missing. These are so good. So that's it. Look how beautiful that is. All right, you don't need to see this. I'm going to make a couple more. But now it's time for alcohol.
Alcohol.
But first, it's gorgeous enchilada time. You see how the sauce has started to have some of that chorizo red leach into it? Damn. So let's get one. Just separate them nicely. And up and over. Oh boy, oh boy. Does this make me happy? You know what else makes me happy? Just a little tiny bit of cilantro. But here's the thing. If we cut this guy open, inside, the chicken, creamy, the chorizo, the deliciousness. That's what it's all about. Okay. Holy snap. Remember what I said about the carne asada? I said if the only takeaway was that, you'd have a great Cinco de Mayo. I take it back. It could also just be this delicious little number. Holy crap. Okay, the boys are going to have a bite. You don't need to see that. And again, I promised alcohol. Alcohol's coming. I don't know how you can argue with how beautiful that is. Unless you're Max. Look at it. It's so pretty. But how does it taste? The sauce, the shrimp, the cheese. That's the real question. It's freaking insane. Garlic, the creaminess, the cheesiness, the whole thing. Damn it. All right, moving on. Here's how we begin. A margarita needs only a few things, and one of them is tequila. Now, I have this theory, and my theory is one good drink is much better than 2 or 3 weak ones. So make it a good one. So my margarita calls for tequila, and I'm using a reposado. Now I'm using sweet and sour, which, despite the fact that sweet's in the name, it's a little less sweet than most margarita mixes. We're gonna add a little Rose's lime juice, a little splash of that, some Grand Marnier. Oof, the smell I'm getting off of this is amazing. And then I like some fresh orange and lime squeezed and dropped in. Like this, and like this. This fresh citrus makes one hell of a difference. So there you go. Now you got a beautiful margarita made. We grab a glass, put some ice in it, we pour, we add a touch more Grand Marnier for the top, and then some more of the citrus. There and there. And there, ladies and gentlemen, is one damn fine margarita. This next guy is a summertime fave, but always welcome. This is this chili seasoning for rimming a glass. I mean, you could cook with it, all kinds of things, but I like it for this. We're going to take our glass, and we're going to just wipe the rim well with lime, and then dip. Make sure you got lots on there. Great. Once you do, now we'll add ice. We're trying not to knock off too much of that if we can help it. Now you get yourself a lime, you roll it so it's pliable, you cut it, and then you squeeze the lime in. I have a juicer inside that I should have brought, but I forgot. I went in to get something, I left it, which is what I do about 100 times a day. Get yourself a nice amount of lime juice in the bottom of this. It has to be fresh. If you don't have a fresh lime, then don't even bother with the exercise, because you're just wasting time. And now we take a Mexican beer. I'm a fan of Modelo. We pour that in. Come on, this is like one of the most refreshing things you're ever gonna have. Another little piece of lime, squeezed and dropped on top, just to make it fantastic. Okay, one more quick thing. All right, this next one is really fun. It's for when you want to sip tequila. So, it's called sangrita, not sangria. Sangrita, and it goes like this. You do equal parts orange juice and tomato juice. Looks crazy, huh? Juice of a lime, a little Cholula, some ground pepper, and of all things, some finely diced white onion. I know, it's crazy. This is just to sip alongside. So get this all together and then mix it. Wow. Now, you take a glass, you put your tequila in, the other side of it, you put your sangrita, the little chunks of onion, and you have a match made in heaven. We should try all these. Michelada first. And Chance was asking, there's a version with tomato juice in it. It's not my favorite, and since I'm using it for the sangrita, I didn't want to duplicate. It's summer in a glass. Refreshing summer in a glass. But then the margarita, my old standby favorite. Wow. I'm telling you, it's that ratio. Most margarita recipes are like this much tequila, this much mix. Don't do that. One good drink, better than 2 or 3 weak ones. And then these guys, the duo, the partners. Listen, sipping tequila all night long, it's delicious, but it can get you messed up. So you intersperse with some of the sangrita, and you'd be surprised at how much longer you go before you get messed up, how delicious it is. A little of this. Lovely. And then this. A little onion. Citrusy, tomatoey. So good. Match made in heaven. The corn. We haven't done the corn yet. Or the burrito. The corn. Charred. All the way around and beautiful. This is how we finish it off. Remember what I said? Just before you serve it, you give it one more of these. One more good brushing with the chili lime butter. And then, the thing that really brings it together is a little hit of kosher salt. And when I say kosher salt, I mean kosher salt. Table salt is not for this. Frankly, it's not for anything. Kosher salt will not make it too salty. It'll just make it delicious. And there you go. Chili lime corn, grilled. Holy shit. Lime, chili, It's insane. It's a mess. Little kick from the chili, because I used the chipotle chili powder. Oh, it's so good. The only thing I've not had a bite of yet is the carne asada burrito. Look at this, a beautiful bite, huh? Carne asada burrito time. Come on. One bite, and then we're good. You know, we love making burritos, especially this kind. If there was only room on this planet for one burrito, this should be it. This guy right here. Forget all the rest of them. Bean and cheese? No. California burrito? No. This is the one. And I don't order a carne asada burrito out because I am never happy, because I'm almost always disappointed with the beef. This is the way to go. I find it chewy, tough, hard. This is the way to go. This. All right, we've come to the end. But here's an important point that Maxie Boy just mentioned. Everything we made today, everything, we did in under 3 hours from our side. But that's shooting as well. That's stopping to let these guys get their shots. It's that kind of thing. If you put your head down, you could make all this in probably less time and have the best Cinco de Mayo ever. We're here for you.
Drink responsibly.
If this, Max says drink responsibly. If this doesn't make you want to hit the subscribe button, I don't know what does. All of this stuff for you. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Drink responsibly, but drink deliciously too. You know, that's why God invented Uber and cabs and buses. So you can enjoy this and then get home in one piece. Don't try and drink these at the same time, because you'll just spit. Well, we'll try it.
Nice.
Not bad. Did I not fucking bring that piece of shit out here with me?
The juicer?
Yeah. Fuck it. Clean your place, because you're anal.
Let me tell you guys, I'm absolutely just taken aback by this website. It's unbelievable to me. Look at this. Have you ever seen something like this before? Some of you have probably never seen a website like this before in your life. Because they don't happen like this anymore. They don't do it like this anymore. But Farmers Only, they keep it vintage. This is a vintage website. It's so vintage to the point where you can't even really use it without paying for it. Check it out. I got one email. I upgrade to unlocked message. I'm gonna go to live chat. I gotta upgrade to live chat with people. Oh, I wanna see who likes me. Upgrade to see who likes me. It's wild. And you would not believe how many people still use this website. Look at all the people who are online right now. Look at all these people. 45 pages of people. This website doesn't even have infinite scroll yet. They don't even know what that is. They don't know what is that. He likes me. I like that. He's not really picky with the age stuff. If anything, he's a little broad, you know. 18 to 99. Hey, I like that. Okay? Take what you can get. I like that in a man. They just have to be like-minded, like him, outgoing and fun, good personality. This guy has standards, and I think that's important. I like that in a guy. Should we just do it? I like that. Let's upgrade.
What is this from?
That's from actually when I went to VidCon last year, and then we were walking from VidCon to Disneyland for the Spotify after party, and I found this corn on the ground, and it was covered covered in ants. So naturally, I picked it
Oh
up.
my god! I thought this was
a picture with it.
I thought this was like a festival snack. Like I thought this was legitimately popcorn, like on a cob. Like look, it looks like popcorn glued together, but now I see it's ants covered. Oh, it's gross.
Yeah. This is awesome. What other dating website has a chat where you can just talk to everyone at the same time? It doesn't matter if they like you or not. I don't even remember saying this. Oh no. Oh, come on. On your dating profile. That's so insane. Does anyone want to hear about my business idea? I think it could make us a lot of money together. I've got one. Okay, it seems like the reviews are in. People want to hear. Turbonix wants to hear about it from Oklahoma. Okay. I like that. He's a good listener. I like that about this guy. He's a good listener. He has a truck. And oh my god! What the hell is up with that? What's that? I'm the most honest gentleman you will ever meet. I truly have nothing. Wait, what? You have nothing? And yes, unfortunately, the stories are true. I do pick my mocos and sometimes go chonyless. Okay, so when I asked, like, if I wanted to hear my business pitch, you know, this guy kind of like trampled all over me and was like, actually, I want to tell you my business pitch, and I'm like, okay, you know what? Sure. I feel like I'm a very open-minded person, very charitable mind. Sure, you go ahead. You go first. You tell me your business pitch. This is what he gives us. Open a store that sells OnlyFans. Call it OnlyFans. So what if there were porta potties, but you have to pay to use them? I don't know. Wouldn't people just piss on the walls instead like they do now? Texas gal's back. I don't know where she went. So what if there were porta potties and you have to pay to use them, and then we also get vending machines with chicken sandwiches in them, but they're not refrigerated, so you get sick and have no choice but to use, but... Alright, you can only say so many words, okay? Now we make money off the chicken and the potty. What if instead of paying to get in, you have to pay to get out? That's awesome! Here's my new thing, guys. I think it's disgusting. Who the hell would pay to take a dump? Only Californians. I have the right to say that I was born there. Imagine I just start going into people's profiles and then sending their bio. Fortunately, the stories are true. I do pick my mocos and sometimes go chonyless. So I don't know what that means. Okay, mysterious. I like that. I like that. So this is like a bit more of a modern approach to the... Is that... I feel like this guy's famous. Are you famous? I feel like that's James Franco. Is someone trying to catfish as James Franco? Who's online? It's the same guy! Every time! So the business would be called Pay Per Poo, and it would be really good. Did I just hear your eyes rolling, or was that mine? I talk about my bowel movements. Everyone bats an eye. Another person talks about charging people to dump, and it's a topic. That's what I'm saying. He seemed like a nice guy until he said comments that were unnecessary. Guy's drama. What did he say? I'll find him. All right, back to business. What's your profit margin on your paper porta potty? Oh my god. I am not going to disclose the user, but I see why he is single and never been married, no kids. Gotta take a dump. I'll call you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dumpy alert. Get out the credit card. Credit card. Anyways, I blocked him. Who? What did he say to you, Farm Girl. Let's check out Farm Girl. Wow, very nice. Oh, she seems so nice. I'm not a farmer, but I like animals. I thought this was farmers only. If you're not a farmer, you have to get out. Well, all right, guys. Be honest, okay? I can take it. Anyone here love Luke Bryan's music? Nope. Really? Why? I did in 2008. I'm tired. I'm just tired. Guys, break it up. Stop fighting. We are a family. We're not family yet, unless you want to be. Tell me more. Let's check this guy out. Like, this can't be real. Can we, like, how do I screenshot this? This is like a feet picture seller. That's castrating. What are they talking? What happened? I pitch my original business plan for a porta potty that you have to pay to get out of. And everyone is up in arms. Oh, I'm so crazy. I'm so out of line for this talk. I'm such a freak. But now I leave for 1 second. And everyone's talking about touching the testicles of a bull? Freak how? You're missing the point, dude. Hey, come over here. Hey. Okay, now that I have your attention, I'm just here to say I put out an EP, okay? Goddammit. I did. Debut EP. Sure it is. It's really good. I'm really, really proud of it, and it would mean a lot to me if you guys checked it out. It would mean a lot, goddammit. Here's a snippet of one of the songs. Think about it. I put out a music video for another song, whatever, who cares? Just, please. Yeah, I'm not gonna beg for your mercy. Why bull balls? They just swing so well. What is wrong? What is going on? Let's see what's going on in the saloon, okay? Let's see what's going on in the saloon. Nothing, okay. Why isn't anyone in the saloon? What is up with those guys? That's what I'm saying, man. They're just jealous of us. Oh my god, guys. Me and Country Boy are like the talk of the town right now. We're like the talk of the barn. We're like having this moment and everyone's coming to watch. Everyone's coming to watch. Get out, you freaks. They're totally talking shit in the barn right now. Like, I know they're talking shit in the barn right now about me and Country Boy because they're jealous. Fill me in on the drama in your life. How about that? So at my farm, there's this girl named Carol, right? Right. And it's kind of a community farm. We pitch in around the farm. Come on. And you know what she said to me the other day? What did she say? Finally, we're getting drama. Do you want to go to From what I heard, I've never been to Canada, they have coins called loonies! They do! Just a bunch of bullshit. A toonie is a $2 coin. No one asked you, cowboy. We are having a moment. Shut! Have you ever experienced true pain? Oh my god, yes. Would you like me to go into it? Not right now, actually. I have to go cook dinner. Oh. Goodbye, farm gal. Goodbye, country boy. Actually, no, I can wait. Tell me about the pain. Oh god, but what if he gives us something like serious? There's no way. So it all started when I was 17. There's no way he's gonna tell me something serious in the middle of the saloon. Everyone's watching. Okay, it's been 20 years since it happened. Ugh, trauma dump. And I hate myself and I beat myself up for years. in front of all these people, there's no shot. There's no shot he's gonna, like, confess to something insane he did. No, like, do I say it here? DMs? No one will judge you. Oh my god, come on. There's no way. There's no way he's being for real. There's seriously no... Guys, he killed someone's horse. And the person who walked up to him and yelled at him. And I was his longtime boyfriend. What? Oh my god, everyone's in here watching. They're totally talking shit in the barn about this guy. They are totally talking shit about in the barn about this guy. Okay, actually, like, they just don't care. Wait, like, no one cares. My dog has been called a stoner dog because he is low-key. He is so low-key. LOL. They're so boring in there. The saloon is where the dirt happens. He left me a week later over the horse. His horse was closer to him than I was. That's gotta hurt. That is some real pain. I did! Oh my god. I would have never in a million years guessed that someone would trauma dump to me in the saloon chat on Farmers Only. That is something I never thought I would experience. And admit to such a heinous crime. But I guess you have to learn to expect the unexpected, okay? Thank you guys so much for watching, goddammit. Thank you. If you have any ideas, suggestions, or things you want me to do, things you want me to even just talk about, or explore anything, it doesn't have to be dating app related, just let me know. Let me know what you're into and all that, and I'll do it on here. I'm taking suggestions. I'm really open. I'm an open-minded person. I call myself very open-minded. So, let me know. Thank you for watching so much. I appreciate it a lot. And let me know what you think in the comments. If you like this video, could you give it a like, please? Give the channel a sub. Come on. And yeah, that's about it, okay?
So I guess it was 2019. I'd finished your book, and at the end, you were listing all those records, and Chris and I had been talking about doing some sort of driving record for a long time, and our friend Steve Cos, who ended up running our mission control, was involved, and Pan American Highway was floated, Dead Horse Key West, kind of all of these old things that Guinness used to recognize. And I had seen the C to C to C was like an accident. Kind of. It was it had to come out for the C2C Express and then do the event, or the 2904 or whatever it was. And then I found in Brock's book, the Bewerton brothers had done the same thing in the very first 71 Cannonball, and I was like, oh, this is great. Somebody's just got to go and just do it straight, not as an accident, on purpose. So I recruited Chris and Steve, and I took them to the bar one night, and I was like, we're going to do this. So it kind of got put on the back burner for a while, and then I was at a dinner party, and a friend of mine was like, I have a really good buddy who just did a Cannonball. I was like, okay, are you serious? I was like, I'm literally prepping my car right now to do a coast-to-coast-to-coast run, so you got to hook me up with this guy. Literally, I get his number, and a week later, Lower 48 happens, and I was like, oh, this is the guy I got to talk to about this, because Lower 48's an even more insane endurance drive. So I text Grady, and I'm like, hey, man, Alex said we should hook up. You did this incredible drive. I've been planning this C2C2C run. Before that even happens, I get a text from Grady one morning, and it's, do you want to be part of something special? And I was like, yeah. He's like, how would you like to run in the 50th anniversary Cannonball race? Well, I said yes immediately. And he's, okay, let's get on the call and see if we can actually stand each other for an hour on the phone, and then we'll take it from there. We do the musket ball, and it's everything you ever wanted. The Le Mans start was insane, but we just had the best time. And I think one of the best parts about it was we ran with Fakara and the Professor and Nick and the Yaris we were probably within a half a mile of each other from Missouri to the Portofino. That was how the genesis of the whole thing kind of came up, and then it was like, well, Grady's car is real. It's already done. Now we just got to plan the logistics and get going and pick a date.
So the logistics and planning for the C2C2C borrowed heavily from hard-earned information that we got running the lower 48 runners, about a 7,000-mile run. We already had the car prepped and ready for that. It was a 2012 Mercedes-Benz S550. Has all the trappings that you would expect for a cannonball car, all the electronics and extra fuel cells and whatnot. That was ready to go. Another part that we borrowed from the other longer run was the emphasis on what I call human factors. It's one thing to drive one way and sort of try to stay up for a day and a half. It's a whole other thing to go multiple days, 3, potentially 4 days in the car. You really have to think about how you're going to get people focused, keep them safe, how they're going to get rested so fatigue doesn't inch their way in. And so a lot of the drive itself was centered around what I call the human factors. So chief of that was sleep. The back of the Mercedes was converted into a bed. We had an air mattress. We removed some of the door panel stuff so that we can actually lay diagonally. And our shift schedule is pretty regimented. We had a driver, spotter, and sleeper, and about every 4 hours we'd rotate positions. With that sort of settled, the route itself was pretty straightforward. You're going from the Red Ball Garage, the Portofino, and back. It's pretty straightforward, not a lot of choices. We opted to go the southern route both ways, both because it was earlier in the year, we didn't want to hit snow, and 2, we also learned that the Mercedes hates long downhills, so it's better if we can avoid the hills as much as possible. Another one of the really considerations was that we know that Wes, Nick, and Spence are going to go at some point, and there's a lot of time on the table. Even if we have a poor drive, we're likely to set a record, so time is of the essence. If we can get our drive in as soon as possible, even if we just sort of hold a record for a couple of weeks, we'd be happy with that. And so we really tried to push the day up as much as possible. So we picked a weekend after Easter to go. The only other consideration is the time of day to leave. And given the speeds we're running, and you have to turn around and come back, the math just works out. You're either going to hit traffic in LA or going to hit traffic on the return in New York City. Now, the 3 drivers, me, Chris, and Bennett, all live in the New York area, so we said, you know what, we'll handle the traffic there. LA has a really big geographic region, and traffic there just really sucks, so we entered there in the darkest of dark.
One of the things that we'd employed a little bit on Musketball was having a mission control, and just somebody sitting at a computer able to look at your maps, look way ahead on Waze and Google Maps for you, call things out, and we also had a few of our friends came out and spotted for us. But on Musketball, we were talking to those people ourselves. So we realized we couldn't do that on C2C2C. We have to have somebody in charge of doing all that and talking to spotters. And so at my studio, just took my office basically, and I set up 3 TVs and my computer. We had another laptop, notepads. We had our own phone line run from Verizon, so we had our own dedicated phone that was never going to ring, and it called the car. And so Mission Control was literally on the phone with us the entire time, and all you had to do if you needed something was say, Mission Control, and they would, yep, what do you need? So it became, as Grady called it, our in-car Alexa. I don't know if it would have happened without them, because in the middle of the night, you're tired, you have no choice but to keep going, and you need something, like having them just knowing that you can always just say, hey, Mission Control, help us out here.
So our dates are picked, all the logistics is settled. Chris, Bennett, and I would run a weekly driver meeting on video. I think it was like on Wednesdays. And we're about 10 days out from our drive. And I think we're having like the final actual video meeting. So we're live on camera, we're talking to each other. And I get a text message from Nick, the head of the other car. And it says, hey, I'm driving into New York City. Our scanner is missing the GPS antenna. Want to know if you knew anyone sort of nearby might have one. And we're in the meeting. And I'm like, hey, I just got this weird text. And a couple minutes later, Bennett gets a text from Wes. Hey, driving into New York City. We have the scanner and needs a GPS antenna. I wonder if you know anyone nearby. And we're like, what the heck's going on? And then just moments later, Mark Spence texted me basically the same thing. We laughed a bunch, and we were trying to like screen capture what was going on because I don't think they would believe it. But once the laughing sort of died down, we said, we really like these guys, and we don't. We want to win, but we also don't want them to be disadvantaged, and really do care about them. So it turns out I had the exact antenna they needed sitting on my desk. So I texted them, hey, I got it. Just let me know how you can get it. And it turns out a couple hours later they got back to us. They found another source.
I don't want to beat somebody who didn't have every advantage, and I don't want to feel good about winning that. I want someone to really try. So we really felt like these guys are our friends. We want to give them whatever help that they need. Passive goal had always been like 66 hours. We were like, if we could do back-to-back 33s, that's respectable, and then it'll make everybody else think, hey, we really got to try if we're gonna do this time. But we're like, but if we come in 68, we still hold the record, and someone will beat that. It'll be great. But when they came in at 65:28, that time was like, it was legit. And we were like, okay, well, this is it. There's no mistakes. There's no stopping at the Portofino to take 20 pictures at the clock. Like, we don't have time to waste at all.
So now we have the target. We have the time. We know the other team just finished on a Sunday, and we're leaving 4 days later. We queue the car up at the Red Ball Garage. Not much fanfare. We get in. Chris Ruppman had the first leg, and we had a really clean start. We took off, got out of Manhattan pretty good, and he drove the car really solidly through Pennsylvania. I had the next leg up. We transferred drivers in West Virginia, and I got in, and I wasn't too far from there. They were going to hit Ohio. Now, we're in the dead of night, and this is where you're supposed to build some of your big advantage, right? You got the night, you really have to lay it in. And I get about a quarter mile across the Ohio State border, and I see Ohio State Patrol on the side of the road just finishing up writing a ticket, getting back in their car, and pulling in immediately in front of me. And it's like 2 or 3 in the morning. I can't believe it. I'm behind this car. We're the only 2 cars on the road. And he's going maybe 2 miles over the speed limit. It would be very conspicuous if I blew by him. So just patiently waiting behind. Half hour, an hour. Now is when we call the human Alexa of Mission Control and say, hey, I need a reroute. We're behind the state trooper. I don't know what to do. We had no spotters deployed in that area. The reroutes, though, will take us around. We're actually no better than driving the speed limit on the current interstate, unfortunately. Get about an hour and a half now in. I'm following the state trooper. A second one now comes the on-ramp, and they're now sort of married up in 2 lanes in front of me, and I'm giving them a couple hundred yards distance. And I follow these 2 state troopers all the way to the other side of Ohio. I had a police escort from one side to the other. So we're coming into the Portofino. It's like 2, 3 in the morning. And I recall hearing a story about the other car's turnaround at the Portofino. They took about 10 to 12 minutes. I think they had mobile refueling there at the Portofino. They got reprovisioned with food. Probably signed some autographs, maybe kissed some babies. I don't know. But they took their time, and we knew this. And we're like, hey, we got to get time wherever we can. So when we came into the Portofino, to the guardhouse, Ben and I jumped out of the car. Chris went into the parking lot, turned around, came back. I took the world's blurriest picture of the 3 of us in the car in front of the guardhouse, and we were gone.
LA in the middle of the night is the best thing in the world. We were from the Portofino to Barstow in, I think, like 35 minutes. And then Chris didn't come off the limiter till Arizona when we had to switch drivers. I wake up and we're already like well into we're almost to Texas. And I'm like, you guys, we're doing time. Hammered across Oklahoma because Mission Control had been telling us you need to make Oklahoma City. It was like 5 o'clock in the evening you needed to make it by because there are tornadoes developing in the area and it is going to be serious. Like the storm chasing guys are there for this event. The storms are literally developing around us. We switched into Grady and it is immediately torrential downpour. Mission Control sends us a text message with a photo and little red dot in the middle is us. And they've just circled these 2 storm cells are like, here's Highway 44,
tornado, tornado. And these are confirmed touchdowns, like lightning is going around the car. Luckily, I wasn't awake, but there were some very hairy moments where Grady's hydroplaning. We're driving through 6 inches of standing water in some places on the highway. At that point, at my driver change, our projection was like 29 something on the way back. And we were like, this is a good buffer. So we need gas. I find us a nice gas station. It's right off the highway, and we pull in, and there's a sheriff sitting at the gas station, and I'm brushing my teeth, and I'm like, okay, well, just go to the far gas pump. Go to the far gas pump, out of order. Cars at all the other ones, we have literally no option but to just pull up right in front of this guy, and I'm brushing my teeth. I go around the far side and get the fuel cell filled from the opposite hose, and this guy, he's, I don't know, 28 if he's 10, and he just comes up, he's like, you boys racing across country? And I just go, oh no, we're storm chasers. Oh really? You guys do that? I was like, oh yeah, man, we're crazy. Like, we love it. You know, we just came from the stuff in Oklahoma. Don't worry, it's not coming your way. It's gonna pass south. You're gonna be fine up here. Everyone's gonna be safe. Don't worry. He's like, wow, so he's just like, you guys have a YouTube channel? Like, I'm like, oh no, we're too old to mess around with a YouTube channel. Like, I'm just trying, like, I'm like, oh my God, this guy's gonna like actually keep asking me questions. I'm brushing my teeth. He's watching us fill the fuel cell. And for some reason, he just goes, well, all right, guys, be safe. Goes inside, and I was like, Grady, is he gonna go back, get back his car? He's like, no, he's getting himself a slushie. Go. And I get in the car, and I'm like, we are getting out of this gentleman's jurisdiction as fast as we possibly can. It's so dark out there, and there's no cars. So Grady's literally reading the GPS for me like it's rally notes. You know, he's like, you got a hard left coming up, you got a bank, you know, a slight right coming up, because you literally can't see, even with the light bar on, you couldn't see more than, you know, a quarter mile ahead of you, and you're just like, well, I have to go fast, and those quarter miles come at you very fast when you're at cannonball speed.
So the return leg has been fabulous. We've built up a buffer of about 3 hours. Things are looking great. Moving the car is really good. And then we get to about 200 miles outside of New York City. Come almost to a dead stop. It's stop and go traffic. Everything in all the navigation is just red. Every road you could take is just solid red. It's just backed up for forever. Turns out that we made a strategic error months before when we chose this weekend, because though it seemed like a sound theory that Easter was the driving weekend and the next weekend people wouldn't drive, in the tri-state area, it was the end of spring break for public schools, so everyone was coming back.
I don't like to be all the way to the right and all the way to the left and all the way back to the right, but sometimes the situation calls for a little bit of spirited driving. But at this point, the scanner doesn't work. Half of our electronics have literally fried themselves. We don't have internet because it got too hot. Like, the actual machine got too hot. So and Mission Control is all in Manhattan waiting for us to help with the finish. So we are just flying blind. I have no idea. And Grady's like, you know what? If anything came over the scanner, what would you do about it? Are you going to get off and stop? I'm like, well, no. Well, then just go. Pretend it's not there.
Mission Control, we pleaded them, have them help us. They dispatched spotter cars down multiple routes, and they weren't getting anywhere either. Waze and Google Maps were every 5 minutes flip-flopping in the recommendations. Some say go over the Verrazano Bridge in Staten Island, some Lincoln Tunnel, Holland Tunnel. One even tried to route us over the top through Queens and across the Midtown Tunnel. It was just totally inconclusive. Bennett was in the car. The amount of heroics that I witnessed over the next 3 hours were innumerable.
We get through the tunnel, and we have 21 minutes to go. And that can easily take 21 minutes to go across down to Manhattan. So we start down 9th Avenue, and I just look over at Grady, and I'm like, I'm sorry for what I'm about to do in your car. And he just looks at me, and he reaches down, and he hits the air suspension, lifts the car up, and he just says, do it.
Unbeknownst to us, we had maybe about 20 people waiting for us at the finish line. They had, on their own accord, dispersed across multiple streets and many avenues to try to figure out what's the best route for us. And they were actively blocking traffic with their bodies, holding back pedestrians from street corners. And in one case, I think it might have been in 6th Avenue, there was a bike parade that was supposed to start and block us. And one of our people convinced the people at the beginning of the parade to start it early so we can get through.
2 of our Mission Control guys had run. One had run down 28th Street, one had run down 30th Street. They're like, 28th Street's the best, and I got a surprise for you. And it turns out Brendan on our Mission Control team had opened up two ends of a construction site. He had kicked the Jersey barriers straight. And as we get there, he just waves at us and he throws the Jersey barrier out of the side. And I'm like, this is genius.
It is just coming down to the bare wire. We hang around the corner. We see the red ball, and we sort of park it like it's hot sideways and stop. And I'm glad Bennett threw the car in the park. It was such an emotional outlet. Unlike other drives where it's sort of finished and you got it, because we had lived the high life, the lows, and this is a crazy finish. And we were hugging each other, crying. We took the requisite pictures and had some champagne.
I remember just getting out of the car. I mean, I lost it. Like, my kids are there. They both ran up. They hugged me. Grady's out. Like, we're all, like, in this big bear hug. Like, we cannot even believe. Like, it's just there's so much that goes into it. There's so much that goes into the planning. You're thinking about it nonstop when you're going to go on this run. As anyone who's done any cannonball or any run knows, like, it becomes all-consuming in your life, especially as you get up to it. For it to be over and for us to have accomplished the time and to have done the record was, it was one of the most amazing feelings that I've ever had. You know, like, anytime you achieve a goal, but this was so big and such a great time that we had. We had been through the entire emotional gambit with each other. It is, you felt like you had gone to battle with each other.
So we've reached our goal. The car is now parked at the Red Ball Garage, and we take the whole entourage that showed up to us and went to a local bar. But first and foremost, the three of us wanted to call up Nick, the captain of the car, personally, right when we were done, and just let him know that we had done this before he found out any other way. So we found a quiet corner of the bar, and we went upstairs while there's a party raging. When we gave a call, and it was such a heartfelt, genuine conversation of camaraderie, and there's not too many people on the earth who had the same experience. So we bonded over that.
That was the best part about it, was just the fact that it wasn't just us out there. We were racing them, really, in our heads, and that gave us that sense of the community that was, really the most important part.
Thought about, well after Bennett and Chris and I, like, where do those 9 minutes come from? And clearly, the efforts of the people at the end of the race really helped. But we sort of got to thinking, we had 22 driver changes throughout, and that's how it worked out. And we elected to, at each driver change, to urinate outside the car. You think we urinate an average of a minute, safe or fast? We had 22 minutes of peeing, and it's 9 minutes. If we would have taken 90 seconds to pee instead of 60, we would have lost. And so just to kind of just realize, sort of borrow from a football analogy, it's a game of inches. Some of us don't have very many inches, some of us a lot.
Right now, I need you to check out Auto Tempest at the link in the description below to find whatever car you're searching for. They make Car Trek possible, and they've been a supporter of VinWiki for the last 4 years. So please check them out now to find your next car and support them for supporting us.
Well, folks, life comes down to a few moments. And today, we are doing something unorthodox. We're chugging beans. Don't touch that mouse. What's good now, and welcome back to Badlands Chugs on this Friday night. Man, I'm so glad you stopped by. Thanks for watching, and tell a friend, alright? Today, we're doing another one of those food chugs. We are chugging Bush's Best Honey Sweet Baked Beans, because I did a poll, and y'all said you wanted to see me do a bean challenge, so here it is. We're going to try to chug the impossible out the trusty old DOS spoon, alright? So I have my can opener here, so it's time to step into the chug zone, all right? Let's go. There we go. straight in there. Oh my God, it's pork and beans too. Well, gotta keep going. Uh-oh. Come on now. Come on. There we go. Can two. Okay, now we gotta add a little water to it so that it goes down nice and smooth. So we put some water in the middle, not too much. All right, can number 3. All right, so it's baked beans, folks, but you know, I had this sitting around the house, okay? This is the bomb hot sauce. You know, the one famous on Hot Ones by Beyond Insanity. I figured we put a little bit in there. So let's open this bad boy up. All right. Where is it? Where is it? All right, there it is.
Real hot.
My hands are shaking. This sauce is no joke. All right. Crack this open. Yes. Fresh bottle, folks. Here goes nothing. Oh. How much should I pour in? How much? Should I stop?
Yes,
How much?
Yes, stop now.
Hey, what'd you say?
Stop.
I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
That's it.
That's it? That's it? All right. All right. Okay, hip-hop said that's it. All right. Half the bottle. Oh my God. I can smell it from here. Oh, can you see that? It's just floating on an island of beans. Oh. Oh. Well, we're here now, okay? Everything we got, we check. Ice cubes, okay? Half and half. Fire extinguisher, okay, we're checked, so. Let's do the other thing. Oh my God. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Oh my God. It's the whole thing. I don't know if I could do this, folks. But we're gonna get as much of it as we can. All right? You want a sip? Okay, hip-hop?
No. I'm good.
All right. Enough talk. Folks, this is the Hot Bean Challenge with the bomb hot sauce, all right? 3, 2, 1. Oh. Oh. in my nose. Oh my God. Hush, doggy. Oh. Oh my God. Oh. Oh. Ah. Let's go. Ah. Oh. That's hot. You smell that? Ah. All right. Ooh. Ah, I think I made a mistake. Ah. Let's keep going. Ah. Nope. It's in my throat. Oh. Nope. Oh. Oh, that tries it on, folks. Ever. Oh, well, look at that. We're gonna do this. More. It's like game 7 this week game. Oh. Oh. It's like stuff. Like stuck in a bottle. Oh God, my eye. Ah. That's it. That's it. Don't touch that mouse. Chugging the word.
Hey, it's Andrew Huang. Welcome to the show. 4 artists are going to be taking the same audio material and using it as the starting point for a new track they create. Maybe it's a remix, maybe it's a whole new thing. My guests this episode are Sarah the Instrumentalist, Bad Snacks, and Virtual Riot. So I'm going to start by playing you the raw sample that we were working with. This is from my friend Nare Soul's YouTube channel. She is a phenomenal pianist, but in this video, it's actually her friend Mario who is playing. And Nare does this whole cool thing where she analyzes it and deciphers it with notes on screen. Here's the little snippet that we decided to use. So Mario's not going to be in this video. It doesn't seem like he likes being on camera. And according to Nare, he's just like the type of guy who's really hard to track down. But the rest of us are all gonna hear these awesome sample flips, so let's get into it.
What's up, everybody? It's your girl, Sarah. What's up, Andrew? Thank you so much for allowing me to be a part of this. Really quickly, wanted to break down how I made that beat. Step one, I took the chords and I chopped them up in Serato sample. It was a E. I took it up in F. Sounded really pretty, so I chopped it up. I was messing around with the chorus, so I got. So the next thing I did, I actually have a huge collection of drum breaks. It was actually the very first drum break that I came across that actually sounded perfect. The cool thing about Native Instruments Machine, there's an option where you can take a sample and you can actually stretch it out to where it actually lines up with the actual tempo of the song. It sounds like this. So the drum and because I didn't have much time to make this beat, I just added some extra sound effects. I got these two sound effects from my Lo-Fi Spaceship Sounds Volume 1. It's on my website, noquantize.com. If you guys want to check it out, it's only $3. But I added this J Dilla siren. Towards the middle of the breakdown, I actually added my homeboy Mark's Damn. Happy birthday, Mark. Oh yeah, and last but not least, I did the live performance of the beat on my SP404 to add even more sound effects. This is what I made within 24 hours. Peace.
Tape warble's good. Turn it up.
This is a great groove.
Nice drums.
Yeah.
That low note changes the whole feel.
Just like the right amount of warble. Super fun filter sweeps.
Those filter sweeps.
It's very Sarah.
All the little effects and fills are fun.
Breaking up the loop, this is dope. Instant, like, oh, hip hop vibes. This is great.
Snare drum is super snappy. It's great.
This would be super fun to see live too.
Damn.
She has the best little tags.
Nope.
Nice.
Nice.
That was really tight. I could definitely listen to that drum groove like all day.
My lady.
Bad Snacks here. Super stoked to do this challenge because I think it's the coolest idea in the world. In this case, we were doing like a really pretty piano loop. I wanted to use it as much as I could and make it kind of like the focal point, but also keep the track moving and incorporate other elements. The core of the track is over this chop that I did of kind of like the second half of the section. I chopped the lowest note of the sample here, and I made a bass line out of it. I used the pitch modulator to create this like swooping effect, so it sounds like this. I put all these effects on it, a lot of compression, a lot of dirt, and then I layered it with my Moog, so it sounds really beefy. Woo. Yeah. I took the one part of the sample that was just one note of a chord, and then I just did this little drop. The other way that I used the sample is I used actually that exact same sample here. I put it through an arpeggiator, a ton of compression, Echo Boy from Soundtoys, reverb, and then crazy auto panning. To beef it up, I kind of gave it like an 8-bit effect. In context, who would have thought that something like this would come from a 12-second sample of somebody improvising on piano?
a great feel.
I just...
Those bells are really beautiful. Oh, this is pretty. This is so pretty.
Stuff's just swimming around my head.
I like the movement.
Oh, there's so many cool little chopped up details.
Oh, I really like this. I think this one's my favorite out of all of them, including mine.
Wow, Jesse, yeah.
This is really nice. It's like if Flume and Fortet had a baby. This is so dope.
Yeah, I can listen to this every single day.
So much atmosphere. I really like the combo of that dirtier bass tone with these high sort of chimey sounds. Really cool.
That was dope.
Wow, you won. Hats off. This is sick. I started with the original sample just to give a little introduction so everyone knows what the material that we used was. And I put it in a simpler and basically just started pitching it around. And in the back, I put the same sample into granulator, bringing up this beautiful chord as like a little pad in the background. And then we start. So everything here is from the original piano sample except for the drums. I even made a shaker loop out of the original sample. So that used to be only the piano sample, so without the effects that I added, it just sounds like this. So then with erosion, frequency shifting, multiband, expanding, another EQ, and an auto pan, it sounds like an actual shaker. So this is basically what I did for every sound in this, like just heavily process the piano like crazy. For example, the main bass here, that's also just the piano. It's just playing that low note and then all these effects on top. The process behind all these basses is basically all the same. It's lots of distortion, filtering, and compression to kind of get the sound I was looking for out of whatever the input signal is. These little fills in here, those are also just single notes from the piano. I tried to make risers, like little impacts and swooshes from the sample as well. So it's just playing a little excerpt of the original sample. It keeps playing this little loop, but it goes faster and faster if I go higher with the pitch. Then in the middle, we have this little build-up. It's the original sample again, but this time with a frequency shifter on it to make it sound a little more spooky. And then it kind of turns into a riser. Those drums are not made from the original piano samples, so I just had like a kick and a snare up here, and some cymbals, some snaps. Then the main bass in here is also some effect craziness. It's an auto filter with a very small band pass and lots of resonance, then being run through a bit crusher that creates this kind of oi, yo, yo effect.
I'm kind of scared of this one. The transients are like massive.
Just opens with the whole sample.
I like how you processed it.
Oh, wow. This is crazy good.
Very intense.
I don't know how he does this.
Oh my god. Ah, it's like so dystopian. Here we go, here we go. Oh my god. That is so mean.
This changed to a completely different song.
Oh my god. It just opens right back up. Yeah, I like these little tingly bits.
Really cool syncopation there.
It's so silly, but it's so clean.
Like, multiple emotions at once.
Wild.
That was interesting. It's like 4 different songs into one song.
That was like a roller coaster mixed in with every other ride at the theme park.
Alright, so as usual, what I like to start with is just chopping out the parts of the sample that I think are the most interesting or that I know how I want to work with. I knew I wanted this low note as kind of an anchor, you know, it just has the most bass to it. It kind of gives us some harmonic context. It starts this riff that I ended up coming up with. And sometimes on the end of that, for a variation, I reversed one of the chords and did a little pitch automation down on it, so it sounds like this. And then I layered another run on top of that. And that brings us to the second way that I worked with a sample, which is a new section where I just took some chords and pitch shifted them around to come up with a chord progression. And this is one of my favorite things about sampling material that has chords, is that you end up coming up with a progression that you otherwise wouldn't have by taking what's available, but also pitch shifting it around and seeing what works, trying different registers, trying different combinations. It's a really different way of coming up with chord progressions compared to like trying to play them on an instrument. So here's what I ended up coming up with. And one of my favorite little tricks that I'm doing here is when you have a held chord, sometimes I like to chop it to just half as long as I need and then reverse it and use the reverse copy as the second half, so it kind of swells into the next chord. So that's everything I did with the sample. I kind of came up with my 2 different song sections first, and then I just built around that with different instruments. So I played some drums in, and then I wanted to double what the piano was playing with some guitar. It just felt like for the vibe I wanted, having a guitar doing that melody line along with the piano would feel really good. I also pulled out the old upright bass to put a bass line on this. Later in the track, I play in some lead lines on the super dreamy Matrix Brute synthesizer. I love you. And then for some final little touches that I actually think add a lot, I added some sound effects and little vocal chops in. Both these sound effects are designed in Ableton's Operator FM synth. There's a little rise. I also made this laser beam sound. And then I just went on Splice and grabbed a couple of little vocals like, yeah, that one gets you hyped, and then a couple yeahs. Yeah. And those are all the layers of my track. Have a listen.
Excited.
Oh, wait. You doubled that with a guitar.
It's really clean. It's so clean.
I love the guitar.
and the sample hat as well, because those are really hard to use since they were like so all over the place.
Like the bounce. I really like the guitar in this one. I love this B part. That just keeps developing.
Oh, nice fill.
This is fun.
Ah, that one was dope.
That was dope. That was really fun.
I love the ending. Alright, thanks for watching, sharing, subscribing. All the tracks are available for a free download. That's linked in the description. And I'm also linking to all the producers as well as Nare. I think everyone, some or all of the other producers are going to be posting their own more in-depth walkthroughs of their tracks on their channels as well. Yeah, I think that's it. Have a good one.
What's up, guys? Welcome to Worst Studios, the studio inside my house. Let me show you guys around. What's up, guys? Thank you for coming to my home studio tour. Come on in and check it out. Basically, this room, or these two rooms, used to be just one massive room, as you can see. And then we walled it off and built a room within the room, and then another room within that room. So the live room is floating.
The floor for the new live room is 6 inches off the existing floor. We moved all the carpet and padding from beforehand.
We had Gavin Haverstick come and design the studio. You can see here the renders. And then we had Jason Goodwin come and build the studio. What we did is build the trapezoid for the main room so that we didn't have any parallel walls. Another really cool thing is that we made it so that I'm able to walk around the entire studio so that when I'm trying to plug in wires, I don't have to, crawl under desks and stuff, and I can actually just get back here, with ease. Some of the really cool parts of the room are obviously the slat wall, accent wall. And then over here we've got this massive wood diffuser. This thing goes back this far into the wall. It's extremely heavy. Obviously we've got our sound paneling, beautiful cloud, and soffit that goes all the way around the room with built-in lighting. My favorite part of the cloud is that it has the recessed lighting that hits the ceiling. Kind of makes it feel like it's daytime in here. It's like a casino where there's no clocks and you can just make music all day long. You see over here that it goes into the drum room, so we were able to track live drums in here. This is where we're going to be doing all the Polyphia records going forward. What's really cool about this room is that it's floating. So we've got two solid wood doors, the heaviest things you'll ever imagine, heavier than the sun. Come over here, you look how thick this wall is. I don't know, it's like that thick. So originally there were 3 windows back here, and because we built a room within a room, the windows are gone. But yeah, we have lots of treatment and, a cool little cloud, some bass traps. And then, of course, when you sit on the drums, you get to look outside the window, see everybody else. So this kind of plays a little chamber of isolation, little prison for Clay, just for him. Shout out Tama and Meinl Evans for hooking it up with this beautiful kit. For the drums, we've got the Tama Star Classic kit with the custom worst head. As you can see, I left the tags on because you gotta say mother fresh. You guys ever watch Key and Peele? It's dope. Sure hooked it up with all these microphones, KM184s and such. I don't know what the fuck those are either, but shout out Shure. They plug right into here, and so that everything can go out there and be processed, and then, yeah, it's dope. It's a really cool thing to get high as fuck and come in here and jam out, so. Alright, this, I have no idea what the fuck any of this is because I'm not a drummer, but, I can read, so. This is the 18-inch Trash China. It sounds like this. This one is the 20-inch Medium Crash Bison. It sounds like this. This one is the 21-inch Dark Ride Bison. Sounds like this. This one is the 18-inch Fat Stack Top, and it sounds like this. This one's really sweet. 18-inch Medium Crash.
This one is unmarked, so I'm not gonna tell you what it is. 10-inch black pure alloy. This one, which is the 10-inch smack stack, which is, Meinls told me that it's supposed to sound like a clap. That's pretty fucking sweet. And this is what these drums sound like out there. Now for an instrument that I can actually play. My go-to gear in the studio, first thing that I always do when I come up here is open up Archetype Tim Henson by Neural DSP. This is my plugin, an end-all be-all workhorse. We've got 3 different amps, and pretty much every sound that you could possibly want, you can achieve with all of these. For this one, throw up the gain, and turn on your boost, and your overdrive, and your compressor, and your gate, and you'll be able to gent pretty hard if that is what you so wish to do. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 quad cortexes from Neural DSP. Shout out Neural DSP. Look at that. Check that shit out. We're currently rehearsing right now. That's why we have 4 in the room. On days that we don't have rehearsals, I'll come up and just practice myself, and normally just load up one of the backing tracks and just run the songs a million times. So. Collection of guitars over here. These are all very special guitars to me because if you notice, they are all signature models. This is the TOD10, this is the TOD10N, this is the original TOD10N. This one is special because it has a different colored neck. I think all the new ones have the same color as the body. This is the very first one that ever existed. And then this right here, still the original one, the first one that ever existed. It even says THM10 instead of THBB10 on it. That's how special it is. And then right here we have one that will never reach production. You know, it's cool anyways. The THBB8, the 8-string Tim Henson guitar. So, pretty cool stuff. Over here on this rack, of course, we've got the Clitoris Pink. I had the LA Custom Shop refinish it to Clitoris Pink. We've got the original SCN 500 that inspired the TOD10N. This guitar is really special to me because it's just beautiful. And I think it's the most expensive guitar that I have, but it's just fully made out of koa. And we've got the roasted maple. Look at the caramelizing on that. All gold hardware on this. It's a beautiful guitar. And then we've got some J Customs. So shout out Ibanez for, hooking all of that up on my guitars. We have the MacBook 2021 M1. Outside of that, we've got the Audient Nero as a controller. It's cool to have a big button right in the center of your desk so you can turn it up, bump it. We've got the Black Lion Audio PG2 as power conditioner. We've also got the Mellotron, which is really sick because I just control that via MIDI and go straight to my DAW. Alright, for the speakers, we've got the Genelec 8361As. Look how fucking massive these are. Pull up to the size of a guitar. Pretty big speakers. They weigh about 70 pounds each, so they're not fun to move. Shout out Genelec for sending these in white. I originally had them in gray, and I said, I think I want them in white, so they sent them in white. And of course, we've got these beautiful white trees inside of white pots. In the sidecar, alright, so at the top here, we've got the PG1 Power Grid by Black Lion. This is just another power conditioner. For my interface, I'm using the Apollo X8 by Universal Audio. And then we've got the PowerPlay 16 for ADAT so that we're able to monitor in the drum room. We've got a Black Lion Audio B12A quad. I think that's a power amp for drums. And we've also got the Audient ASP880, another preamp for drums. And lastly, another preamp for drums. We have the Phoenix Audio DRS8 MK2, and these are all really great preamps. So these are my in-ear monitors from West One Audio. And then we've got the Black Lion Audio B12A, another preamp for drums. And these are my in-ear monitors from West One Audio. Shout out West One.
or West tone. They're molded to my ears. They were originally supposed to have rhinestones. We couldn't get the rhinestones in time, so I don't. Right here is the stem player by Yay. It's a very, very cool thing because it feels like the skin of a boob. It's soft and supple. Anyways, I keep it for stress reasons. Alright, so right here we've got the Sony ZV-1 that I use as a webcam. It's really, I don't even use it as a webcam, I use it to record my YouTube videos. So all the videos that you've seen this year of me playing guitar at this desk have been recorded on this, and I'm lazy, so I don't even hit the record button. I just screen record from my computer. 720p, baby. That's what you're gonna get. Cool. Just up a beat for 30 minutes straight. And come chill over here in the Zen corner. Got a little diffuser. Got a little weed if I feel like doing some reading. Pick up a book. You know, do a little light reading. Feel like listening to some music. I might check out some. Might even admire my signature Fishman pickups from Fishman. I gotta put y'all on to this awesome free app that I use when writing and recording music. It's called Session Studio. It's a free app specifically designed for music creators, and you can use it at every step, from the initial song idea right through to song release. When making music with other people, it can kind of get messy sometimes depending on how many people are working on the track with you. Session Studio makes it way easier to collaborate on songs. You all work from one app in real time and upload audio, whether it's voice memos, demos, bounces, or stems. If you record music, Session Studio is already integrated with all the major DAWs, Pro Tools, Logic, Ableton, FL, etc. When you pull up to a session, everyone can check in on the app, which makes it super easy to sort out song credits and splits if you want to make a release. It's really important that you get your song credits organized. If you release a song and it gets streamed or played publicly, you should get paid. Session Studio makes it super easy to submit all the right song and recording information. When you share your final songs from Session Studio, all the important info is already attached and ready to go. You can share songs directly to SoundCloud, record labels, or by simply creating a shareable link. Session Studio is completely free to use and comes with 5 gigabytes of cloud storage included automatically. If you sign up using my link below, you can get an additional 45 gigabytes of cloud storage free as well. And if getting a free app with 50 gigs of free storage wasn't enough, Session Studio and I are running a competition where you can win $2,000. Simply submit a song securely through the Session Studio app in the next month, and I'll select the winner. Full info and T&Cs are linked below. Time to move on to Studio B. In this room, there's obviously treatment. This is not trapezoidal, it's just a regular rectangular room, but if you look upwards, we've got the Rolls-Royce Cloud. Right now it's doing purple and blue, I don't know why. The rest of the lights are in the baseboards here, which is really cool because with this remote, I can change them to whatever I want. This room is primarily used for streaming and gaming, so, you know, we don't really do too much music stuff in here. We do have Genelec 8340As right here. Shout out Genelec for hooking these up. They're cute little guys, especially compared to the big boys in there, but they sound great and they bump for such a small speaker. And then we've got the Audio Fuse Studio as an interface in here. Of course, we've got Razer sent over the mouse, keyboard, and whatever else, so thank you, Razer. Over here, we've got a trash can. It looks like a water cooler, but it's actually a trash can. Here is my drawer of strings. This used to be the weed drawer, but now it's just strings, so shout out Ernie Ball, and strings accessories, so shout out Ernie Ball. We've got the Switch games, we've got the PS4 games. The PS5 is downstairs, so we're not really doing too much PS5ing up here. But Samurai Jack, Howl's Moving Castle, you know, the good stuff. The Positive Grid little mini amp, and then a bunch of Ernie Ball accessories. So shout out Ernie Ball. In this corner, the hand that holds up the Baylett. So, if any of you guys are Berserk fans, you know what this means, right? You know what that means. That's about it. 2 years ago, I did a studio tour, and I think this one shits on it, so let me know what you guys think in the comments. Hopefully next time, I have an even cooler studio to show you guys, so thank you for watching, like and subscribe, and all that other shit, and love you.
Darapu is FaceTiming me.
Jackson?
Hi, Jackson. Hey, what's up? People are submitting photos of the inside of their refrigerators and freezers, and we're rating them on stream. And the worst
Or the
one
outside.
gets VIP for life.
I have a way to wake you up.
Okay, what's that?
Wake me up inside! Wake me up inside! I'm actually so excited.
I am
I'm a big
jazzed.
Fridge fan, honestly. Essentially, there was a large back and forth this morning on Twitter between Britt and I, but it really was about my fridge.
Yeah.
As you can see there in the back, I have a McDouble I've been saving for about 2 months now. The middle shelf, there's an overturned cup in a pile of red fluids. Now, would I have cleaned it up if somebody on Twitter didn't notice it? I don't know.
I also have. I took photos of my fridge today. This is my
You
refrigerator.
undersold.
I will admit I did make tacos last night. It's just a bowl of chopped tomatoes and a bowl of onions just sitting in my fridge. This is my freezer.
Now, I'm a huge fan of the family size chems. For me personally, that's the big winner here. And you want chocolate. I'm telling you right now, chat, if I see vanilla ice cream in your fridge, points deducted.
All right, this first one is from Rorty. Oh, we're up to we are
we got
up
the
to a
Bosky,
great
baby.
start. We are up to a great start.
You know what pisses me off about this picture? Listen up, chat. If you put your fucking bread in the fridge, take 2 steps back, and literally fuck your own face. Get a fucking bread box. All right, there we go. We got a nice midsection.
Okay.
So I like that you keep the bleach in the fridge. That's nice. It's a lot of cans. It's bleach or it's milk, you know? I'm going 50-50 shy here. This bowl of shredded carrots? Is that what that is?
All right, listen.
Give me your breakdown. Give me a freezer breakdown, Britt. I need to get inside your
You
head.
want the breakdown? I'm about to have a mental breakdown, all right? If you ate any of this pasta, you'd be on your way to the emergency room, okay? You cannot live like this. This is not real.
Okay.
Kyle later describes this spider as
Now, I admire the balls on this submission. Okay. This is the kind of picture where I know if I open this fridge, there's not gonna be any food inside, but there's gonna be a bunch of like folded clothes, you know? Can we get a look really quick at the bottom? What the fuck is going on down here, Meagle? Are they filming the sequel for fucking Ants in the bottom of your fridge? What the hell is going on, dude?
What is this?
That is a 3.5-pound block of bologna. I'm almost certain.
This is the most confusing. If I went over to a friend's house and I was like, yo, I'm kind of hungry, they're like, yeah, grab something out of the fridge. I open the fridge and see I have absolutely no idea what the fuck is wrong with your freezer.
Stop fucking freezing your bread, people.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of room. Don't freeze your bread. You don't need to. What do you need?
Who wants to eat a frozen piece of bread? How do you prepare it?
All right.
Oh?
Okay, I've been like checking them to make sure nobody's like sending a dick pic or anything.
That's like the same reaction of seeing a dick pic, but it's a picture with a plastic bag of milk. Fucking go.
What is this?
That's a whistle. By your fridge. My gams are open.
Dude, did I not make it clear enough that I wanted the inside of people's...
Look at the top left! Look at the top left!
Okay, so they gave us 2 photos. Nandra, are you ready? This is the first photo they sent, and this is the second.
Wow,
somebody's a bev god. We got a bev god. And that
Oh,
pizza
yeah.
in the bag. Let's fucking go. Pizza in the bag, baby. The unopened fridges have such menacing auras. They like staring at us. I think we have 4 closed fridges and open ones.
Shit, it did not fit step bro. I hope so. Honestly, I hope so.
What's going on, guys? Open your fucking fridge.
Very good. Very sick. Oh, hell yeah!
Do you think we're gonna get one where it's gonna be the bottom of somebody's fridge? Like underneath?
I want someone to take their fridge out of the kitchen entirely. Like, detach it from the wall and take a picture of their whole kitchen.
AJ, let's
AJ,
go.
you're lying! That's not yours!
Oh
my
my
name,
God.
AJ, did you not submit? Oh, Jim, I can tell by the name of the person who submitted it over Google that Jim submitted this under your name, AJ.
So here's really my issue with this whole thing. It's the identity theft, Jim.
All right,
Let's
on
go,
to
gamers.
the next. This one is from. Oh, this one's under the name. This one's under my name. This is a kitchen in a house fire. What do you think these were?
This fridge has war stories.
This fridge has flashbacks.
Yeah. This fridge sits on a wooden porch in a rocking chair with a cigar and a glass of whiskey.
This fridge
It
has
tells
a
you
memorial
great
in
story.
Pittsburgh. Their Twitch username, they just put, I'm so hungry. So let's see. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Someone in chat wrote, help us, you're poor. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. AJ, what's in the cup, AJ? What's in the cup?
What's in the cup, AJ?
AJ, what's in the goddamn cup?
Okay,
Why is there so much Mountain Dew? Okay,
Alright, lots of apples, a couple oranges. The Mountain Dew is really, really overbearing today. Your
Alright,
fridge
Elliot.
light is broken. I've
What the
noticed.
fuck?
Dude.
If I reach in the back of your fridge, is my hand just gonna fall into the abyss? What's going
Someone
on
else,
here?
another hand reaches out and grabs back. Yeah? Oh, this is not. Oh my god.
Ronnie, get your fucking bread out of the fucking fridge! Okay? What the fuck?
This one was actually submitted by my lovely boyfriend Clicky Chris. He has a thing for Fanta, baby. Dude, I'm gonna fucking
This fridge is just vulnerable? Do I look like I give a fuck about a fridge's vulnerability?
Can I just say, listen, the pan in the fridge goes so crazy. That's like, you tried, you know? Like, you didn't want to leave it out, but you did
Yeah.
not want to take the time to put it away.
Yeah.
And I kind of fuck with that mentality. Do they even make Go-Gurt anymore? Apparently. Or this is from 1985.
Hold on. Zoom in on the Go-Gurt.
Frozen 2.
When did Frozen 2 come out?
Frozen 2 came out in 2019.
Oh my god. Not only that, Brett.
There's another behind it.
There's another.
The Toulouse. Oh.
Oh my. Brett, they're all opened. They're all opened. How do you live?
He's not gonna.
What is going on? Whoa. Why does this one look like a Tomorrowland set?
Why does this look like liminal space? Like.
That bad boy, eh? I think back of the fridge right now might be my winner.
Alright, last one. Oh, they're the experiments!
Oh, cool. This is a perfect one to wrap up.
Oh my, this is the perfect. Oh! Oh, but.
That one I can smell.
Jesus Christ. Well, that was absolutely cursed. Alright, in your opinion, which one was the one that really caught your attention the most?
Slews to me just. It had a little bit of creative memery. It had a little bit of cursed.
Okay,
Yeah,
I think
straight
Slew.
Slew, honestly.
I think Slew is a hands down winner here. I think there was a lot of very cursed and disgusting submissions, and the sneaky secret winner was the one that had fucking like nothing in it at all. Nandre, it was a fucking pleasure and a half.
Can I put my balls way down deep inside your jaw? Won't you let me shove my balls inside your gaping maw? In other words, suck my nuts. In other words, slurp these testes.
Best before September 15th, 2021.
Is it lumpy?
No, it's really
I feel like it's lumpy.
And welcome to Henry's Kitchen, where today we're going to be making Henry's romantic sushi for a date. Tonight I have a date coming over that I met on Match.com. Whereas most guys would probably take her to an expensive sushi restaurant and wine and dine her and spend who knows how much money. I think it shows more. I think if you make sushi for her by yourself, it shows it's more of a. Hi.
Oh, hi.
Nikki. I'm Henry.
Hi, you have a camera.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm taping it for the internet.
Oh, alright.
Yeah, so what I was thinking we could do is, instead of going out to a restaurant or something, I could just make you sushi right here.
Oh, so just stay here? And...
Yeah, yeah.
Well, there's like a really great place, like right.
Yeah, but I thought.
saw on the way here.
I was thinking, like, if
cute.
if I make it here, then it would be more, it would show, we're gonna start by taking our rice and packing it down onto, the seaweed here. You just want to grab a whole bunch of it. When I was younger, I used to think a better idea was to play hard to get when it came to the ladies. And I remember giving my number to this girl I met at a bar, and she called me the next day. And when she called, I thought I'd pretend like I didn't know who she was. And then, she said, well, this is Susie, and you gave your number to me, and now I'm calling you back. And I said, look, I don't know if this is some kind of a scam or a joke or whatever, but if you call one more time, I'm going to call the police. Okay, now let's take some of our fillings here. We're going to take our avocado, some of our cucumber, and we're going to put some of our tuna. And we're just going to sort of roll up our seaweed over our ingredients. And this is the part that's very, very tricky, and it takes some Japanese people years and years to learn. See, it's coming apart a little bit here. Yeah, that side's fucked up. I'm using a sharper knife this time, which seems to be working much, much better. Now we're gonna sprinkle on some sesame seeds and a little bit of soy sauce. And now we have our sushi. And now we have our sushi. Dinner is served.
Oh. Is this raw?
Yeah, yeah.
I
That's
don't
the way they
know
make
that that's safe. I mean to be rude, but I just don't feel.
I can cook it. Do you want
I
me to
don't
cook
really.
it? Yeah, no, I totally understand. Let's cook it just to make sure it's safe. It'll only take about 40 minutes. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the fish out here and we're gonna put it on a cooking sheet.
This is the date from hell. He's phoning me.
Oops, I almost forgot about the wasabi. Let's see if Nikki wants to help me make some. We're just gonna stir up some mustard and some horseradish with about a half a cup of water, and that's how we're gonna make our wasabi. Okay, and then just put some mustard in there. Maybe about the same, so it's equal amounts. You know what, I'll do a little bit more. This is teamwork. You want to do this probably for about 15 minutes.
15?
Yeah. And it could be fun. Okay. Well, that should be enough. All we have to do now is wait about a half hour and our tuna should be done. Please don't let this one slip away. Make her real and make her stay. 'Cause love's a game of hide and seek, but nobody ever looks for me. But this one seems like she might be different. This one seems like she really likes me. A world of suffering I have known, and I always end up all alone. Okay, our tuna should be well cooked by now. Okay, what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna take our bits of tuna and I'm gonna put them back in the sushi, and this time they should be a little bit safer to eat because they're cooked. Now I'm just gonna spoon a little bit of our wasabi on the side to be used as a dipping sauce. And there we go. Okay, here we go. It's cooked, and we've got our homemade wasabi sauce there that we can dip it into.
Henry, I'm just not hungry anymore.
Oh no,
Yeah.
it's completely cooked. I cooked
I
it
know.
for a long
I
time.
just don't want to eat that
Oh.
at all. I actually have to go. My roommate needs me home like 10:30, and it's already 9. And I feel like. But thank you so much, and I had so much fun making it. And yeah, I just have to go though. So okay. Thanks, Henry.
Okay.
Bye.
Thanks. Have a good night. Well, thanks everybody for joining me here on Henry's Kitchen, and yeah, please tune in next week. We're gonna make spinach souffle. Dear God, why did she slip away? Nothing I could do or say. I'm always screwing up these things, and my lonely life just sorrow.
In 2006, in the city of Kyiv, Ukraine, police were called to deal with a confused man. When they arrived, they found a young man who was scared, didn't know where he was, and was dressed in strange, anachronistic clothing, carrying a camera. Little did they know that they were possibly standing face to face with an actual time traveler. The man's name was Sergei Ponomarenko, and when the police asked him for his ID, he handed it to them, and the first thing they noticed was that it was issued from a country that didn't exist anymore. The Soviet Union. Ukraine was, of course, part of the Soviet Union in the past, but the Soviet Union had dissolved almost a couple of decades ago at that point. So let's just say the police didn't see those IDs much anymore, especially in young people, and this guy looked like he was in his 20s. And yet his ID stated that his birth date was in 1932. And he matched the picture in the ID, so something didn't add up. When they asked him what day he thought it was, he answered April 23rd, 1958. And that's when the police said, okay, we're going to take you to a little room and you can talk to the nice doctor.
You're crazy.
So Sergei winds up in a mental hospital in the care of Dr. Pavlo Kudrikov. So the doctor played along with his whole idea, and he asked him if he could figure out or if he could remember how he wound up in 2006, even though he thought it was 1958. And as recorded by the doctor, Sergei said, quote, "It was daytime, and I wanted to go for a walk in the city. I took my camera, but when I left my house, I saw a strange object that had a bell shape. And it was very strange, and it was flying in a strange way. It is difficult to explain what I was seeing. It might be better to look at the photos from my camera." Dr. Kudrikov was curious, so he got a hold of the camera, and the first thing he noticed was that it was an old, rare Yashima Flex. The doctor was a bit of a photographer himself, so he recognized the brand and knew right away that this was like an antique. Which is a problem, because it used a type of film that hadn't been manufactured since the 1970s. You can't just take it down to the CVS to get it developed, so he called in a photography expert named Vadim Poisner. Vadim got the film out, and he was able to see from the real info that it was manufactured in 1956. But it was in perfect condition. So he developed the roll, and this is when everything just kept getting weirder. What he found on the roll were photos of Kiev, but clearly from a long time ago. All the cars, all the clothes, all the street signs, all were from the 50s. And there were photos of buildings that didn't exist anymore. And right there in front of those buildings was Sergei with his girlfriend at the time, out enjoying a beautiful day, wearing the exact same clothes he was found in. And the last photo on the reel, just as Sergei had suggested, featured a bell-shaped UFO. When the doctor asked him about the UFO photo, Sergei said, quote, "Now are you convinced I'm telling the truth? I so far do not understand what this object is and how something like that happened to me at the same moment when I took the picture, and I went down to look at the camera, and somehow I showed up in this year." Dr. Kudrikov, being scientifically minded, hypothesized that if this was some kind of alien spacecraft, it could perhaps have flown him across the universe at the speed of light and brought him back in a split second. And due to Einstein's theory of relativity, he would experience time dilation, meaning that time would have barely passed for him, but back on Earth, 47 years would have gone by. The flight of the navigator theory, if you will. That night, Sergei went back to his room, closed the door, and was never seen again. The hospital security camera captured when he entered the room, but it never filmed him leaving. There was only one way out of this room. It was always watched, and the room windows had bars, so there was no way for him to escape without being noticed. Yeah, Sergei just pulled a Shawshank.
Man up and vanished like a fart in the wind.
Only there was no Raquel Welch poster to explain what happened to him. He was never found. No means of escape were ever found. He just vanished, leaving the police with his camera, his photographs, and a crazy mystery to solve. A mystery that just keeps getting weirder. Because they investigated the case and they found out that there was actually a Sergei Ponomarenko that was declared missing in Kiev in 1960. They also were able to track down the woman in the photograph, his girlfriend, who was now over 70 years old at this point. She told the police that Sergei had disappeared that day in 1958, but returned just a few days later, the exact amount of time that he had been in 2006. But then she claimed that he disappeared again in the 1970s, and this time he was never seen again. But years after he vanished, she received a strange photo in the mail. It was from Sergei, and according to the note he wrote on there, the photo is from 2050. It shows an older, mustachioed Sergei with Kiev in the background, only in this photo, the skyline is full of skyscrapers. He also said in the note that he would be back soon, which, for whatever reason, didn't happen. The story of Sergei Ponomarenko has gone down in internet lore as possibly the most well-documented case of time travel in history. You know, now might be a good time to introduce you guys to Woo Woo Alarm 2.0. Quick shout out to the video where I put on the woo woo alarm for almost a full minute and people went apeshit in the comments. Yeah, okay. That's enough of that. Look, it's a great story, okay? I totally get why it became such an urban legend. The problem is, everything that I could find on this, all the images that you've seen throughout this video, they all tie back to one TV show. It was a show called Aliens that aired on a Ukrainian channel called 1+1 in 2012. There were 10 episodes total. The episode that tells this story is the third episode. It's titled Time Traveler. It's an entire series about different stories of alien abductions and stuff. Other titles include Alien Abductions, Levitation Effect, Phantoms, and Crop Circles. And the show actually featured a disclaimer at the beginning that translates to, quote, "The Alien series aims to restore scenes of controversial topics. Any theory or hypothesis proposed cannot be considered to be correct, and further scientific research is required. All scene restorations are based on the statements of witnesses. There's no conclusive evidence to prove the existence of aliens. Your opinion on this issue is up to you." So, yeah, the show itself says any theory proposed cannot be considered to be correct, which is more than you ever get from the History Channel. And it's also careful to point out that these are scene restorations. So all these images of Sergei that keep showing up on every website and every video that talks about this story, those are all recreations. This is not real interview footage, which kind of feels obvious to me, but I guess I spend more time around cameras than most people. And besides, there's a few pretty glaring details that are wrong in this episode. For example, the security camera footage displays the time as Tuesday, April 23rd, 2006. But if you pull up a calendar app on your phone, you'll see that April 23rd, 2006 was actually a Sunday. Others have pointed out that the ID card that you see on the show has the seal of the Communist Youth League stamped on it, but it's not the actual seal from that time period. I'm sure the art director was good, but you can never beat the internet. And then there's that picture from 2050. It has buildings copied and pasted all over it, and I'm pretty sure that's the Empire State Building? So, minor Photoshop. But the point is, those are recreations. Again, the show says it right up at the beginning. Fine. But according to the story, there was an ID, there were photos, there was a recorded interview. So where are the real ones if they exist? All I can say is that my writer Jason and I, we searched all over the place and we couldn't find them anywhere. Nor could we find any actual police records, no other media reports, and I couldn't find anything on any of the key figures like Dr. Pablo Kutrikov or Vadim Poizner. Granted, some people don't have much of a web presence and there's definitely a language barrier here, but yeah, I couldn't find anything. Now, I don't know anything about this show. If you're in Ukraine and you know something about it, please feel free to educate me and everybody else in the comments. But it comes across like one of those History Channel type shows where they take some urban legend and then dramatize it. Like, I feel like this is just basically a good piece of creepypasta that the producers ran across and decided to run with. And they did a great job. Let's face it, they did a great job. It has taken on a life of its own. The credits list the scriptwriter as Konstantin Kovrigan, the director is Vladimir Rybus, and the producer is Alexei Labak, and the executive producer is Oleg Rogozna, who owned the station. Any of whom I would love to ask directly about this, but I wasn't able to find a way to contact them. So for me, the overwhelming evidence here is that this is just a work of fiction. And a great story. It is a great story. But, don't take it any more seriously than you did that mermaid show on Animal Planet, which was actually a thing that happened. I hate this timeline. But I get it. I totally get it. Time travel is a fascinating subject, and a lot of thought's been put into how it would actually work. For example, a paper published in Classical and Quantum Gravity in September 2020 suggested there's actually a way to travel backwards in time. They looked at Einstein's theory of relativity, specifically his calculations that show that it should be possible for an object in the universe to travel through space and time in a circular direction and end up back at the starting point. Einstein called it a closed time-like curve. But of course, physicists, when talking about time travel, they deal with paradoxes like the grandfather paradox, that's the idea that a time traveler goes back in the past and kills a younger version of her grandfather. This, of course, means the time traveler's parents weren't born, along with the time traveler herself, and if the time traveler didn't get born, then how would she have gone back to kill her grandfather? That whole thing. So the writers of this paper used what they call the billiard ball model to tackle this paradox. They say imagine several billiard balls across a circular table. So when you push one ball away from position X, it goes around the table and hits the other balls in a particular pattern. But the researchers calculated that even if the ball's pattern is messed with at some point during its journey, future interactions with the other balls can actually correct its path. The ball will come back to position X at the same speed that it would have if it hadn't been interfered with. Basically, the ball will fall into the same place. So they used this model to explain how if you did travel back in time, you could change events, but not significantly enough to really change the future. So like with the grandfather paradox, it would basically mean that something would always get in the way of you trying to kill him. As researcher Germaine Turbar said, quote, "No matter what you did, the salient events would just recalibrate around you. Try as you might to create a paradox, the events will always adjust themselves to avoid any inconsistency." Now I think this paper is mostly just sort of an interesting thought experiment, but this does sound a bit like determinism, like the idea that the world will just recalibrate around any changes you make in the timeline, kind of like a car navigation when you miss your exit. The big question, though, is what causes this recalibration? What holds this reality together? Is it a fundamental quantum force? The Matrix? power of Zoe? Unfortunately, it'll be a long time until we can test something like this and actually send an instrument or a person on a closed time-like curve. Until then, we'll just have to imagine it. Which we've kind of been doing this whole time. I mean, one of the earliest ancient Sanskrit epic poems was called Mahabharata, and it was about time travel. I think maybe we're drawn to time travel stories because time is the most insidious force in our lives. Time marches on, it never stops. We are ultimately at its mercy, and the greatest fantasy we have is to escape its grip. As professor of science fiction studies at Georgia Institute of Technology in Atlanta, Lisa Yazek told Live Science in 2022, quote, "Time travel tales let us imagine that we can break free from the grip of linear time and somehow get a new perspective on the human experience, either our own or as humanity as a whole." So maybe that's why this urban legend has struck such a chord online with everybody, you know? As disoriented and confused as he was, in some small way, we kind of all want to be Sergei. Okay, so this whole Sergei story kind of revolves around the whole idea that, you know, a UFO picked him up and carried him around at the speed of light and then dropped him back on Earth 50 years or so later. This is, of course, you know, an example of Einstein's theory of relativity in action, which you all probably get the general gist of. You're smart people watching this, but why does that happen exactly? Now, if you think I'm going to answer with some course on brilliant, well, you're right. It's right there in the classical mechanics course. And this, in my opinion, is why brilliant is so powerful. You know, they take you all the way back to the basics of kinematics and Newton's laws and let you work all the way up to reference frames, which Einstein used to explain relativity. You're just sitting there solving puzzles, having fun, and next thing you know, you get it. You don't just know it, you get it. And it's that deeper understanding that provides a foundation for many other concepts that once seemed out of reach, which I've been saying for a while now, but what's more important is that really, it kind of changes your whole world. You just kind of see everything differently, you know? There's this new layer of understanding to everything. Plus, it strengthens the problem-solving muscle in your brain, so you're not just learning facts, you're learning how to think. This not only keeps your brain sharper as you get older, it gives you an edge in a world where, you know, everything just keeps getting more competitive. You don't want AI to put you out the pasture? Well, here's one way to fight against that. So go give Brilliant a look if you sign up with my URL, brilliant.org/answerswithjoe. You can get 30 days free to try it out, and if you feel your brain getting bigger on the inside of your skull and sign up for the premium subscription, the first 200 people to do so will get 20% off the annual subscription. Brilliant's been a great sponsor of this channel for years. I'm happy to partner with them, and I've gotten to see them grow a lot, like adding new interactive features all the time. It just keeps getting better. So give it a try, see how it changes your world. Brilliant.org/answerswithjoe, links in the description. Alright guys, here we are. We are in the final four of Sketch Madness. There's only 4 left.
For Barry, it was the McChicken, the best fast food sandwich. Barry would go so far as to inquire for extra McChicken sauce packets, as the staff was quite friendly and more than willing to oblige. One time, Barry asked for McChicken sauce packets and was given 3. Barry was heard to remark, "Wow, 3 for free," and the friendly McDonald's worker laughed and said, "If it should please you, sir, I'm going to begin calling you 3 for free." The staff thenceforth greeted Barry with, "What ho, it's 3 for free," and always gave him 3 packets. It was such a fun and cool atmosphere at Barry's local McDonald's restaurant. He began the practice of going there at least 3 times a week for lunch, and a large iced coffee with milk instead of cream, 1 to 2 times for breakfast on the weekend, and maybe once for dinner when he was in a rush, but wanted a great meal that was affordable, fast, and could match his daily nutritional needs. Barry even began the practice of dipping his fries in McChicken sauce, finding the notion delicious, all the while thinking greatly of the restaurant.
Hello, and welcome to Henry's Kitchen, where today we're going to be making Henry's Anytime Chili for 1. We're going to preheat the oven to 200 degrees, and you really want to make sure you... Okay, let's start by cutting our tomato. We want to cut it into 8 separate wedges. As you see, I probably should have used a slightly sharper knife, because this mince the bell pepper. Now we're gonna mince the onion. I remember when I was growing up in New Jersey, my brother and I used to fight all the time, and one time he threw a rock at me and he hit me in the head, I guess, and my head started to bleed. Now we're gonna take all this shit and put it in a bowl for later. The recipe that I'm using makes it for 6 to 8 people, but I'm only making chili for 1. So I'm gonna be dividing every one of the ingredients by 7. So instead of 1 can of kidney beans, I'm only going to use about 1/7 of a can, 3/7 of a can of tomato sauce. I don't have tomato sauce, but I have tomato paste, which is the same thing. 30 milliliters of Worcester sauce. By the way, my recipe is in metrics, so I'm converting as I go. 15 milliliters is 1 tablespoon. So 2 tablespoons divided by 7, that would be 2/7 of a tablespoon of Worcester sauce. I don't have any Worcester sauce, but I have soy sauce. 10 grams of chili powder, that's 1 1/3 tablespoons divided by 7 is like, shit. It's like 2/7 of a tablespoon or something, I don't know. Teaspoon of salt. Teaspoon of pepper, some canned veggies. Now just stir it all up. It's very important when you're making dinner just for 1 to divide every ingredient. One time I forgot to divide the salt, and I put 10 times as much salt as you were supposed to have. And I was like, oh man, I fucked it all up. And now we'll put it in our oven. Okay. Help me make it through the night, 'cause I am tired and alone. Help me make it through the night, 'cause I don't like myself anymore. Okay, well, it's been 6 hours. Let's see what we got. I'm definitely working up quite an appetite. Let's see, I mean, it should definitely be done at this point. Peanuts. Well, thanks for joining us here on Henry's Kitchen, and please tune in next week. We're gonna make gluten-free lasagna. Help me make it through the night, 'cause I am tired and alone. Help me make it through the night.
check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Mark, mic check.